Module 1. Welcome to Module 1, Windows 2019 implementation. So Windows Server 2019 editions, there are many, more than 3. First one is Essential, next Standard, and Data Center. Now you will be given a book. So we have a book which I will give you later, because if I give it now, you will read this, right? So I want everyone to listen first. This is a very complete, very in-depth book. It's about 801 pages. So most of the topic has been extracted here. Okay, so hindi lahat yan will be discussed. Not possible in one day. What I'm going to discuss are the essentials for you to become a system admin. Because some of the topic here are for system engineer, like storage pool, clustering, right? Federation. This is system engineer, okay? Not support IIS. That's not within the context of IT support or sysad. This is only for sysad. So if you want to become a system engineer, we have another course which is called hybrid. 5 days yon. We're gonna reopen. Okay. So first, what are the flavor? The flavor. Okay, so we have editions. The very popular ones are standard. Okay, so when you say standard, it's suitable for small environment. Mostly they have physical server rather than virtual machines. And remember, license is per core. Let's say you have quad core, so you have to license the 4 core, even if it's only one physical CPU. Okay. 2019, mostly used for company who use high degree of virtualization. They want to lessen the footprint of a data center. Okay, they deploy less physical, more virtual. Same story, license will be per core. Let's say you have 2 physical socket with 8 core each, so that will be 16 cores, right? So you need to license. So bibili ka ng license sa technet.com ng 16 core. Okay? Aside from that, you need to purchase the CAL, yung client access license. This is the one who will connect to the server. Let's say you have 25 users. Okay, so you have to purchase this one. And 50 computers. Let's say one is working from home using desktop, and they also have a laptop. So each student will get 2 devices, right? So you need to purchase per device licensing. Hyper-V is free. Hyper-V is free. Does not require CAL, because what you're going to install in Hyper-V will be licensed as well. So you still need to pay. Now let's compare between the two, because these are the most commonly used operating version. So pretty much they're the same. So what's the difference? I'm gonna discuss the difference. Standard, they only have virtual machine license na dalawa, maximum of 2. Okay, so let's say you want 10, so you need to purchase the data center. So data center can host unlimited virtual machine. Okay, unlimited virtual machine. Pero per Hyper-V is only 64. Okay, includes a container license. I'm gonna discuss what is container. Then max RAM 24 terabyte. So pretty much the same. Pare-pareho. They're the same. They're the same. Storage can hit up to 2 tera because it's using master boot record. Data center can use GPT, which can store more than 2 tera or 10 petabyte data. Okay, so we don't need to know those stuff now. Okay, requirements is only 64. Well, and any all CPU are 64. Processors not really demanding. RAM, you need at least 8 gig for you to become operational. Hard drive, you only need 20 gig for operating system. But if you have huge RAM, it depends on the RAM. Okay, plus let's say 8 gig RAM plus 8 gig RAM, 8 gig space. Again, there must be 8 core license per processor and 16 core license per server if you have 2 CPU. Okay, and you need to purchase the CAL. Licensing and activation model. There's so many model. I'll demonstrate to you. One is KMS. When you purchase the operating system, you have the option to select KMS. Now, it will be activated the moment you join sa Active Directory. And merong volume. Ito yung bulk buying. Meron namang AD-based activation. You have to add the computer to that specific group for you. Then may tool and multiple activation and merong manual. So paano yung manual? So I'm gonna connect to my server. So how do you connect? You just type the IP address, okay? And then you need to put the user ID, administrator, okay? And you know the password, one welcome exclamation. Okay, so dito I'll give you an IP address later on or tomorrow. So hindi ko napapakita kasi some student will try to connect. Now, IP address will be given and posted. Okay, so maglalagin lang ako. Trainer server. So you will be asked, oops, you will be asked by RDP. You need to provide the password. And you will be connected. So this is your server. You'll be given the server. Teka, laki masyado. Adjust ko lang. I'll adjust it. Asan na yan? Nawala. Saan ko nilagay? Yun, nagtago dun. Auto-adjust. Nag-a-adjust. So, laki masyado kasi. Pwede ba ito? Yan. Okay. So you'll be given a server. Hands-on lab are under C:\lab. So these are our scripts. And then you have a folder called parent. I'll discuss what is parent. So it's under VM. And we have a parent drive. Parent drive. We have PowerShell. I have PowerShell. You need to run as admin, always admin. We have ISE. So what's the difference between this one and that one? I'll explain later. Okay. So I just wanted to show you, since our topic is about activation. Okay. So how do you activate? So you activate using SLR. Can you see it? No, it's really small. So one good thing about this one is adjustable. So SLMGR. Na? Then there's a lot of option. So you need to type IPK and product key, okay, to activate manually. Okay, so how do you activate? SLMGR/IPK, then put the product key, the one you purchase, or ATO to activate. So it's a two-step process. Once you install the license, you have to activate online. /A. Para mag-activate? SLMGR ATO. SLMGR, activate online. Okay? So what's the first step? SLMGR/IPK, and then the license number. No? Whatever in license. Okay? It's very easy. And so many option. If you want to activate all, /div. If you want license file, the license is inside the file, just /lick and file.lick. Okay. What else? There's a lot. Okay, this is the Active Directory activation. So I have to type /AD activation /online space the license key. Okay. If you want to add sa Active Directory /del -AO, there should be organizational unit associated. Okay, ang dami, ang dami. Well, most admin, napakadali i-activate. Hindi naman nag-activate eh, no? Kasi when you purchase, we purchase by bulk. So what's new in 2019? 2019 has a new admin center which can manage hyperconverge and converge. So what is hyperconverge? So we're gonna go deep dive, as in deep dive. I mean hyperconverge. Okay. So what's the difference between converge and hyperconverge infra? So if you cannot see, let me know. Sir Lit. So lalakihan natin. Kita na ba? Kita na ba? Okay, converge utilizes compute only. Compute. Okay, compute. So ibig sabihin server lang. Server only, no networking, no storage. Okay, yung dalawang yan missing. So meron lang compute power. So an example lang, what is the example of converge na? Windows, okay. Linux, okay. Linux, Ubuntu. Okay. Then hyperconverge, it's a hybrid combination of compute, storage, and networking. Okay? All in one. All in one. Okay, na-feel nyo? Na-feel nyo yung difference? I'll give you an example of Cisco UCS Converge. Ito, Converge na. So we have Cisco Unified Computing. It's a blade center. This is one physical host, second, third, fourth, five, six, seven, eight. Eight lang. Okay? Walang storage. You need to purchase Cisco MDS to communicate, Cisco MDS switch to communicate to storage. Okay? If you're gonna see the architecture, it's like this. Yeah. So this is the server. Ito, here. This is the compute. This is the networking stage. And this is the storage, using storage. So separate ang compute sa networking and storage. So it's a very expensive implementation. It'll cost you millions of millions. Because unified computing, they need a high-end switch, which is called Nexus 7000 or 9000. It's a catalyst with a 10 gigabit connectivity. Okay. So there's a special course for Nexus. It's a 5-day course. SAN storage. So if you want to be a storage engineer, 5-day course din to for EMC or NetApp. Okay, so ito lang yun, ang compute. No? Yun ang converge. So that's converge. So what is hyperconverge naman? Hyperconverge infra, combine all. Sa hyperconverge, everything rolled into one. Everything has been virtualized. Whether the switch, the computing power, and the storage. So one example of converge is Nutanix. Nutanix HCI architecture. So Nutanix is all-in-one. All-in-one na siya. Okay, wala rito yung architecture niya.
Anong use case ng Converge?
Go ahead.
Yeah, anong use case ng Converge? Saan siya usually ginagamit?
Sorry, hindi ko marinig. Ano yan?
Anong use case ng Converge? Saan siya usually ginagamit if it doesn't have that network?
Yeah, like in my current work, we are using Nutanix. Okay, so Nutanix, meaning you only need one U. Instead of purchasing the one I showed you, we only have one server, which is called Dell XC640. One, yan lang. Ito lang, tingnan mo. Nag-iisa lang. Yan, isang ganyan. We can host 64 virtual machine servers. So we have about, I think, more than 8,000 na ganito. So within one U, within that server, included na everything, which means networking, andun na yung switch. We're gonna utilize the VMware switch. And Nutanix is a storage, okay, which replicate the virtual machine. So meron siyang replication factor. Let's say there's a server here, it's been replicated to another server in case this becomes unavailable. So storage na siya. Storage na rin siya. So usually 1 terabyte RAM, then storage namin mga, ayun, nakita mo, 10 terabyte. 10 terabyte. Ang laki, ang laki. Okay? So you save a lot of money and a small footprint. Okay? So I'm supporting Nutanix. I also introduced yung Nutanix course sa Philippines pero no one enrolled kasi it's kind of new. Na hindi pa nila alam what is Nutanix. So if you're gonna Google ano ba yung Nutanix architecture. So it's a Linux-based operating system. So this is a Nutanix. Yeah. Typical structure. So isang hypervisor meaning isang Dell XC40 kunwari. Napakadaming virtual machine. Boot drive solid state. Kita nyo ba? Late boot drive solid state, the rest are hard drive. So meron siyang controller VM. It's a storage controller which replicate one server to another hypervisor. So it's a compute power, networking, and storage all in one. One U lang. Galing na. Hybrid. Okay, so it's 2019 support HCI now. Okay. Another thing is it has the dupe, meaning it removes the duplicate file, hence saves more the space of the REFS. So previously wala silang dedupes REFS. And you can scale out. Okay, scale out. Previously, I think you can scale out 8, 16, or 32. Now you can scale out more, meaning you can multiply the number of Windows 2019. And then another feature, it has threat protection, which is a host intrusion prevention. So when you say host intrusion prevention, may passive and active. Now, passive, examine the packet as it arrives. And prevention, it drop the packet once detected that it has a signature of malware. And compatible na siya sa core. Okay, yung without desktop experience, yung para Linux. You can convert with desktop experience in one command lang. Deployment, there are many options. You can deploy using DVD. So you purchase the DVD, then put in DVD drive, then boot from DVD. Another option is boot from ISO. Boot from USB, you need Rufus. Download from Rufus, then burn the ISO to USB. Then boot from USB. You can install na Windows. No? So the first project we will build using PowerShell. So you will create virtual hard drive first, and then we're going to install the Windows operating system to virtual hard drive, then perform post-installation task. Okay, so that's my first lab. I'm going to demonstrate now. So as I mentioned kanina, we have parent. So if you go cdvm, you will see one directory. It's called parent. Parent contains the mother drive. So what is dirt? What is parent? So parent is the master, contains master operating system. So meron na siyang Windows 2.19. Okay? We're gonna create a child virtual hard drive, and we're just going to connect into parent drive. Okay? We're just going to connect. So the moment you boot up, there is operating system. Okay? Then we're gonna create 3 servers, which is server 1, server 2, server 3. So that's the first project. Now, how do you open the script? So just go File, Labs, C:labs, and I put it in text file so you don't execute. So once executed, it will run straight away. Huh? Careful, careful. So please, as much as possible, use administrator and password is one welcome. Okay, so these are the steps. These are the steps. So I'll explain to you one by one. So first, CD meaning change directory. Go to VM. VM is the folder which contains virtual machine. So we're gonna create 3 folders. How do CLS clear screen? MD meaning make directory of server 1. Okay? So ayan, tapos na. So we created folder 1. The folder name is server 1 as you can see. Then we're gonna create server 2. I just press cursor up. Then you have folder server 2, folder server 3. And check the folder. We created 3 folders. Okay? So task 1 is finished. We're gonna create virtual hard drive. So what is virtual hard drive? It's like a hard drive. Now, which contains the operating system, contains the data, and so on. So what's the command to create a virtual hard drive? So why do we need to create VHD? Kasi we're gonna put the operating system. Okay? We're gonna boot from this hard drive. So this is the hard drive of the first server, second, and third. So I'll make the command to create that one is new VHD. Okay? If you notice, why there's no command VHD? Okay? Meaning, it will error. You will find error. So you have to interpret the error. Part of the troubleshooting or part of the reason why they're paying you $100 an hour. Let's say, for example, $100 an hour. The reason why they're paying you a lot of money because you can solve, you can do troubleshooting for them. No, let's say problem. There will be a lot of problems. No? Problems. There will be a lot of problem ticket. Okay, ticket. Sa IBM, ang problem ticket, sabihin na lang nating $50 per ticket. In one day, let's say you sold 20 tickets. 20 tickets. Okay? This is how managed services works. No? So magkano yan? So how much is this? Oh, let's say $50 bayad lang ng Cebu Pacific, for example, or Commonwealth Bank. Commonwealth Bank. No, let's say what bank do you know? Let's say Westpac Banking. It's a bank here in Australia. Now, so they charge Westpac $1,000. $1,000. Actually, hindi lang 1,000 eh. No? So, usually if you have 10, sige sabihin natin, $1,000 per engineer. Per engineer pa lang yan. That's only per engineer. No? But you don't solve only 20 tickets. If you have, let's say 10 Active Directory specialist. Sabihin natin tech support. Sige, tech support. Let's say tech support. Level 3. And they have a problem ticket na 100. How much is that? No, 100 tickets a day, 100 problem, 100 error times $50. That's 5,000 a day. No? With 10 engineers. Okay? That's why malaki sweldo nyo. That's why you have a high paying job. $5,000. Magkano yan? So that means problem. Ano ba yung mga problem? Error. Okay? Error, not working. Sir, not working. Sabi mo, thank God. Okay, not working. Kasi if things are working perfectly, wala kayong work. Wala kayong pera. You don't have a breakfast. You don't have lunch. Pag nakakita kayo ng error, what should be your mindset? Thank God, there's an error, ha? Not working, thank God. Okay. So ito yung first problem. This is our first problem. Ganun mindset, ha? We should have that kind of mindset. So, ang dami errors. So it's so slow. Slow. Slow is equal. Money yan, ha? Money. Not working, equal. Uh, uh, equal dinner. May pan-dinner na kaya sa Okada, okay? Not working. So ito yung hinahanap natin. This is the one we're looking for. Like this one, not working. So why is not working? Ano ibig sabihin yan? Dinner. No? In Sofitel, kung nga. So when you say this one, what will be our mindset from now on? Thank God it's not working. Kasi pag may problem, may pera. That's why may pera tayo ngayon. Okay? So not working. So you need to interpret. So as a tech support, what you need to do. So you need to resolve this. Okay? Okay? From now on, you need to resolve this. You need to read. Not recognize. So let's translate in Pinoy. Not recognize. Hindi niya maintindihan. Okay? Ibig sabihin, does not exist. Okay? Bakit does not exist? Kasi hindi pa tayo nag-install ng Hyper-V. We haven't installed Hyper-V. Okay? So we need to install. Do not forget, this is the first step. This is the first step. Huh? Install Windows feature, Hyper-V, include management tools. So I'll tell you what is Hyper-V. Hyper-V is the hypervisor which manage the resource such as compute, network, and storage. The one I discussed into virtualization. Another example, Hyper-V is the translator of physical to virtual. Another example is the the um, the the uh, the hyperconverged can be shared into multiple resources. They could be sharing. So let's say you have 4 CPU, can be shared among 32 servers. Okay? Okay. Include management tools. Yeah, you need to include this one. So you can have GUI. So you have desktop experience. So you can have management like when you click this one, there's a management tool. Okay. Okay. Without this, you won't be able to know what are the tools. Okay. So that's the command. Now, if you want manual, some students are asking, sir, how do you install manual Hyper-V? So it's like this. Excuse me. Click Windows, Server Manager. Okay, these are the role you want to install. Add roles. Click Next. And then there are two options. First is the server. And if you want to install in desktop, this is for desktop, you select the second option. Since our topic is server, not about desktop, I'm going to select the first one, which means I'm going to add role. Okay. And then where do you want to add roles? I want to add the role in this server. Okay. So you will be seeing multiple server if you have that server. So what do you want to install? I want to install Hyper-V. Okay, Hyper-V. So these are the management tool. Remember, we have this command. Install Windows feature. The name of the role is Hyper-V minus include management tool. So what are the management tool? This is the management tool. So let's call it RSAT. RSAT means remote server admin tool. So it will install PowerShell. Kasi a while ago, right, we're missing the new VHD command. It's not running. So because the PowerShell is not yet installed. Okay? Plus the GUI, the graphical user interface. Every time you install, there should be a RSAT or management. There's a lot of thing called here. It's called RSAT management tool. Okay, do not forget that one. Add features. Click next. Click next. That's all we need to do. Do not select Ethernet. Okay, because we're gonna convert this one into switch later. And then allow the do not allow. So just plain select. I'm accepting default settings. Restart the server if needed. So this will be restarted for changes to take effect. So why do you need to restart? For changes to take effect. You might be wondering, sir, I've been disconnected because the server restarted. Okay. So it will do the usual installation. Installation started, blah, blah, blah. It's installing RSAT, PowerShell, and the GUI. Okay. Remember, you need to reboot this one. It will install PowerShell. ARSA, then wait for a while, be patient. Oh, yun, nag-restart, okay? Automatically, you are disconnected because nga, we selected restart. No? Some students are wondering, sir, I'm disconnected. And then, wait for a few seconds, like 30 seconds.
Ilaw lahat, pero bakit ayaw kumunik?
Baka nakapatay din yung ano.
Yung switch,
Oo.
may ilaw nga lahat, bukas lahat.
Remove mo
Sandali,
siya kayo, boy.
mute ko lang kayo.
Tapos
Sandali,
pag ina-admin password,
mamute ko lang kayo.
ayaw.
Kaya hindi ko kayo
Pinag-connect
makita. Please put silent.
Naka ano yan, nakabukas yung mga computer.
Oo.
We can hear you.
Ang nakita lang sa timer.
Kaya hindi ko kayo ma-mute. Ayun, yun. Sorry, I'm gonna mute you all.
Sorry.
It's okay po. It's okay. Okay, na-mute ba ako? Can you hear me? Hindi ako naka-mute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm connecting now to my Hyper-V. Be patient. During first boot, it will install and copy a lot of files. So you will experience lag. And that's normal. Okay, so you have to be patient. You will be rebooting at the same time for all 76 students. Oh my God. 76 students. There's a lot of students for about 7. Sabay, at the same time, you will be rebooting tomorrow. Okay, you'll experience lag. So don't be surprised why it's slow. Huh? We have about 4 hosts. 4 hosts, host 1, host 2, host 3. There's another one which recently purchased. Okay, so be patient. And then a lot of people are asking here, kahit po sa lower OS, yeah, it's just the same. It wouldn't work in 2012. It will work in 2016, some of the Powershell. Kahit brief explanation lang po, ano po ba pinagkaiba ng Hyper-V sa cloud? Hyper-V sa on-prem data center virtualization. Ang cloud is public service, which means available and hosted to someone else, no, third-party provider. Pas thank God pera. Kailangan mo ba ng VPN to connect? No need for VPN. Sa 2000 yan. Yeah, 2000. Wala username ko po. Alfie, are you here? I'll add Alfie. Alfie. So dito ka, Alfie. Alfie. Are you here, Alfie? Caesar. Okay. So, shall I give this one to you? Okay, you can access this allocation. Please put if you are present. Ganun lang. So these are attendance. So how do you access this? Just go to next.ph, our website, /win. Win. Don't worry, nagbabago yan. And then you will see your name and your allocation. Okay, allocation. Stacy Ernesto 343361. So this is batch 1 and may batch 2, which will start September 1. If you want to edit, no, just click edit. Okay, edit. This is our attendance. Please put present if you are present. Okay, present. O yun, so may AG na. Sino yan? Si Arwin San Gabriel. Ito ka, Arwin. No? So if the spelling of your name is wrong, please update. Okay. So how do you go there? It's really simple. Just go to next.ph/win. Okay? Next.ph/win. Please do not change your classmate's name, ha? Baka magbago yung pangalan. Okay, tapos na ba? Oh my God, starting. Let's wait for a while. So while waiting, please update your name.
Sir, question.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, holiday po bukas. Then nakasked ako ng September 1 to 3. Pwede yung 1 day ko i-start ko tomorrow. Then continue ko yung 2 days ko. If may vacant na host and port bukas.
Bukas? Actually, bukas talaga to.
Yes, sir. Pero nakaschedule ako ng September 1 to 3.
Yeah. Oh, kasi mga late enrollee, they put it here kasi wala nang available.
Pwede ba yun, sir? If may vacant bukas.
Sir, nakamute.
Wala. We can't hear you.
Sorry, nakamute pala ako. I was saying, I was saying, yung we have maxed out the number of servers. So if someone back out, no, I'll let you know. But I'm not sure kung may magba-back out dyan. So if you want to install in your own computer, you only need 6 gig RAM. Now install Hyper-V, then you can, kahit Windows 10, you can install Hyper-V in Windows 10. So how do you install Windows Hyper-V? So just type control, okay, for whoever who want to install Hyper-V in your Windows 10. You can do this in your laptop, okay? So control, programs. If you can see, turn Windows features on or off. Okay, and then you will see Hyper-V. Can you see this one, Hyper-V? Just select this one. And then reboot. Reboot. You can do this on your own anytime you want. Okay. You have Hyper-V na. That's all you need. That's all you need. So you don't have to follow this schedule. But I want you to put present. If you're present, huh? How do you edit? Click editing. Click editing. And then once available, yun, present. Dami. Present. So if I see something Jadi hindi present, I'll give this slot to someone else. Or Ramil, I'll give it to someone else. Okay? Kasi
Hello, sir.
iba hindi available.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Paano yung mag-access sa site, sir? Next
Yan,
dot
sa chat natin, I put the website, how to access. Ito, ayan. Just scroll up.
Okay.
Next
Kita ko na, sir.
ph.win. And then please, when you do, actually, you can do the lab mamaya after nito. Kasi I'm gonna give this one to you now, later. So just put project 1 completed, project 2 completed, project 3 completed. I just want to know the status, no? Kasi nga guaranteed learning. I want to make sure everyone learns, okay?
So yung present ba ngayon yan?
Sorry, Alen?
Yung present na nakalagay ngayon yan?
Yeah. That means they're here.
Yung JADI file ko na sir, nandito eh.
Sorry, ano yan?
Yung JADI file ko na yan, sinabi mo. Mention mo kasi ako eh.
Jadibal. Sorry, what's that? You're there. Yeah.
Yes.
So I have to refresh this one kasi hindi pa to updated. So
Pero gamit ko ibang email kasi baka kaya hindi nag-ano dyan.
Yeah, that's okay. You can log in anyone. Anyone can log in. Just put
Ba't
present.
sa akin wala pa?
Edit. You mean your name is not here? Anong name? Ano yung name, bossing?
William Moore.
William Moore? Kailan po kayo nag-enroll? Ayun, no? Villaflor?
William Moore. 3367 nakita ko.
3367, 3367. This one.
Ayan, yan.
Nandiyan
Pero
ka.
hindi pa ako present.
Lagay mo present. Hindi. Re-refresh ko. Hindi lang ako refresh.
Ano, hindi pa ako naka-access dyan.
Click editing. So, they'll be viewing. Click editing. Yan. Okay, let's move on. Paano ma-access test environment? Explain ko later. Kasi if I give now, you wouldn't listen here. So, makinig muna tayo. So, tapos na ba? Restarting. Okay, be patient, ha? Restarting. So, I'll explain the project 1. So, tapos na yan eh. So, lesson 2 na tayo. So, what is Windows PowerShell? While waiting, Windows PowerShell is a command line shell and scripting language created by Microsoft, which allows you to automate tasks. So what is PowerShell? To automate tasks. So don't define anything else because it will be confusing. No? Task automation. What do you automate? You automate deployment, you automate installation, you automate creation of users, you automate configuration management, change of the, and so on. Millions of tasks. If you're doing manual tasks, it's kind of slow and difficult. Okay, so I'm telling you, most of the engineers, instead of hiring 4 engineers, they'd rather hire one intelligent one because it's cheaper. They can do the task of 4 engineers. Okay. Now, what are the tools of this DevOps? Well, PowerShell, number 1. PowerCLI, Java, YAML, JSON, Docker, ang dami, so many things. Windows PowerShell commandlets execute PowerShell command prompt or combine into script. So what is script? Script is a combination of commandlet. What is commandlet? Commandlet is one-liner PowerShell command. Commandlets are small command, which is one line, which perform just one task. Scripts perform multiple tasks. Okay, easy to understand, right? Commandlets can be piped, meaning can be joined, can be aggregated to perform multiple operations. Let's say task number 1, create a virtual hard drive. Task number 2, power on the virtual machine. Task number 3, change the IP address. Okay, multiple tasks. Modules. What are modules? Modules commandlets specific to a product are packaged together and installed as module. Remember a while ago when I tried new VHD, there's an error because I haven't installed the modules, which means every time you do installation, you have to make sure that the module is installed. Okay, what module was not installed? Hyper-V. Okay, that's why I installed Hyper-V. Okay, tagal naman restarting. So modules, some are installed, default installed, some are not. So I need to add manually. What is ICE? ICE, Integrated Shell Environment. Okay, so 1 sec, I'm just gonna examine the Hyper-V. I'm just gonna check the server. Connect lang ako sa cloud. Okay, so after reboot, you should be seeing Hyper-V by typing virtmgmt.msc. Then click launch, or you can create a shortcut. So if you click, again, there's another way to open. Click Windows Start, and then if you cannot find it, should be under Hyper-V, under Windows Explorer. Okay, more, open file location. In Hyper-V, right click, send to desktop. Okay, gets it? So I created a shortcut, so you don't have to type virtmgmt. So this is Hyper-V. What is Hyper-V? It translates the physical resources. It shares the resources such as CPU, compute, network, and storage. So we gonna create storage. So this is the console. This is the name of my Hyper-V. All virtual machine will be appearing here, and these are the checkpoints or snapshots, meaning backup, but it's not really backup. If you want to revert back to the original settings, just go to checkpoints. Am I mute? Can you hear me? And details if the service booting up. Then these are the networking. So the first thing you need to do is create a switch. Remember kanina? We need to create switch, okay? And then we're gonna create storage, and then we're gonna create the server using CPU. May question dito. No, you don't download Hyper-V. Hyper-V is free. So I already shown you how to install Hyper-V. You don't need to download, okay? So please listen carefully. And don't worry, this is recorded. You can replay. So habang upload videos, yes, upload natin video. Actually, marami kaming past lesson. Marami kaming past lesson nasa YouTube na. Uploaded na. No? Ito. Punta lang kayo dito sa YouTube namin. Next Society Training Center. Like, share, and subscribe videos. And playlist. May playlist dito ng Windows. You can see this one. Fundamentals. Napakadami. Windows. Then from the very beginning, module 1, module 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, napakadami. Please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you will get the latest module. Okay? It's available. Okay? Ayun, tama si Justin. If you want to install sa Windows 10, Windows 11, mahirap ang Windows 11. I'm gonna stick to Windows 10. Control panel, turn on Windows feature, yun lang. Okay. And if you want to know how do you do that, just replay this video tomorrow. Okay? So, going back to the topic, first thing you need to enable, listen, please, listen, a switch. Remember, wala tayong switch. Go to Virtual Switch Manager. So, what are the virtual switch? So, there are 3 types of virtual switches. External, if you want to connect the virtual machine to the internet. Okay? So, it creates a virtual switch. So, gagawa siyang switch which connects to your network card, and your NIC will connect to your switch. Hence, you have a direct connect to the internet. Internal, only communication from host. This is host. This is our host, which you will be given. From now on, let's call host. What is the host? Host will contain all your virtual machines. Okay? So this is the host. So internal switch can connect host to virtual machine. Private VM to VM only, which means server 1 can only communicate to server 2 and 3, but cannot communicate to host, and there's no communication to the outside world. Okay? Kinig kayo. Oh, again, what is external? Justin? Anybody? So from time to time, I'm doing reality check.
If you're going to connect from the internet.
Galing yan ang Nexus student. Yan ang Nexus student. Okay. Earl, what is internal switch? Internal. Or si Harold na lang, Harold. Si James. How about James? What is internal switch? Actually, ito niya, no? Create switch from physical to the virtual. Meaning, ito ba? Internal meaning connection between host and virtual machine. Okay? Private VM to VM. Again. External connects to internet. Tama. Justin, tama. Private VM to VM, internal host to VM. Okay? So, we're gonna create. Ito, maraming naliligaw. A lot of people get lost. What do we need to create? We need communication between the host and the virtual machine. So, I'm gonna select internal. Okay? Internal, huh? Then the name of the switch should be Nexus switch because the one I created in our script is Nexus switch. If you, so let's say, let's open PowerShell, run as admin, and it's under labs, and it's not PowerShell, it's written in text format, so you won't accidentally execute the command. So this is our first project. Okay, so we're gonna create a VM, create VM that will connect to the Nexus switch. So if you did not name this as Nexus switch, you're gonna have lots of problems. All right? So stick to the constant, meaning constant defined Nexus switch. Okay, so we have a switch. So how do you check the adapter? Get net adapter. The name of adapter is Ethernet. Okay, Ethernet 0. Then I just created a switch. What's the name of the switch? Nexus switch. All right,
Yes, sir.
that's how you check. 10 gigabit. Oh my God. Question.
Sorry to cut you off, sir.
That's okay.
Regarding the sa may GUI na pinakita mo how to create a switch, do we have any option there to also enable VLANs or, if
Teka,
you
hindi
want
ko
to
ma-
separate?
Sorry, asa yung volume ko? Sorry, ang hina ng volume. Sandali. How do I get us sa volume? Ba't kasi nandito yung volume ko? Ay, kaya pala. Hello, hello. Yeah, sorry, can you say again?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Ayan, yan, yan.
Okay.
Naku, na-record yata sa iba yung mic. Okay, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So, for the switch creation, yung pinakita mo kanina, dun din ba makikita yung VLAN for every switch if you wanna, segregate yung nick o yung setting for this VM and
Yeah.
so on?
Yeah, you can see it here since I created a virtual switch manager, internal. So these are the options, internal. And if you want to enable VLAN,
Oh,
let's
okay.
say, for traffic to be isolated in VLAN 100, let's say management VLAN, you can do so. Okay.
Okay.
But you have to add all the VM to VLAN 100. So that's a good answer.
Okay.
So as of now, wala mo ng VLAN, flat. Okay, flat. But it's a good practice to have VLAN to isolate the broadcast. Okay, so what is broadcast? CCNA ko di-discuss. Hindi ko muna discuss dito. Okay, so we have a switch. How do you verify the switch? Get net adapter. Okay, positive. Another way to verify is by going to control panel. Go to networking. So initially you only have a network card which connected to the Ethernet, and initially that's only. After creating the switch, you will get this one. Okay. So we have a switch. Next, we have to create a hard drive. Remember a while ago, we don't have, the new VHD is not working, right? Because the module was not installed. Now let's verify if the module is installed. Ayun. Excuse me. So install in PowerShell. Okay? PowerShell for Hyper-V. Okay. If you don't have to take notes at the and if you want to take notes, it's up to you. But this is recorded. Okay, and we have more than 10 recorded session, similar topic. Okay, so change directory to the virtual machine, and there should be since I switched to another server kasi, so nawala dito yung, I lost the 3 servers, 3 folders. How do you create 3 folder? You can just copy this. No? Same task over and over. Done. Okay, tapos na. Okay. So the second thing we need to do is create hard drive. Okay, if you cannot see, I'll try to make it larger, adjustable. This is adjustable. Do not read books muna. I'm explaining stuff. Okay, so we're gonna create the hard drive. Hard drive. The command is new VHD. Did you notice it's autocomplete? Autocomplete. Ulitin ko. I'll repeat. New. What do you want to type? VHD. So PowerShell usually start with verb. So if you want to add, you type add, action word. If you want to install, action word. Action word. No? If you want to remove, action word. Okay. If you want to create new, what do you want? What new you want to create? I want to create virtual hard drive. Okay. Press space bar. Option switch. What's the name of the virtual hard drives? Just you can type name straight away. Okay, so that's how you construct PowerShell commandlet. And then computer name or either name, pwede rin a name. Now, what will be the name of the server? Server 1. Okay. Again, what is the name of the server? Server 1. And then how much memory? So dito, you don't have to think. Just the option will be presented to you. So what are the options? How do you display the option? Press space bar. Type hyphen. So these are the options. You don't even need the book because all the options are here. And it's very self-explanatory. What are path? Path is the location, parent path of the mother operating system, size bytes, size of the hard drive. Okay. So now I'm going to define the memory startup bytes. Sorry. I'm dito pa lang pala ako. Okay. New server 1. Sorry, new VHD. I'm gonna create VHD under the path of VM. It's autocomplete. See? Press enter. What will be the name of the hard drive? Name of the hard drive will be /server1, of course. and VHDX. VHDX meaning dynamically expanding as the demand grows. No? Okay, then close. So that's how you create virtual hard drive. That drive will be mounted to a parent. Parent contains the mother operating system. Okay?
Sir, excuse me.
Go
Hindi po
ahead.
ba case sensitive yung ano, yung
Hindi
mga
naman.
okay lang po yan.
Okay lang yan, yes.
Okay,
Password
thank
lang
you.
can sensitive.
Okay.
So if you can see, if I type hash, automatic, it will be presented to you. So you want, so minimal na ang error. Usually the error will be typographical. Okay? So this will create virtual hard drive. So that's done. We created a virtual hard drive with 4 kilobytes size. File size is 4 gig yata. No? Location is this one and the name of the computer. Okay? So to physically examine, just go to a VM server 1. That's the hard drive. Okay, so we created the hard drive, initially 4 megabyte. And will expand dynamically. That's why it's called VHTX as the data grows. So I'll show you when the data grows. Okay. Now, to automate this thing, we're going to be using the same code. Okay, so it's an infrastructure as a code, meaning you can build this infrastructure by recycling the code. We can build server 2, server 3 by using the same code, different variables. Okay. So all you need to do is change the variable from server 1 to server 2. That's all. Napakadali. It's an easy task. Okay. So one good thing about infra as a code is you can build server quickly. Okay. So that's it. So I have 3 hard drives. Okay. 3 hard drives. Since we have a hard drive, I'm going to create a virtual machine. If you notice, there's no virtual machine. So I'm going to create quickly. No? So listen, this is going to happen so quick. You will see the virtual machine up and running. Up and running. How that happened? So how do you create? So I'm going to explain one by one the command to create a new virtual machine, new VM. Those are the switches. Can you see the switches? Generation, boot device, path, long, what else? What else? Paulit-ulit lang yan. New VM, I'm just following this. Okay, new VM, the name of the virtual machine. It will be server 1. I'm going to assign memory, startup bytes, meaning initially it will have 4 gigabyte. Okay, that's 4 gig, 2 gigabyte. And where is the location of the virtual hard drive? I'm going to point to C colon. Remember the VM located in server 1 folder. And we created the VHDX, automatic. If it doesn't appear, just press back. No, press back. New VM. Name of the VM. Server 1. Yung mga nagchat-chat, please use your mic na kasi I'm looking in 3 monitors. I cannot see all. You can speak up. Location of VHD path is under C colon. See, autocomplete. The path, server 1, the name of the VHDX, hindi lumabas, diba? It didn't appear. Back, press slash, there you go. Okay? And then attach the virtual machine to a switch called Nexus switch. Remember, we created a switch. And this VM will be attached to Nexus switch. Okay. Enter. We created the VM. So this is the VM. Server 1 is off. Edit. 2 gig RAM, 1 CPU. So it's gonna be slow. Later, I'm gonna use PowerShell to automate this thing to have 2 CPU, and memory will be dynamic. Why do you need dynamic? So you can save a lot of memory. Try to imagine if you have 6 gig times 10, 60 gigabyte utilize. If you enable dynamic, no, it will tame down probably to 512. So you can share other memory to other customers. Okay, so that's why dynamic. Okay, so I will do that one programmatically, but I've shown you how to do it manually. Okay, so ganun ang tema. Manual, automatic. Manual, automation. Manual, automation. Ganun. Okay, let's do it automatically. So let's say, for example, I find the virtual machine to be slow. So I'm gonna increase and set the VM. Can you see the switch? Those are the switch. What VM you want to modify? The name of the VM is server 1, right? I would like to increase the processor count from 1 to 2. Okay. Then startup bytes to be 2 gigabyte, 2048 gigabyte. MB, okay? Then I want dynamic memory. I already explained what is dynamic. Dynamic. So the dynamic memory will be starting bytes is 512 only. Meaning if there are no services running, you can trim down the RAM to 512. Then it can go up to a maximum of memale. Something wrong. Because if you can see the format, usually typographical error. Because I'm typing as I explained. So if you do this one, something's wrong. So you have to go back to the script. Check the name of the script. Okay, let's check. So set VM, server 1, processor 2, memory startup bytes, dynamic memory. Tama naman. Memory minimum bytes, 512. Maximum byte, tama naman. So let's press enter. O, tama pala. So what happened? I increased the CPU to 2. Oh, can you see that? Initially it was 1. And enable dynamic starting from 512. Okay? Next, we have to start the VM. The command is very simple. Try to imagine I'm starting your server, 80 server at the same time. No? So this is the command. What do you want to start? The name of the server. If you can see, off. If you can see, there's nothing here, nothing booting up. Okay. So once I started, you will see it's booting up. Okay. The first thing you'll do, attach, then boot up. And enter, running. You can see running. You can see from here, booting up. You can see, you can connect to the console. So this is the console. It's trying to attach to the parent. And since it's attaching, it's trying to copy server 1, copy to our differential drive. You can see expanding. That's why it's VHDX, dynamic expanding, since it's copying minor configuration to the VHDX. Okay, but the parent OS is already there. Kita nyo? You can see it's increasing. So that's why it's called VHDX, dynamically expanding. So you have to wait until it's finished. And with 70 students expanding at the same time, you will experience lag. Okay, don't worry, yung lag na yan will be during installation. Pero once installed, it will be much faster. 2 gigabyte copied. So this is the difference from the master. Okay, so post installation, you have to do post installation. Just click next. Do this later. Skip the product key. You only have 3 days anyway. Accept the license. And password. Please do not deviate. One welcome bang. Okay, so I can log into your machine. So I can log into your machine and help you troubleshoot. If you don't know the password, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, finish. That's it. You have your Windows operating system. Okay, so we have one server up and running. Now what are we gonna do with the rest? So we have to build 2 more. Remember in project 1, we need to build server 1, 2, 3. Okay, so ito na. As part of DevOps team, I'm gonna automate everything. Okay, for easier deployment and quick deployment. So just run this one. Remember, we don't have hard drive. Okay, run this one. Infra as a code. You build using code. Okay, nag-error siya. Nag-error. So you have to read this one. Again.
Create ka na kanina, sir.
Naka-create na ako. Yung duplicate. Usually, duplicate copy. Sorry. So that's okay. Ayun, no? Meron na. Naka-create na pala ako. Thank you. Yun na. So sabi dito, interpret natin. Failed to create. Basta hanapin nyo, duplicate. Exist already. Okay. Sometimes, ang error will not give you an exact scenario. Kasi may duplicate. Hindi niya sinabi, duplicate copy. Hindi ko makita. Ganun. So, the error is, the file already exists. Yun ang error. Okay, so next, we're gonna create the server 2 and 3 and power on at the same time.
Sir, sa PowerShell ba, pwede ka mag-run ng command sa yung multiple line?
Yeah, that's called script. So, ayan, 2, 3. So, running, up and running, 2 and 3. Oops, nag-error. Ba't nag-error yung 3? Okay, do not be surprised bakit ayaw mag-power on kasi sabay-sabay ko ginawa. Okay? So, naubusin siya ng RAM. Sabi dito, run out of memory. So, you have to be patient. You have to wait until this one is up and running. You can see, it went to 6 megabyte. Okay? And server 2, it's booting up. That's why it maxed out the RAM. So, booting up pa yan. If you right-click console, booting up. Okay? So, be patient. And then, wait for a few seconds kasi maubusan ka ng RAM. Then, you can start right away. Okay? A few seconds. Okay? Yun, no? Can you see that? Can you see that one? Okay, two server at the same time. Now we're gonna leave this one since it's booting up. Okay, that's done. So we have 3 servers. 1, 2, 3. Provisioning. Later on, they'll be finished and we're gonna do post-installation task. Go ahead.
Sa pag-install ba ng VM, kailan pa ba ng installer? Or ikakopy niya lang yung sa parent niya?
Yun nga, we have 3 options. Kakopy mo lang sa parents. So we have 2 options. You can boot up from DVD or you can boot up from USB na may ISO that has an ISO using Rufus. The one I created is using Hyper-V. So we have a master. We just attach to the master.
Okay, sir.
Yan. So post-installation task, you have to put an IP address, remember, back to the drawing board. We need to put that 21, 22, and 23. Okay, so that's our project. So skip this part. You don't need a license. This is good for 60 days. Accept. Put the password. Same thing.
Sir, question, do we have the list of the errors dun sa reference book natin or is this something
Wala.
available sa Google?
The error can be interpreted by when you read this one. And usually, if you want to Google, it's very easy. So just copy this one. Ganun lang na. Copy mo yan. Google mo na yan. Ano naman Google? Okay. List of error. There are millions of errors. It's easy to understand since we are only in basic. So let's say gusto mong i-Google. Yeah, it's okay, Google. Wala kasing browser. Should be using Windows 10. So this one will ask a lot of questions because I'm using server. So not enough memory. Yeah, should present to you by Microsoft. Usually I go to Microsoft knowledge base. Hanapin yung Microsoft. Look for Microsoft. But there's so many error. Yeah, not enough memory. So it will tell you. Okay. Answers, not enough memory. Yeah. So it's easy to understand. Walang memory. Yun lang. But if you cannot interpret, it's better to Google. Okay. Remember, Google, Microsoft database, they kept on updating every day. So there might be errors that you haven't encountered. So it's okay. Even if you're level 4 engineer, you Google. Okay, it's not written in the book because book will be outdated. KB, normally KB is updated every seconds, hundreds of database. What can be true today, tomorrow it's different story. So that's why they keep on updating. Okay, so we have 3 server finish. So we're gonna be doing post installation tasks. I'm gonna go to server 1. And the first task is put IP address. Okay, dito you have to be patient. If you log in at the same time, actually it's fast na. Our server is using NVMe with 3 GB per sec transfer rate. This is the fastest you can have. It's faster than a physical server. And then computer IP address. How do you put IP address? Just go to a network card. So I'm doing manual thing, manual. Go to Ethernet, put IP address. Then that one, sorry. Then that one, sorry. Okay, subnet mask /8. Default gateway. DNS will be itself. That's why 21. So 21 is for server 1. Okay.
Hello po, question po.
Go ahead.
Out of nowhere lang, yung difference po ng IPv4 versus IPv6.
IPv6 is 128-bit addressing, which can give you more trillions of trillions IP addresses. IPv4 is 32-bit, which can give you 4.3 billion IP addresses. Okay. They're running out of IPv4 since it's limited to 3 billion only. And each user is having 2 devices. So eventually they'll run out of IPv4. And when you power on your cell phone, you can see you have IPv6 because it can cater to trillions of IP services. All right.
So yung DNS ng 10.2.22.
Ayun, mali. Galing. So yeah, no? He has a keen eye. I intentionally put the wrong DNS. 21 ang ating DNS. Okay? Our DNS will be 21. Server 1. Server 3, 23. All right. 21. Test. Wait. We need to rename the server. How do you rename? Right click. Did you see that? Right click. Server 1. Rename. Server 1. Okay. Then reboot. So you only have 2 tasks. Put IP address. Put IP address. Rename. Reboot. Tatlo pala. 3 tasks. Again. Put IP address. Rename. Right click. System. 3 tasks. You notice it didn't hang. It just waiting for threads to become available. Queuing. It's queuing. Okay. Server 2. Reboot. That's all. Server 3. Right click. Start bar. System. It's queuing. It's not hanging. It's queuing. Well, actually hanging. It's just the same. Rename. This will happen tomorrow. Huh? You are about 70 students. Server 3. Sanity check. You have to always check from the console because it'll be confusing. Which one is 1, 2, or 3? You check from the console. This is console. Okay. So how do you log in? Click Control Alt Del. So you have to be patient. Just wait, because it's rebooting. log into just one, server one, okay? And try to ping. Naka-on ba camera ko? We are about 79 students. Ang dami ah. Where's the cam? I'm looking for cam.
Short question lang.
Go ahead.
Going back. Ano yung mga modules na kailangan natin i-install when creating the virtual or the Hyper-V?
Yun, yung kanina na-discuss ko. When creating a virtual machine, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here in our lab, yun mga kailangan. Yung the one I explain. Saan na ba yun? So we have Sonic client module. We install Windows feature, remember? Manual, ginawa, I created using manual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you have to replay back this video. Okay. So that's the first one. Now, if you notice it's not responding, all you need to do is repeat the command, include. I'm looking for include. Ay, lumabas. So sometimes it happen. Include management tools. Tama ba? So it will say completed. Kasi it's already been installed. Okay, it's already installed. So that's the PowerShell version. Next, you need to create the folder. Next, you have to create the, that's why said, no change needed. Is it successful? Yes. Do you need to restart? No, because it's already installed manually. So again, steps. Step 1, install Windows feature, install Hyper-V. Step 2, create folder. So I think these are the stuff we need to do. Create hard drive. Step 3, create virtual machine. Step 4, create a virtual machine and power on. Then step 7, log into the VM using this credential. Next step is change the IP address. Okay? Talagang step by step. You wouldn't get lost. Okay? So if you want to elevate the level, not necessarily. So you can have a God mode. Okay? Elevation of level. If you want to change the time zone to Philippine, kasi as of now, it's showing 10:52. What time in Philippines right now?
10:52. 8:52.
8:52, no? So this is Australian time zone.
8:52.
So I'm gonna change to Australia, Philippine. Tama. 8:52. Can you see the time? Can you see it?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, nag-change. So this is the command to. And if you wanna rename the computer, congratulations, you have installed Windows 2019. Okay, I'm doing post installation. I jump into server 1, as you can see. Server 1. I'm gonna ping 2 and 3. So ping server 1. Sorry, tama, server 1 is mine. Now disable IPv4 kasi pang palitot. This will confuse you. No, disable IPv4 if you want to. If not, that's okay. Ping server 2. I want to make sure up and running all the 3 servers. Huh? You cannot ping. Ay!
Nakacaps yung S.
Not enough memory. So you have to check. No, it should have 6 gig. 6 gig ako. 6 gig. Okay. But ako not enough memory. This is only like 1.5, 4.7. Yeah, there's memory. So let's check the setting. 1.5 only. Yeah, you should start. What about this? Settings. Let's make this 1 gig. So how do you change the RAM? So troubleshoot, troubleshoot niya. So first you have to shut down. Kasi we need server 2 eh. Start. Uy, that's weird. I need to reboot. So if that thing happened, you have to reboot everything. But anyway, we perform all the post-installation tasks. So that's all you need. You have to put IP address. You have to put IP address and rename the computer and then reboot. That's all. So that's module 1. Any question about module 1?
None so far, sir.
Okay, I already explained RSAT. Okay, so we're gonna go for a break. Let's go for a 10-minute break, and we're gonna resume after the break. Module 2, Active Directory Administration. So first lesson, we need to learn what is AD, Forest Domain Replication, Sign-in Process, Replication Process. So AD composed of both logical and physical. AD meaning Active Directory, Directory Services. They have logical component which taken from the physical component. Like DC, they have 4 partitions. DC has a database schema, meaning the structure of that database such as columns and rows. That columns and rows in conjunction with the data store which stores the database. So isa-isa natin, we're gonna discuss one by one. So first of all, what is ADDS? ADDS, okay? ADDS object composed of users, groups, and computers. So if I mention objects, automatically these are users, groups, and computers. User is the unique person, unique employee, single entity. Group is a combination of multiple users, no? Multiple aggregated identity. Computer objects, these are computer servers, laptops, and other devices. In group objects, there are 2 types, security and distribution. The difference between the two, distribution normally used in email blasting, no permission. Security, there's a security identifier using hexadecimal, and you can either grant or deny permission using security. Now, there are about 3 scopes. Local, domain local, meaning the permit deny can be granted on individual server, that local computer. Global, meaning the permission can be granted or denied in any computer within the same domain. Okay? And universal, the group scope can be any part of the domain, any server within the same forest. Okay, ulitin natin. Local, in single computer. Global, any computer within a single domain. Universal, multiple domain, single forest. Okay? What is AD forest and domain? When you say forest, this is the security boundary, meaning you live in a, let's say, BGC city. So you can just stay in that city. Okay? The replication will be within BGC. Okay, not in Makati or someone else. Okay. Forest is the first thing you will install in Active Directory. Okay. Domain. What is domain? Domain is a replication boundary. So you can only replicate, propagate, copy. You have permission within the same domain. Admin. Domain is an admin center. You can administer, manage, configure within the same domain. You cannot go to different domain and make configuration. Okay. What does domain provide? Domain main functionality is to authenticate and authorize. Okay, so what's authenticate and authorize? So what's the difference between the two? Authenticates, it will tell you your identity. Authorization is the location you are authorized or not authorized. Okay, so authentication identifies the person who you are. Okay, you're the one requesting legitimate access credentials. So you have these credentials. Okay. And it's a basis for creating security identity. Authorization determines your access. Let's say you purchase a ticket to Cinema 1. That means you are authorized to go to Cinema 1. And eventually, you are not authorized to go to Cinema 2 because you're not permitted to. Okay? Authentication, who you are. Authorization, the location you want to access. Next, trust relationships. TR provides access to resource in a complex environment, such as forest to forest, domain to domain. Let's say you want to access certain file from different domain, different forests. Okay, you have to establish trust, and there are many types of trust. Parent and child. Child will inherit from the parent. Let's say he has full access to nexus.ph. He can be able then to open up, run, configure whatever in that same domain. Another one is tree root. Tree root is the first root domain created in forest. Okay? Ano uli yung forest? Forest, collection of domains. What is domain? Domains is collection of computers. Okay? Now, if you want to automatically, the tree root inherit the parent and the child as well, because this is the first domain you will create. Later, we're going to create a domain. External, if you want to connect to other domain, let's say your IBM.com, and then the laptop maker is Lenovo.com, and you would like to identify how many computer available, you go to Lenovo.com, but you will log in as IBM.com. Okay, so you create an external trust, meaning externally they trusted your credential. Okay, then realm is the actual connectivity between forest to forest. Forest connection is the collection or the security boundary of the same domain. Okay, so there are domains. So if you establish trust, meaning you have given access to your domain, they can access the whole forest, but you have to do that manually. Shortcut is a shortcut trust, which communication between child to another forest, to another child in a different forest. Okay, let's say child video dot let's say makati.video.com, and then suddenly you give access to different forests. Another child, let's say makati.bpi.com. So you bypass the parent. You bypass the parent, you go directly to the child branch, which is another branch of another organization. Okay, of course, BPI and BDO is two different entity, right? They wouldn't trust you to log into their environment. For some reason, they needed something. They needed something. Could be we want to pull up the record of credit card application John Smith. So they will be given trust. They will be given access to that child servers. Okay. Next, OU. What is OU? OU is a container, organizational unit. Use containers to group objects within a domain. You cannot apply GPO to container. Container are used for system objects and as default location. Why do you need to create OU? You create OU to configure object by assigning GPO. Let's say Windows 10 group organizational unit, Windows 11 organizational unit. So I can easily identify between the two operating systems. Let's say I want to deploy a hotfix, which will run Windows 10. So all I need to do, assign to the OU, okay, to apply that fix. But not to Windows 11, because they have a different hotfix, right? Another example, if the person is working in sales, but not in management, so you have to segregate the user to different organizational unit, okay? So you use the OU to apply group policy. Next is the schema. So what is schema? So dito na what is schema? Schema. We're gonna do it one by one. Schema. Schema is the database structure. Okay. If you know database, there are rows, columns. Let's say this is the rows, home phone. So this is the database name. And then the column description, it describes what the home phone is. And the attribute contains the telephone number. Isa pa, one more. What is network address? So this is the schema, the name of the table, for example, or the row. So what does network address contains? It contains 10.1.1.21. So that's the attribute. Okay, yung value. So may value yung row. Okay, schema is a blueprint, database blueprint. Overview of replication. Within Active Directory, infra, standard DC, replicate AD info by using multi-master replication models. How do they propagate database? As I've mentioned a while ago, we're going to have two Active Directory, one in server 1, second AD is on server 2. How they propagate? That's the question. How they copy to each other? They copy using multi-master, which means everyone is a master. Everyone a master, meaning server 1 can push database update to server 2. Server 2 can download database from server 1. Both are master. They can send and receive at the same time. Okay? So that's multi-master. AD data is separated logically into several partitions. So meron siyang partition. Config partition, which contains how AD connects to another AD, and many more. Schema partition contains the database structure. Let's say login ID, administrator, okay, date created, August 28, something like that. And there are domain partition. So domain partition contains configuration about how domain are connected. And there's an optional partition, which is application partition. If they have SQL partition, it will contain configuration on how to connect to another application. Okay, so application more on apps level like SQL, domain config, database structure, how AD connect to each other, and how they replicate. Okay? Characteristic of replication, there are in a very large environment, simple environment is multi-master, where anybody can replicate. So can you see this one? This database, propagate, copy, delete at the same time. Okay, multi-master. Everyone a master. There is a pool-based. Let's say server 2 can only download from server 1, but he cannot push update. Let's say someone changed password here. They won't be able to do that. Okay, they can only do from server 1. There's a characteristic of store and forward, meaning the database can be forwarded and save, forwarded and save, forwarded and save, store and forward. There's a data store partitioning. So there's a special, if you can see, there's a slice. Let's say I would like to propagate admin group only. Okay, so you're partitioning. I would like to exclude password policy replication, meaning the password will not be replicated. Okay, so data store partitioning. There's an autogen, automatic generation of topology. The moment we install 1 and 2, they are propagating. Automatic generate. I didn't do anything. No? There's an attribute level. Let's say from server 1, my first name, last name. Server 2, first name, last name. Then suddenly someone updated the last name. Okay, and you don't want to propagate changes of last name from server 1 to server 2. So you only update, let's say, the schema, but not the attribute. Okay, in content. You can exclude the content. Another one is distinct control of inter-site replication. They have special site replication policy. Let's say, one example, password should not be changed here, or password cannot be replicated for security reason. And there's another characteristic such as collision detection and management. Let's say two admin at the same time change first name. They change first name here. They change first name here. From Rika, no? Girl, Rika. Then someone changed here. Rika rin. Same name, no? Yung pala Ricardo. What will happen? What will happen if someone changes at the same time? There's an automatic collision detection. So who will win? The one with the latest date stamp. Okay, the one with the latest update. Right? Who will win? The one with the latest update. How do you do the detect collision? The one with the latest update. Okay? Any question about replication? Anybody? Let's say sabay nag-replicate. What will happen? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Naka-audio ba ako? Someone told me walang
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Meron ba?
I can hear you.
Yeah, maybe nakamute tayo ng break time. Okay? If you say something sa desk na timer, countdown, nakamute yan. Okay, anybody, what is collision detection?
Pag may dalawang nag-edit at the same time,
Correct. No? Who will win?
Latest
Yeah,
date
tama.
stamp.
The one with the latest date stamp. Okay, it's easy. Can't you hear Miss John Austin? Just John Austin na niya. John Austin.
Sir, question. Regarding the timestamp, is that from the host or dun sa server na
Sa
kung saan-
database. Yeah.
Sa DB. Okay.
Okay, someone's asking, John Austin, what protocol nag-run yung our applications? LDAP, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol for Windows. Huh?
Sir, question, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, about replication, sir. Like, halimbawa, sir, sa data, halimbawa, meron kang gina-process na data, sir. Like, server 1 and server 2 to, sir, live yung replication yun, sir.
Yeah, live. I'll make a demonstration. So I will create 100 users. Makikita mo, within few seconds, 100 users propagated here. That means it's a multi-master connection. No?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So next, sign-in process. When you log into the Windows server, what's really happening? Napaka low level nito, no? Talagang detailed. It's really detailed. Let's say server 1. Server 1 is for testing, for testing. When you log in, let's say user 1, you will provide username, password, username, account. You will be authenticated in server 1. The DC, the domain, will send you back TGT. TGT is ticket, granting ticket, meaning you'll be given a ticket. That ticket will apply to access. Let's say you have access to server 2. Hence, you will be given access to server 2. Okay, that DHT will apply access and return back here, and he will know that you have permission to access. Napakasimple. Okay. Lesson 2, how do you deploy Active Directory? So install domain controller from server manager. This is the manual. There are 3 options. Add domain control to an existing. If you have an existing, let's say for the first time, there's no forest. So the first thing you need to do is add new forest. That forest will be the first domain in the forest eventually. Let's say you put this one neil.com or johnaustin.com. Okay, justin.com or what else? Earn.com. Okay, so that will be the first domain in the forest. If you select the second option, add new domain, this will be a child domain. Okay, let's say Banco de Oro, they have a branch in BGC, bgc.bdo.com. That's a branch, which is child. Makati.bdo.com is a child. Okay, which you can manage the propagation. Okay, a DC, that's what we're going to do. We're going to add another additional controller. Hence, on the first one, we're gonna select this one and create nexus.local domain. On the second server, we're gonna select this because we're going to add DC to nexus.local. All right. So that will be our project 2. Install AD, navigate to AD, create object. We're gonna use PowerShell. Okay, so first of all, what is before we go here, I would like to create Active Directory. So please do not be confused. You always need, this is server 1. Do everything on server 1. You always need ICE. What is ICE? I've explained it a while ago. ICE is the integrated shell environment, which you can run the PowerShell. Server 1, make sure server 1, 2, 3 are running. And they can ping each other. Huh? They can ping. So without the proper host name, there should be sequence. Huh? Without the host name, without IP, your installation will not be successful. Okay? And that one is expanding. So please wait for a while. If you can observe from VM server 1, 4.2 gigabyte. Huh? So you have to be patient. Okay, there are many ways to install Active Directory. One is via PowerShell. You can open the file. So if the script is not appearing, just go view, show script pane. Okay, file. I want file open. Or you can open the file. Ito pala. Nasa host. This is our project number 2. Okay. Install Active Directory. So how do you install? Okay, first we're gonna do manual. So I'm gonna go start button, server manager. So this is the manual step. Wait for this one to finish. Add roles. Okay, so I've already explained this one between the two, server and the desktop. And then where do you want to install Active Directory? That's a question. Okay, install in .21. What do you want to install? I want to install Active Directory, domain services. Okay, and it will install the RSAT or include management tools in PowerShell. Click next. Very straightforward. Next, restart the server 1. If needed, then click installation. So it will do a validation first. Okay, validation. You will check if the requirements are met. The requirements is you should have static IP and host name. Okay, installation started. Am I recording? Yeah, recording. Then while waiting, I'm gonna log into server 2. We always log in using console. Okay, console, not RDP. First thing you need to do sa server in server 1 is you need to join this one to the domain. You cannot do anything unless this one is joined to the domain. So I'm gonna do a sanity check. I want to make sure I can reach server 1. So how do I do that? Anybody? Connectivity check, basic check. How will I
Ping.
know? Ping lang, ping. Very basic na. So just simple ping will do. Ping server. Host name, if you can see, it's IPv6 responding. So if I were you, I'm gonna disable that one because it's confusing. It doesn't give me the IPv4. So disable IPv6. We don't need IPv6. This is just private. You don't need IPv6 pag private. Well, iba kailangan. If you can see this, you cannot identify the IP address, right? So since I disable, ako pala server 2. Since I disable, it will give me the correct IP. Okay? How about server 3? Okay, it's giving me the correct IP. Okay? I'm in server 2. I was able to connect to both. Okay. Next, after installation, there's an option to promote for this to become a domain controller. Now, as I mentioned a while ago, this will be our first domain in the first forest. Hence, I will select add new forest. Now, please stick to the naming convention Nexus Local. Because all throughout the lesson, we will be using Nexus Local. Okay? And then it will do validation, and then I will check every requirements if requirement has been met. Forest functional, it has backward compatibility even if you're using 2016. And if you select 2012, it has backward compatibility to 2012, but you are not using the full functionality. Okay? As much as possible, lahat dapat can go backward lang to 2016. Okay. DNS, it will install DNS to resolve host name. It's one of the requirement in Active Directory. And global catalog for easier searching of objects. What are objects? Anybody? Anthony? Objects, users, computers. Okay.
Users.
And users, computers, and groups. So please use the same password for easier troubleshooting if you ask me. DNS delegation cannot be found because it doesn't exist. That's why we select, there's a DNS installation option. Click next. NetBIOS can be resolved using Windows XP and Windows 7. Some of the legacy application still running, they still have Windows 7. So the purpose of NetBIOS, it will be backward compatible to Windows 7 and Windows XP. He doesn't recognize .local or .com. He can only recognize 11 characters. Database, the data store will be saved to the default location. We will go to that location and review your settings. Click next, and then it will do a prerequisite check if all requirements has been met. So I'll give it a while. No, give coffee muna, coffee. So later on, I'm gonna run a video. I hope na you have your picture here so we can post your face. No? Pass successfully, click install. So it will do validation pa rin. He's saying the default security setting is NT4, allow cryptography to backward. Even if you're using NT4, it's a backward compatibility. Waiting for DNS installation before installing AD, should have a DNS. Kahit single DNS. Why? For hostname to be resolved. Forward and reverse. Okay, so progress, check. Configuring local computers to host AD, creating objects, creating partition. These are the partition you're asking. Configuration partition. 600 objects remaining, creating objects. Again, what are objects? Users, groups, and computers. So one by one, I'll explain everything. Local policy, what is the default local policy will be inherited in the domain. Okay. Securing machine control services, securing using Kerberos policy, meaning he's just doing a simple encryption. Configuring DNS, creating a record, and so on. CNAME. So you can be able to solve when you ping. Okay, you need to reboot this one. Automatically, remember a while ago, I selected a tick reboot. So without doing anything, without clicking close, it should reboot automatically. Okay, did I? Ayun, nag-reboot mag-isa. It rebooted by itself, okay? So this will take a while. So that's why I'm going to move to the next one. So in our second server, we can install Active Directory using this Powershell. We're going to make sure now that we have all the modules installed. You can skip this one because we already created the domain. You need to install to an existing domain. And then how do you verify? Get AD domain. I get AD domain. Congratulations, you have set up directory. Okay. So let's wait until this one is finished. Skip to go to server 2. So let's wait until it finish. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Doon sa server 1, nag-create lang tayo ng forest.
Forest and domain.
Okay. Thank you.
So log in to server 3. If you notice 3 servers are running, they cannot, if it doesn't run, just reboot the host or wait for a while. So while waiting, so we're not wasting a single time. While waiting, get ready your computer to join the domain. All right, that's the requirements. So if someone is going to ask me what are the requirements, should be a member of the domain. Okay, reachable from server 3. Okay, let's wait. And there should be a DNS. Remember, we put DNS. Without DNS, you won't be able to resolve server 1. So that's why there's DNS. That's the purpose of DNS. Huh? Server 3. You will notice I quickly slide from one server to another. If you're confused which server I log in, just check the console name. Okay, console name. Okay. You need a big monitor. Okay, DNS, huh? What's the DNS? To resolve domain name resolution. While waiting, we're not gonna waste any single moment. We're gonna proceed to the next topic. What is DC? What is domain controller? Domain controller are servers that host the Active Directory database. It's located under C: Windows NT / NTDS. Windows NTDS, na? NTDS.dit is the database. And also has a copy in sysvol. So 2 copies. DC, it hosts the Kerberos authentication. So what is the authentication protocol? Kerberos. What is the Active Directory? LDAP. Okay, LDAP. KDC will perform authentication. What's the best practice? Availability, minimum of 2. Minimum of 2, always 2. In case the other server is unreachable, you can be authenticated and authorized to the second host, second server. Security, employ RODC, read only from different site. Let's say you have sites, just use read only, so they cannot change anything. And security encryption is BitLocker. BitLocker will, when user log in, they will be asked for let's say 6-digit PIN. 6-digit PIN. Then username and password. Okay, security. And they have only basic encryption. Okay. What is global catalog? Global catalog hosts partial attributes set for other domain in the forest. I'll give you an example. Let's say you are in server 2, which is in BGC, server 1 Sydney. How will they search each other now? So with global catalog, the first thing I'm gonna ask is AD. Where is user number 2? Now, then I will be given a reference. User number 2 is server 2. Hence, you exist. I can be able to give you TGT. Okay, so it hosts a partial information which is in other domain in the forest. Okay? So what's the purpose? For easier searching, for fast searching. Okay, in a single DC, you should configure all DC to hold a copy of the global catalog for faster searching, okay? For faster response time. No? In a multiple domain, the inframaster should not be the global catalog. Okay. The main one should not be global catalog because it will be exhausting for him. Okay. So you have to transfer the role to different domain. When you have multiple sites, you should also make at least one DC at each site, a GC. So meaning if you have 10 sites, BGC, Makati, Cebu, Davao, Sydney, each site should be a global catalog. Okay. What are ops master? In the multi-master replication model, some ops operations must be single master, meaning one domain, multiple jobs. Right? Many terms used for single master operation. So they have used a lot of terms. When you say operation master, this is the master role, which contains the 5 FISMO roles, meaning everything is running in a single server. These 5 roles are running in single server, which is exhausting. No? There are roles called single master, meaning only domain naming master on the first server, schema master on second server, third server read master, infra master on the 4th server, and 5th server PDC. That's why you need a lot of server. And another term called flexible single master operation, meaning he is flexible. He can perform any task. Any task. Domain naming master, the one responsible for domain name resolution. Okay, yung names of the computer. Schema is the one for database replication. Meaning if there are 100 users in server 1, the structure of the database will be propagated to all multi-master in a single domain. Okay. In domain, there is a read master. Read meaning relative identifier master. When you create a user, you'll be given a unique ID. To identify you are unique. There should not be a duplicate. So read master, the one responsible for that. So what does read master create? Read master create security ID. So I will log in as domain admin. So I'll show you what does relative identifier looks like. So open up, always open up ICE. Okay, ICE. I see this one, ICE. It's more user friendly. You can pin this one to taskbar. Run. Okay. Always run as admin. I'll show you the example of read. So if we're gonna display one user, let's say administrator, since I haven't created anything, and you wanna display security ID. Wait, why get AD? AD user. Typo error, AD user. Okay, what I've shown you is the security ID. So this is the unique identifier. Okay. So what's the effect? What's the essence? If read master is off, if that service is off, you won't be able to create user, groups, or computer, because he's the one responsible in creating identifier. Okay? Do you feel the effect if one role is missing? Okay. On a high note, you can transfer role if you want to dig in. Infra master meaning he's the one responsible for group to group replication. Let's say there's a group one. Group one will be propagated to server two. Whose function is that? Infra master. PDC emulator, he's the one responsible for synchronizing the time. So what will happen if time is not synchronized? There will be trust relationship issue. Again, from the top, domain naming master, responsible for domain name resolution. Schema master, database attribute level, database structure. So what is database structure? So this is the database structure. If you want to display all, just type star. So these are the database schema. This is the attribute. Let's say, when did you set the password? Today, that time. Okay. Isa pa, one more. What is the account name? The value is administrator. Okay. Is it clear ba? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Read master, the one responsible for creating security ID, ito, replication of group, and so many more. Atomic time replication. Okay. So how do you transfer the role? Let's say one role is exhausted. You can transfer the role. It's very easy. So it's you go to the Active Directory. Just go to the domain. Later now I'll show you. This is the operation master. Transfer to server 2. Kaya lang. Okay? Since I don't have server 2 AD, I won't be able to transfer. Okay. So I'm gonna create server 2 to become Active Directory. So that's the
So how we will know na exhausted na yung isang part doon?
Pag if you
Magkakaroon ka ng
see
error?
CPU, if you see the performance, like CPU is like always 80%, and then AD is the only service running. You won't be able to give authentication service. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, there's no computer, and we only have domain controller 1, server 1. Later on, we can have server 2 as a domain controller. Okay? And there will be another computer after joining. So I'm gonna join this one. How do you join? Click system info. If you can see work group. Later on, it should be nexus.local. Okay? So click change settings. Change from work group to nexus local. Then it will be asking for domain admin. Then it should welcome you. Welcome to Nexus local domain. The next thing you need to do, you have to reboot. So changes will take effect. Huh? So same story here. Take 2. Watch me. So click system. So if someone asking, is it fast? Yeah, take 2. There's always take 2. Click rename. So it's impossible that you can miss this one. Sorry, not really. System info. We have to join this one to the domain. Change settings. Change from work group to domain. Then it'll be asking for domain credential. Okay, not local, not local, huh? So that's why I put Nexus. Welcome to Nexus domain. Okay. Reboot. So since we joined 3 and 2, it should be under computer. So if you refresh this one, you can see 2 and 3. Okay. Now, for best practice, you need 2 DC, right? As of now, we only have 1. So we're gonna make server 2 to become a domain controller. This time, I'm gonna be using PowerShell. So this is the PowerShell command. If you want to, you can do this. But if you only have 1 DC, I might just use manual. If you only have few DC, you automate if you need 10. Okay. So run this as admin. Pin to taskbar. Run as admin. Okay. So install forest. Sorry, we already have a forest. Install ADDS domain. ADDS domain. ADD install. ADDS something wrong. First, let's check. Get. Wait. I should start from the top. I forgot. So did you see? Did you see? Not recognized because I haven't installed this feature. Okay. So you really have to start from the top. Else you'll be missing a lot. No? Install Windows feature, the usual stuff. What feature do you want to install? AD domain services. Services. AD domain service. Include all management tool. Enter. Yun lang. Okay. So, Rodney asking yung mga ops master po, need ba yung i-configure or once na? No, it's automatic. No need to do anything. If you are involved in high multiple sites or multiple domains, na, let's say 5,000 users, so you need multiple domain controller. Okay, so do we need to reboot? No. Okay. Let's verify what did we install. Get command module ADDS deployment. I want to make sure installed. Is it installed? Yes. Okay. How do you remove uninstall ADDS domain controller? Okay. Next, if you go server manager, refresh, there's a notification because I haven't executed this. So we have to join this one to an existing domain. Okay. So next step, click this promote to DC. Okay. So we're gonna add DC to Nexus local. See, automatic. If you want subdomain, yun yung child. Okay, child. So let's say Makati branch. Okay, so we have Makati branch, or let's say BGC branch. So it's a child domain. Okay, but what I would like to do, add this domain to an existing domain. Okay? So we can have 2. You must supply account name, of course. Account name. Wait. I didn't log in as domain, so that's why. Kasi yan, local. I should log in as domain. Okay. So log out. Remember, you have to log in as domain admin, not local. No? So how do you log in as domain? Other user, Nexus, administrator. Okay, not local account. And I log in as domain. So I can be able to add to existing domain controller. Server 2. What else? What else? Yun lang. That's all. That's all. If you can see, we still have one DC. Okay, one DC. Okay? Hence, we cannot transfer the role. Wait for this. Yun. So there's a notification. Promote this one again to become another DC. Excuse me. Hindi ko na mute, sorry. Add DC to existing. Click next. So it's trying establishing connection to the master. So I call this one master. So at the moment he selected DNS and GC because that's the requirements. Then to be authorized, you need to know the password. This is the DSRM password if you want to restore back the domain controller database. Straightforward. You don't have to do anything. It's trying to establish connection to the existing. Sabi nito, AD is already installed in his computer. Verifying prerequisite for DC. So it's trying to establish. Communicating to server 1. Success. Install. So installing in progress. Change the upgrade status. Blah, blah, blah. Any questions or question when to configure add server? If you have a site which is not secure, let's say you have another branch in Africa, you don't deploy full DC. You deploy arrow DC. Read only, meaning user can only access. They cannot change the password. They cannot change anything. Okay, for security reason. Okay, while waiting, how do you know the role? So you have to go command prompt, run as admin. How will you know the 5 FISMO role? Yung this one. So na yung 5 FISMO role. Yan. How will so yung mouse ko na wala. How will you know the 5 FISMO role? Okay. Ay, galing. Yeah, that's correct. Harold Ramos. That's good. That's good. The command is netdom. We have to query the flexible single master operation. So initially, it has the 5 role schema, domain naming, PDC, read pool, infra. Schema contains the database structure, domain naming master, how it replicate groups and other objects to the same domain. PDC checks the time synchronization. Read pool, the one responsible for creating a relative identifier or security identifier, and infra master connects to other DC to check if objects are properly synced. Malinaw? How do you transfer the role? Napakadali. It's so easy. It's like this. Then there should be server 2, then click change. So if you want to transfer the read, click change. If you want to transfer PDC, emulator, click change. If you want to transfer the infra role, click change. That's easy. No? Okay. What is global catalog? For faster searching, there should be a global catalog. Global catalog. Automatic. If you click DC, a while ago, it's only server 1. When you refresh this, there should be 2. Oh, you have 2 domain controller. Server 1 and server 2. Okay, so that concludes our demonstration. Any question? So we have successfully created server 1, 2, plus install AD in server 1 and 2. So I'll give you a demonstration. Okay, I'm gonna create a OU, create OU. Let's say Banco de Oro. Inside Banco de Oro, there is a user 1. Okay. Now be asking for password. Okay, I created one object. So it should propagate automatically to other AD, right?
You're logging as administrator, sir.
Yes,
Oh.
administrator. Huh? Domain admin, not long. So anybody help me? How do you launch Active Directory using the command? Anybody? The one I demonstrated. DSA.
DSA.msc.
Correct. That MSC. Okay. Alright, wait until this one is finished. So you have to be patient. Run as admin. Wait. The expectation is this object should exist in server 2. Or if you find it slow using command, just click on tools. There should be active directory users and computers. Yun, video user one video. Successful. So I've just shown you successful propagation between the two, and that concludes module 2. Any question about our second project?
Sir, clarification. Yung FISMO ba, yung 5 FISMO is also present sa server 2 or just to win? Okay.
So it's also present here. Now I'll show you. CMD, run as admin. Always run as admin. NetDom, FISMO, query. Ay, mali ako. NetDom query, always baliktad.
Baliktad.
Query, flexible single master operation. Okay? So, present yan. So, both of them are functioning the same. Now, server 1, I would like to transfer the FISMO. One of the FISMO roles. So, DSA, change, operation master. So, I'm going to change the PDC to server 2. Simple as change. Are you sure you want to transfer the master role? Done. Server 2 na. Okay? PDC has been transferred. So when you query this, diba he's holding all the FISMO role. Query again. We transfer PDC. PDC should be in server 2. No, nawala na. Okay? Nag-iisip pa siya. BC. So still communicating, replicating, blah, blah, blah. Query natin to. You know. PDC is now server 2. Previously, PDC is server 1. This one is still thinking. Okay, still thinking. So let's give it a time. Okay, I'm going to transfer back. So you have to go here. You have to go. Operation master. PDC nasa 2, right? Nag-error siya. Change back to 1. Okay. Went back to 1. Okay. Synchronization yan. So if you query this one, PDC will be transferred back to 1. Okay. Ayun na. Okay. So that's how you transfer in C's role. Okay. Any question? Okay, let's pause for a 10-minute break. Well, sir, when should we change role if the performance is degraded in server 1 and you only have AD? Let's say 80% server 1 exhausted. You will experience lag, performance degradation, and so on. No? So, kailan nagta-transfer ng role? Okay. Okay, let's pause for a break. Okay, welcome back to Windows automation using PowerShell. So before we proceed in our lecture, I'm gonna first show you how to upload these scripts, okay, in server 1. So for step 1, you have to shut down server 1, okay? Shut down server 1. Go to the repository. Okay, server 1, bhdx, right-click, mount. Since it's mounted, you will see this is the F drive is the server 1. Okay, that's a server 1 mounted. Disconnect. Eject. Okay, ejected. Power on, power up, server 1. Okay. So we have copied the lab folder. So that's how you copy lab. Nagets niyo ba? I uploaded the scripts so you don't have to type. But the essence of programming is you need to learn, you need to understand why you need to execute the code. For beginner, I would suggest manual. Do it manually. So there are two versions of my discussion, manual and automation. Okay, so power on, power on, power on, power on. Earns. Wala pang study guides and labs. Later on, kasi tendency is you will read the lab and the guides. No? We will give all study materials. Siguro mga 1 p.m. Maybe 1 p.m. Okay? Depende. It depends. Okay? So we can focus. So right now, let's focus in learning, not reading. No? Kasi once you learn, it'll be easier. And anyway, you can replay. You can replay the lesson over and over. In case this one got corrupted, which happened to us previously, we have a previous lesson. Okay, let's verify if we have uploaded all the scripts. I think challenging to all students. Sir, how are you able to upload? For sure may mag-a-ask. How did you upload? I just shown you. I just shown you. You know? Okay, in server 1. Okay, so you don't have to do things repeatedly. That's the essence of automation. Any repetition should be done automatically. Okay, so our next lesson is lecture. So 15-minute lecture, then lab. Creating user account. It's very easy. I was able to demonstrate to you. User account. Am I recording? One second. Yeah. User account allow or deny access to sign-in computers. This is the main purpose of the main controller for authentication. So user will be authenticated and you will be granted access or authorized to whatever resource you will be given. Okay? User account grant access to process and services. Manage access to network, so you can access file servers, network drive, and so on. User accounts can be created using DSA or DSAC. User account can be created using PowerShell. So this is my demonstration. We're going to create 100 users using PowerShell. And there's an old legacy system. It's called the SAD. Uy, may tumatawag. May tumatawag. Please don't call using Skype. Teka, si Emmanuel ba? Emmanuel, are you here? Why he's joining? Emmanuel Moring, are you here? Are you joined? No. Are you joined in Zoom? Emmanuel Moring, are you joined? Not yet. Okay. I'll send you the link. When is the schedule? Next schedule, SEP 11. So sa mga na-miss, don't worry. We have recorded version. Okay. Can be created in multiple ways. No? But you have to consider naming convention, naming format, let's say Accenture 01, Accenture 02, and so on. Plus universal principal name, UPN name, such as Chris at Nexus.local. Configuring user account, attribute, ano ba yung value? Account organization, which org you belong, let's say Accenture, member of domain admins. Password settings, where is your profile path located under profile $, which is, we will perform this one later, one by one. Okay, isa-isa na. You can also create templates by creating master and then copy template. That template, let's say it contains profile, So when you log in, you can have a shared file, shared network drive, and that will be copied. Everything will be copied from template to you, okay? Including your manager, department, and so on. Demo how to create template. It's really easy. It's really easy. So, sige, I'll make a demonstration pa rin. I'll make a demo. From let's say BDO, OU, new user. Let's say underscore template. So it will be at the top. Okay. Y underscore. So it will be at the top for visibility. And then put the password. Everyone will have the same password, but they can change later on. Okay. Change. User must change. Okay. Because we've given a template. All you need to do once you have a copy. Now let's say properties. Let's say organization. Let's say solution architect. And then let's say employee. Okay, the company Accenture. And that will be copied. Okay. So how do you copy? Copy. And then user 1. So user 2. All you need to change is the user login ID and the password. That's all you need to do. So all attribute will be transferred to you. Okay, so when I right click user 2, you can check belong to the same group. Sabi ni Benedict, do we need to follow? No. You don't need to follow what I'm doing kasi today is lecture and lab, which you need to follow by tomorrow. So tomorrow, you'll be given a link sa YouTube, and then you can just do a hands-on lab at your own pace. Okay? Kasi hindi naman lahat expert, di ba? So step 1, play the video. So paano gagawin? Play the video. Step 2, pause the video and perform hands-on lab. Okay? Ganun lang. Repeat step 1. Ganun lang. It's much easier at your own time. Okay? So play, pause, repeat. So play the YouTube video. Pause the video. Pwede mamayang gabi? Yeah, pwede mamayang gabi. Pause the video and perform hands-on lab. If you don't understand, just rewind. Then repeat step 1. Ano lang, paulit-ulit lang. Okay? Thank you. Okay? Napadali. At your own pace. Okay? Okay, demonstration. We're gonna create a multiple user using PowerShell, and we're gonna create test user for testing. Thank you. So how do you create multiple users? Ito na. Here we go. So open up the script. So we have project 3. Control A, Control C. Open script pane. Control V. Okay, Control V. Recorded. Don't worry. Anything you see hash out, meaning comment. That's comment. I'm a move, huh? Okay, comment out. So if you want to execute this one, you can run. So this is the run button. Okay, I'll explain to you one by one. Don't worry. Okay, as I've mentioned a while ago, before you can run the command, you have to make sure that the module is installed. No? Just in case the module is not installed, you need to import the module. How do you import the module? So you just type import module and the name of the module you want to import. Okay. Done. Okay. Now, if you want to filter the user, get AD user. If you want to view, no? What do you want to view? Properties. I would like to check the SAM account name. The name of the user. Okay, this is a typo error. What am I missing? Sorry, select. So meaning from property SAM account name, I would like to select SAM account name. So currently, I only have these accounts: admin, guest, Kerberos, user one, template user, right? Okay. So that's how you view. That's how you view. Now, if you create OU manually, it's very time consuming, diba? So that's why we're gonna create organizational unit using PowerShell. Okay. So when you say protected from accidental deletion, you won't be able to delete. Okay. So let's say I would like to create managers OU. So you just run this one. So if you go to DSA, refresh, there you go. Managers. All right, easy. Super easy. Next. If you want to create user, this is the format. Okay, we're gonna create Jack Robinson, give a name Jack, last name yeah Robinson, UPN J Robinson at Nexus Local. And we would like to type Robinson to OU manager because he belongs to one of the manager. And then account password will be asked. So it'll be asking for password. It will so we need to enter the password. Okay. So let's execute that. So this is another way to create user. It's asking for a password. I enter the password. So we now have Jack Robinson as one of the managers. Refresh, in siya. Hi. And you can log in, Jack. You can log in. Let's test. Account, we need to log in as J Robinson at nexus.local. So the testing platform will be server 3. So we're gonna log in as a domain user, click other user. J.Robinson at nexus.local. Same password. Successful. He was able to log in. Okay? So that's using command let. Ayan, si J. Robinson. Next, we're gonna create organizational unit called marketing. So I'm gonna type new. If I want to create new AD organizational unit, new AD organizational unit, the name of the OU will be marketing. Right? And marketing is under the domain called Nexus. So this is the syntax in creating one. And we would like to protect from deletion OU into false. Kasi if protected, it's like this. You will see you cannot delete. Delete, let's say delete. Ayaw, okay? Object managers, okay? Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna create unprotected $false. So this is the value, so whether true or false. Okay, so I now have marketing OU. Okay, so let's say, sir, it didn't appear. Why is missing? Why is missing? Sometimes it takes for database to be updated. So all you need to do is close, then open. Yun lang. That's easy, na? Close, open. Ayun. So you can see there's marketing OU. Okay? So that's the technique. Next, path to OU. Where do you want to pipe all the user? I want all the 100 users to be under marketing. So I'm gonna type path. Initially, path is has this value. Okay. That's the default path. If I type path only, no value, meaning this is a variable which does not point to anything. I would like path to be pointing to an organizational unit under marketing. Okay, so yeah, that's how you point. Okay, so what's the value path? That value. It's under marketing. Anything you created will be created under marketing. Okay. Next, we have scripts. Just go to labs. We have a list of users. So just open Notepad users that comma separated value. So these are the users I would like to create. John Lloyd, Elena Dana, Andrea Brillantes. CSV meaning comma separated value. So this is the header. Okay, first name. What's the first name? John Lloyd. Okay, separated by comma. What's the last name? Cruz, separated by comma. Username, JLC. Department, Star Magic. And then password is one welcome. If you notice, the password is wrong, you need to edit. So that was intentional. So you will be forced to go and edit the password. The organizational unit, I want all user to be under marketing. Ito na. So Rodney, how do you create multiple users? So this is the script. Not one by one. So this is the script. So this project is all about creating multiple users. Okay? So where do you get the user? You have to open Excel and save as CSV. Okay, so save this one as CSV, and we're gonna call that data. So how do you call that data? We have to create another variable which doesn't exist. No value. No value. No value. That's a variable. Now we're gonna point that users from the comma separated value. So this is the command. Where is it located? C colon labs user CSV. Okay. Enter. Okay. Now, a while ago, AD user is empty, right? It should have 3 users now. Okay. It was saved under buffer. Okay. Temporary cache. Okay. So AD user has a value. Now we're gonna execute for each statement. So for each integer one, so meaning the first one under AD user variable under CSV, he will import the username to username. This is AD. This is the variable. If you can see first name, username, username, ano username? Andrea, to be imported under marketing. Okay? Later, there will be users, JLC, Andrea, and so on. Now, there's a validation. There's a validation. So if user exists, it will say user account exists. Right? Simple as that. Right? Else, if doesn't exist, remember, how do you create user? Jake? Victor, how do you create user? What's the command, PowerShell? New AD user. Remember when you create user, new AD user, diba? Yung mga switches, yan na. So that's how you create user. Okay. There's another friendly tool, meaning show command add-on. On the right, so let's say you don't know the switch, because these are the switches. These are the available switches. So all you need to do is new AD user. Okay. And then these are the switches: account password, authentication, change that password login, email address. Yeah. Now then insert. I said, all you need to do is insert. Let's say, yeah, highlight, including email address. Insert. Yeah. So these are the switches. Let's say employee ID.
Sir, question.
Ayan. So these are the values. Go ahead.
Bakit po switches ang term na ginagamit yan? Hindi ba dapat more, di ba mga objects yan or other objects or parameters?
Yeah, these are objects as well. So I just use switch because it's a lot. It's a lot. So these are if you're creating user groups or computers, these are essentially objects. Okay. So these are the properties. Okay. And these are the value, the one within user CSV. Okay. So ito na. So how do you get these names? From this tool, from command tool. Let's say home phone. Okay, select that one, select home phone. Then you can be able to put the value data. Okay, then you can copy, you can insert, and so on. Okay. So this is just a basic format. If you want to create the user, then the account password option is it will convert the clear text. Remember, we use clear text. This is clear text. The password is readable. So this within this command, it will convert the clear text into hexadecimal, okay, by force. So let's create. Let's create. So I've done this one already. So I'm gonna hash out. I'm gonna skip this one. So I'm here. So for each statement, now let me check if there's an AD users. AD users. Oh, meron na. Ah, so that's done. So what I'm going to execute is for each statement up to the bottom, okay, up to here. And usually separated by caret sign. If you can see caret sign. If you want to do carriage return, meaning enter. Pero you can do this in one line. And the for each statement, the actual statement is embedded using close open parentheses, curly braces. Okay, curly braces. If I copy this one, okay, run. Okay, and it created the users. Okay, created the 3 users already. So refresh. There you go. You have 3 users. Let's test if it's running. So sign out. Login as Ellen. Let's check Ellen login ID. Ellen login ID is Ellen. Simply Ellen. So how do you log in? Ellen. Other user. So these are actual user na. Okay, successful. Any question?
So kailangan pa namin i-upload first yung CSV file for the list of users, and then we have to create it using that script.
Correct.
Okay.
Kasi you need to define the actual name. Now let's see if I went to server 2. Is it propagated? Yes. Okay. Server 1, server 2, propagated sila. Okay. Highly resilient server. Okay. Okay. So we have 3 users. Now question, what if someone asks you, please create a 1,000 users because I want to test our airline reservation system performance. 1,000 users. So I have a script for that. So just open up the project 3.2. It's a very simple script, ready-made. You can do this in your office by by Monday. So I'll explain to you. So this will create user bulk operation. Let's say, for example, the organizational unit does not exist. Let's create a new one. Let's say sales. So you only need to edit the script. Protected from accidental deletion false, so we can delete later on. The path is nexus.local, remember? Wait, we created the sales. So I want all the 100 users under sales. Okay? And the convention, let's say Accenture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the count I set to 1 to 101. So this will create initially user Accenture-1 up to Accenture-101. And we use the for each statement. I is integer, meaning as initial, no value. So this is a variable, no value. But if I put 100, it's gonna start with 100 now. So that will be a problem. So
Hello
no
po,
value.
question po.
Okay, go ahead.
Yung DC po, domain controller po, di ba, yung Nexus? Bakit po dalawa siyang DC?
Yeah, that's the naming convention of Active Directory, meaning nexus.local. That's the naming convention. Yeah, that's the way they name it since 2012 for Windows NT. Okay, so what's the value of count when I enter this? So the value initially is from 1 to 101. So for each I in count, we're gonna create a user. Okay? So the user is gonna be Accenture dash and will be pipe save under sales. And change password that log on will set to false, so you don't have to change the password. Pero good practice should be true. And the password, so you need to change this one to 1. Welcome, so you know the password. From clear text, we will force to execute using pass-through. Okay. Okay, let's execute. So if you notice, there is no sales. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, there's no sales. There's no 100 user. Let's run. Pass through, it will bypass everything and execute straight away. Okay. Sales says walang sales. Refresh. Anybody help me? But walang sales. I cannot see the sales. Not completely propagated. Okay. DSA. Just reopen the database.
close muna.
Yeah, close open. Ayun, sales. And there you go. 1,000 Accenture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 100. Okay. And those are real user, which you can test. Okay. You can test from your web server. Okay, to check the performance. So a server 3 is always only for testing. Okay, I'm gonna switch to user again, Accenture 1. Let's test it. Let's test it. Accenture -1. Password, of course, password. 1. Welcome. I didn't use UPN because obviously there's a domain called Nexus. Okay? So you can go straight. Either UPN or account name. Successful. So working. Okay? Working. So Rodney is asking, what if I rename the 100 users? Edi, from the beginning, change it to this one as a user. Ganun lang, no? Delete this Accenture 01. No? Log out ko muna. No? Let's say you made a mistake. Ayaw mo ng Accenture 1, delete. Okay. Okay, deleting 101 objects. And then I want user. Run. So create user 1 to
Sir, clarify ko na. Yung for this instance, hindi na tayo nag-upload ng CSV file with specific username, right? Okay. So this one is like your generic users.
Generic, yes. This is only for the testing. Bakit 99? What do you mean 99? I know 101.
Question po.
1, 2, 3, 4. To 101 yan. Okay, go ahead.
Yung question ko po about sa pangalan. What if po gusto ko is specific name for 100 user. So for example, for user 1, Rodney, user 2, Bob. Script po ba yung gagamitin ko or pwede ko rin gamitin yung command na yan?
The one I demonstrated, the first, this one.
Okay.
If you want specific name,
CSV file.
kailangan mo ng CSV. Real user.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any question? So that,
May question po ako.
Go ahead.
Doon po sa mismong AD, kung nasan yung mga users na ginawa yung created na 100, may ano po ba, may way kung paano siya pwedeng i-organize as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hindi po 1, 10, 100, hindi po ganun.
Okay, yeah. There you go. Hindi, kasi
ganun pa rin po
zero yan eh. Kasi there should be 02, 03. The way it organized is that's why there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But doesn't matter kasi you're gonna test, you're gonna log in eh. You're gonna log in this user. That's the way it is.
I see. Okay.
Another question. I would like to update all users with the same organization. Like select all organization, company. Ganun lang. Okay, so everybody has Accenture. So if you check user 14, org niya, Accenture. Ganun lang. Napakadala. User 2, lahat yan. Ganun lang. Properties. Just select all. No need for scripting. Okay, now let's verify does the changes take effect on the second AD? Sales? Yes, it did. Okay. Remember a while ago, it's Accenture. Then we change. On the fly, they propagate. Okay, any question about module 2?
Sir, question. So since yung server 2 is also DC, we can also perform this script on DC2, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. 100% correct. Yeah. Dun sa properties not applicable in script. Oh, there's a property. Pwede, you can script this. Remember we have this script and you want to change organization. All you need to do is just inject another property. Let's say organization. Dollar organization. Organization. Yun. Plus, there should be a variable. You need to inject what organization, diba? Kasi this is the data. Let's say separated by comma, organization, let's say Accenture. Yun lang. So where did I get this organization? From the switch. Remember, we have command add-on, new AD user. You need to look, is there an organization? Hanapin niya. Yun, organization. Okay, there is. So if you want to script this, just type the name of it. So everything will be applied. Yan lang. Okay?
Sir, may option ba na pwedeng lang, disable lang or delete lang yung option?
Yeah. Which one do you want to delete?
Kunyari, any username. Kunyari, isa lang
Ito?
dyan.
Delete mo lang. Delete. Pwede.
Parang may nakita akong disable, no? Parang may disable.
Yeah, you can also disable. Yeah,
Okay.
disable. So that will be disabled. Or if you want to disable everyone, you can do that.
Idadaan pa ba yan sa script? Let's say, kunyari, delete. Idadaan
pwede.
pa siya
Yeah.
delete. Okay.
You can do so. You can do both.
Okay.
How do you disable account? Disable AD account, user. User -1. Yun lang, disable na siya. So, tingnan mo user 1, refresh. 1. Asan yan? Wait for propagation. Sales, user 1. Pero dito, deleted. Ano yun eh? Disable na yun eh. Ayun disable. So, wait for propagation. Yeah. Disable yan. Enable. How do you enable a specific user? Napakadali. Which brings us to our next topic. And enable. So, usually typographical error. Okay, so I enable one, only one. Refresh. Sales. User 1. If it doesn't take effect, reopen. Server manager. User. Okay. Saan yan? Ayun. Ayun. Enable na. Okay. Alright. Okay, so that will bring us to Active Directory, our next topic. Any question before we go?
Sir, going back, there's a home drive.
Yeah.
By default, yun na yung magiging home drive nila. I mean,
whatever you define. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you define. Mamaya meron tayong, we have a separate topic for mapping. So, imamap natin yan for user. They're gonna have their own home drive. Study guides, I'll be giving you later. Okay, kasi pag binasa nyo, malilimutan nyo na tayo. Let's move to the next one. It's only a short topic. This is AD administration. Okay. So, Active Directory maintenance. There are many maintenance tools. Okay, not necessarily to perform this one. So first, how do you back up Active Directory? So you can run NT backup, Windows Server backup, and native Active Directory backup. So the first thing you need to install is the Windows Server backup. So how do you install server backup? So just go to add remove programs. Add backup. So it's a feature, meaning it should be in the end. Nasa dulo. Scroll down. Windows Server backup. Windows. There you go. It's it will allow you to backup and restore the whole operating system, bare metal. You can restore application. You can restore specific data, specific folder. Yeah. But first, you have to install the WSB. Okay. Now, the scenario in this lab, so we're gonna run Windows Server backup, but the backup should be on a different site. In case this one becomes unavailable, you can just restore back. Okay. So it should not be saved within the server. It should be remotely saved. Okay. So in this example, our Active Directory, we would like to backup Active Directory. There are many ways. There are many ways to backup. This is the first one. We need to go to the data store, Windows System 32. NTDS. Sorry. Mali ako. NTDS pala, Windows NTDS. So these are the database. This is the database, ntds.dit. Okay. Temporary database holder, checkpoint, okay, logs. Before you commit the actual information to the database, it will go to temporary. That's why there's a delay, if you notice. Kasi we're a bit quick. Ang commit normally takes a while. So for temporary, it will be saved here. And then at certain time, it will be permanently committed sa database. Okay. So we're gonna back up this one. Okay, so we install backup. Go to WSB. So local backup, I would like to backup locally. Sorry, remotely sa server 2. So I'm gonna create a temporary folder. Let's say backup folder. Let's say this one is on another remote site. Okay. You can either backup regularly, nightly, 9 p.m. Now you can do that. Okay. So what do you want to backup? If you want to backup the whole drive C, it will take 2 hours siguro, no? 12 gig. Eh. I want custom for demo's sake. No? I would like to backup only the Active Directory, which is under Windows NTDS. Yeah, there you go. So I want to back up the whole Active Directory folder. Now question, where do you want to back up? You can back up every 9 p.m., no, whatever. Now, where do you want to back up? So destination type, backup to a hard disk dedicated for backup, or backup to a volume, which is drive E, or backup to another remote site. So this is what I'm going to do. So I want the backup to be in Makati, for example, only. Okay? Under now, backup does not appear because it's not being saved. I mean, not shared. So I'm gonna share backup. So it will be visible. Okay. So backup. Mas ulitin natin. Backup once this time. Different option. I want to backup the Active Directory only, which is located under Windows NTDS. Yeah. Okay. Choose the target, remote target. Now it should recognize backup. Can you see that? Because we shared. Now the most important thing is it should inherit the permission. Without the permission, you won't be able to open this one. So what do I want to inherit? I want to inherit administrators group to have full permission. Full permission. Okay. So we're not only backing a file, we're also backing up the permission. Okay, provide credential. Usually, you should be using a backup account, not domain admin. But this is only for demo's sake. Ayaw. Administrator.
Sir, question.
Right permit. No, higpit naman ito. Yeah, go ahead. I'll grant full permission. Kasi wala siyang permission. Go ahead.
Sir, pag yung ano, kunwari management service ang isang CCTV, then from site 1, iba-backup ko siya within the time ng ganito. Yung mismong nag-monitor doon, wala bang mangyaring mga intermittent or ano?
Paano? Yung file baka makorrupt?
No sir, I mean doon sa yung nagmo-monitor na security is hindi ba nagkakaroon ng intermittent dun sa while monitoring yung live videos? If
Intermittent?
Yes sir.
Pag backup?
Yes sir.
Hindi ko makita intermittent, meaning putol-putol video. Well, depende sa quality ng
Yes,
backup
sir.
mo. Kung if you're backing up 25 gig, you need 8 terabyte or more. No? 8 terabyte, wala pang isang linggo yun, ubus na agad yun. So you need a RAID, no? Ibang CCTV. Doon may CCTV rin kasi. Nire-RAID ko para multiple I/O writes. Isa writing, isa reading. Kasi at the same time, nagre-read yan eh. Especially hard drive, sequential, no? Kung solid state ka, sabay-sabay. So may intermittent yan. Like saving, writing, saving, writing. Nagkakagulo. Okay? Did I answer your question?
Parang sir may preferred din na hard disk is SATA or SSD?
Mag-ano ka na, solid state.
Pag video sir.
Kung gusto mo walang intermittent.
Sige.
Kasi ang data in one day, 2 gig, 3 gig, 10 gig, di ba? Paano kung walo yung camera mo? That's a problem.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Dito sa pag-configure ng backup, may way ba para yung kaya sa host lang siya i-configure and parang may backup na yung lahat ng servers?
Yeah. You can point in a remote server. Kailangan malaki yung you need to have big capacity.
No, I mean kasi dito sa pinapakita parang you have to perform it for each server.
You have to do it.
Okay.
You want automatically?
Like yung isang configuration lang sa host lang siya gagawin. Possible po ba yan? Or
yeah. You only do it in one. I only do it in server 1.
Okay.
Maybe your question, let's say regular backup. If you want regular backup, yeah, you can do regular backup selecting to be run every 9 p.m. Yung kanina yung demonstration, okay? So there's a schedule, there's a one-off. Okay, so we have successfully backup to a remote site. AD, let's say for some reason corrupted the Active Directory. Our DSA, our Active Directory has been corrupted. We lost 1,000 users. What will you do? You cannot recreate the user.
Excuse me, sir.
Say, go ahead.
Import nyo yung backup.
Restore from backup. Tama. Yeah, go ahead. May nagtatanong. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, tatanong ko lang sana. Yung sa pinapakita mo na backup, yung sa database lang po yun sa server o pwede rin po ba sa data file o shared folder po na data?
Anything, you can backup anything. Data, volume, drive. I backup remotely sa ibang server to another server, which is server 2. Because if this one becomes unavailable, you cannot restore, right? And when you back up to a different server, it should be highly redundant by employing RAID 5.
Same po ba, sir, dun sa scheduler, dun sa Windows?
You mean if you can
function.
schedule? If we
Diba
can
yung sa
schedule
ginawa
every
mo,
night?
sir, is yung ginawa mo, sir, is nag-add ka po dun sa roles features. Pwede ba yan siya ma-run din dun sa sa task scheduler?
If you want to schedule, yeah, you can do so, pero not necessarily because there's a schedule already sa backup. Let's say you want to run this one every 9 p.m., right? Monday to Friday? Right?
Yes, sir.
That's your objective. Yeah, you can do so. Like this. This one. Let's say you can do scheduling. Let's say QLP NTDS. Let's say you want to back up NTDS every night. Advanced settings. This one next. Yan, schedule. Let's say daily, I would like to run backup 9 p.m. Okay, or 10 p.m. every day. Yeah. Okay, yun lang. Then backup. Magra-run yan every 9 p.m.
Paano yun, sir? Halimbawa kung maglaki na yung
You need a larger drive. It will be overwritten.
overwritten.
Oo.
May option po doon, sir, na overwrite na lang yung doon sa backup.
Actually, it will be overwritten pag if you run out of backup. Just like CCTV, di ba? If you run out of space, it will be automatically overwritten. It will not hang. It won't stop. It will continue to back up. But you'll be missing data. You'll be missing last month's surveillance, di ba?
Thank you.
Sir, question.
Sir, follow up
ahead.
lang. Ay, go ahead.
Sorry, ako muna. Sir, question lang. Why you need backup? Kung
just in case something goes wrong, you can revert back.
Oo, pero you have two servers na same configuration and same na nagpro-propagate ng users and kung ano mang laman ng kabila, meron ganun.
Yeah, correct. What if two of them becomes unavailable? That's the thing. Yeah.
And then the backup is no longer available also kasi nandun sa isang server lang.
Wala na. That's why there's tape. Normally they restore, they save sa tape. Tape will be offset 50 kilometers away from data center. So if something goes wrong, you still have the tape. So you restore from tape backup.
Sir, question. Follow up lang.
Yeah, go ahead.
Meron po bang PowerShell script to do what you just did?
Yeah, there is complicated. Pero manual, we'll do the manual one. Because it's just once, you only do installation of backup in a single server. So you don't have to redo. You don't have to redo it again. Single lang kasi siya. Kaya isa lang siya.
Sir Chris, question.
Go ahead.
Sir Chris, sir, yung sinasabi ng backup, yun lang may example sa database. Isang user lang yung nag-a-update. So, every time nagba-backup, lahat ba yun? O yung
data lang.
Lang? Data lang na nabago?
Yeah,
yung data lang na nabago? O yung, data lang na update? O yung lahat pa rin siya?
Lahat siya. Let's say nag-run ng 9. Whatever you updated before 9 will be saved.
Okay. Sige. Thank you.
Alright.
So full backup siya, hindi siya yung parang incremental na yung mga changes lang backup. Okay.
Yeah, this is the Windows Service backup is just a full backup every day. Okay.
Mabilis lang po ba yung backup?
Well, 12 gig will take you 3 hours. So that's why normally start 9 p.m. should be finished by 3 in the morning.
May way po ba na ma-compress to?
Backup is compressed. No need to. If you examine the content of this, the backup, this is it doesn't make sense. See? It's compressed, encrypted. Ito yung backup. These are the data in XML format. Okay. And the backup is really, really small. Small lang siya.
So during backup, kailangan nasa under maintenance siya or just
no need.
Continue.
Up and running. Continue.
Up and running.
Yeah, up and running. No need to shut down. Okay, haba na ng ating Active Directory maintenance. Yan ang ating, so a PowerShell, if you want to check, someone asked me about PowerShell, ito yan. So if you want to install Windows Server Backup, this is the command. So add Windows feature, Server Backup includes sub feature. Yun lang. Okay. If you want to check the Active Directory, the maintenance, show backup. Okay. And if you want to automate, this is the command. If you want to run this one in under Task Manager. So someone asked me, how can you run this in Task Manager? Actually, naka-schedule na no? Not necessarily na. Napakadami na. Okay, thank you. That's our 4 questions.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Sir, yung yung i-automate mo kunwari yung configuration sa mga manage switches. Kunwari nawala.
Switch.
Yes, sir. Yung automatic na ibabato kagad ni server kung ano yung save as config ng mga switches. Meron
the
din.
switch? You have to recreate the switch. Ang recreation of switch is like this one. New switch. Uy, ayaw na. Busy na siya. Wala na. Ayun, new network. Actually, I demonstrated kanina, no? So, you only have to go manually. Go dito sa ating upper V. Action. I created internal switch, internal. Okay? So that's why they can ping each other. It's very simple. It's very simple. But if you want to automate, I automated this one previously. Kasi pag kinreate ko to automatic, baka ma-overwrite No?
Sir, question lang po.
Go ahead.
Ay sir, 'di ba server 1 mo, kunwari dito sa BGC, tapos server 2 mo nasa Makati. Nag-down yung server 1 ko dun sa BGC. Pwede bang magkaroon na work balance yung mga user automatic na pwede makapag-login na gamit ang server 2? Habang down na yung yung server 1 ko.
Pwede mo patayin yung you can simulate when you do the lab, shut down server 1 and you can still log in.
Mabagal lang yung mga user kasi ko-connect siya dun sa server 2 okay.
So to create switch is a new VM switch. Okay, new VM switch. Pero we only create once. So not necessarily. So the command is new VM switch. Switch. Okay. Let's say the name of the switch is Nexus switch. Nexus switch. Okay. But careful, when you create this one, you will be disconnected. And you won't be able to connect anymore. And then switch type. Switch type, let's say external. Okay. Internal. Or private, VM to VM. That's how we create switch. One line. It's very easy. Okay? Any question?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, let's move on to our group policy, implementing group policy objects.
Sir, excuse lang, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, yung kanina, yung question na pag nasira yung host mo, di ba, may backup ka dun sa kabila. Then yung server 2 is running like a host.
Yeah.
Pag naayos mo yung pinaka-host mo, magpo-propagate ba from server 2 to server to original host pag naayos siya?
You mean the Active Directory?
Yung server 2.
Yeah, it will propagate
Not
as long as you
restore yung backup.
Yeah, no need to restore the Active Directory database. You test it. So let's say you restore back from bare metal. You need to install. So how do you restore? No, totally corrupted operating system. It's a big task. No, so that's why you need backup. So first, step 1, you need to install Windows again. You need to install Windows again in server 1. Let's say this is really corrupted. Format, install Windows again. Okay. The service, let's say may full backup, you have to call that backup. Meaning, you need to install WSB and then recall the backup, then restore the backup here. Ganun. Okay? So you need to establish communication. You need to establish communication then. Okay, did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, may question dito. Factor transport going to backup site. Well, speed. If your speed is 1 gigabit, medyo is really, really slow. Ideally, you have a dedicated line for backup and create VLAN. Okay? So how do you create VLAN? Enroll in our CCNA. Question. Is there a question?
Yes, sir. Sir, paano sir pag dalawa pag yung backup ng dalawang host? Let's say host 1, host 2. Tapos meron kang, yes sir. Ko-cover ba natin dito yun, sir? O yung lang? Isang
you can
host
do
lang,
it. Isang host lang. Let's say shut this down, then restore back. No? And then if you want, 2 hosts. So these 2 hosts should be backup to another computer. Okay? And then restore from this. Okay?
Sir, last question. 'Di ba yung sa servo totally na corrupted. Tapos 'di ba tayo nag-install ng Windows, etc. Tapos yung 'di ba yung backup ko sa server 2, ilo-load ko lang po ba 'yun dun sa server 1?
Yeah, the one I demonstrated it's like this. So we have server 1. Remember, I have a backup. Okay. So ayun, hindi ko pa na demo how to restore back. Meaning, let's say restore. Let's say corrupted. This is corrupted. This got corrupted. Okay, for some reason. So we need to restore back, right? So it's easy. So let's say if you want to restore, go to recover. Is it running? Running. Let's say the question is getting started. You can use this wizard. Where is the backup stored? A backup stored on another server, right? And then you have to point to that backup server, which is server 2. So basically, you're just looking for the backup. Okay, he recognized that there was a backup run on August 27 at 8 p.m. So that's the only one you can restore. Meaning, if you don't have a backup, you won't be able to restore. So going back one day, there's no backup, correct? No backup. You cannot restore. Okay, you can only restore if you have a backup. Makes sense, right? So we want to restore the one we back up. So click next. What do you want to recover? Is it a file or folder or the whole drive C corrupted? You can restore back the whole drive C, but the step is really long. No, it's simple. Takes a while. So what do you need to? What is needed? You need to install operating system. You need to install WSB, then restore back, then select volume C. Yan lang. Then everything will be overwritten. Okay? Pero our demo, kasi this will take 3-4 hours. Our demo is only restoring the file, correct? So restore. It will recognize that you made the backup of NTDS. You know, kita niya. So this is what I can restore. Okay, click next. Where do you want to restore? Best practice, you don't restore to original destination. Kasi you're overwriting eh. Tama. You restore to another location. So I'm gonna browse. Normally, we provide the user, let's say, where is my backup restored? I restore under restore folder. So you can just copy by yourself. Okay, ganun sinasabi namin eh. Okay, restore the permission. This is the most important. If the user doesn't have permission, he won't be able to open. So what do you want to restore? Everything that's been backup. Recover. Initializing, restoring, completed. Oh, diba? So quick, tapos. So let's go to that folder. Diba? We have restore folder. All you need to say to the customer, we have restore all your data under restore. Please copy them accordingly. You don't copy kasi it might be overwritten. Ayan, na-restore ko na. Okay, ito yung original. Saan yung original?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, kompleto yan. That's how you restore. Plus, I'll show you the permission. This is the most important one. See, administrators has full permission.
Third question.
So, and only admin can open this. That's the essence of WSB. It's not copy paste. You copy the permission. Okay? ACL. Ayan na. Tama. Oh, limited. Not anybody can open this except local admins. Okay, question. Go ahead.
Third question po.
Sige.
Same din po ba yung procedure neto with regards sa file server? Yung pag-backup?
Oo, pag-backup. Procedure. Backup to. This is about backup. This is the procedure how to backup and restore.
I mean, same din po ba yung procedure sa pag-backup ng file server?
Yeah. Let's say you have a file server. Same procedure. Like yung kanina. For example, instead of selecting Windows NT folder, remember I selected just select the shared folder, the file server folder. Okay? Let's say this is the file server. Select that one if you want to backup. Okay? Applicable to all. Okay?
Sir, yung WSB, license po ba yan?
Free. For Windows, it's free. It's a feature.
Okay.
You need to install. That's what you're paying. Why you need to pay $1,000 for server? Because they have a backup. Okay. Okay, next one is group policy. What is group policy? Group policy is a very
Excuse me,
powerful
sir.
admin tool. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, maiba ako, sir. Doon sa, ano po, sa, tawag ito, sa domain at saka forest. Maiba ko, sir. Bali, sir, kung bawa 2003 yung Windows Server, tapos yung pangalawang server is 2012, tapos i-add mo siya doon sa forest.
Yeah, that's okay.
May, wala bang ano, sir, problem doon kung i-add siya sa forest?
Let's say I selected to be compatible only with 2016, there will be problem.
Okay.
Hindi na siya backward. But you have to architect the whole Active Directory. During installation, you have to select, remember a while ago, there's 2012. You have to select that option. Kasi once you selected this one, you can elevate the operation master. Sorry. You can elevate to the higher. You can raise domain functional level to higher, but you cannot go back. See, there's no option of going back.
Kasi
But
yung
this
sa
is
server ko po,
compatible 2016 na.
okay. Kasi yung server ko po, sir, is 2003. Tapos hindi pa siya na-upgrade.
Format mo na. If you want to
Thank
be
you, sir.
compatible, the domain controller should be domain functional level is 2003.
Okay.
Which means you are wasting a lot of features. Hindi mo na makikita yung mga features ng 2019. Sayang. So sayang license.
Okay po, sir.
So as much as possible,
Thank you, sir.
highest. So dito lang yan. It's really easy. Raise domain functional level.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a very powerful admin tool. You can use it to enforce various type of settings to large number of users at the same time. Typically use GPO to apply security settings. Let's say enabling encryption remotely, to manage desktop application setting. Let's say you would like to change the wallpaper. You would like to change the clock, remove the clock, desktop clock. And if you want to install application, you can do so using group policy. Let's say you want to deploy Adobe DC Reader, and you can manage folder redirection, meaning all the user files will be saved on a server without them knowing, it will be redirected. And you can change settings such as if you want to add secondary DNS, tertiary DNS, and you would like to put 3 gateways instead of 1, you can configure remotely. Say the user is in America and you're in India or Philippines through GPO. GPO is really, really powerful. In fact, when I was in IBM, 30 kami. We are about 30 Active Directory specialists. Our tickets is 20 tickets a day using group policy lang. Group policy. So, scope of group policy, you can link to any organizational unit. Since there are about hundreds and thousands of objects, might as well use a filter to look for what you're looking for. What settings? Let's say I want to change clock. And there's another option, Windows Media Instrumentation Filters, which you can filter all the drivers, anything related to hardware. GPU or process on a client computer, meaning the moment you log in, you need to download the policy. Okay? So that will take a while. You will see folder redirection policy completed. Yeah, that will take a while. Okay? In the following order. So the first GPU will be inherited from a site, or whatever in local. Whatever the site level settings will be inherited by domain. Let's say password policy is at least 11 characters. That will be inherited sa domain level. Okay? And group policy can be processed in GPO. Anything within the group organizational unit, it will be applied. Let's say password policy is 11 characters. It will be applied to sales, marketing, and so on. Even the child OU. Okay? What are domain-based group policy? Domain-based, it's about replicating all the default domain policy to the domains. Okay? Let's say you have a default domain policy. This policy will be applied to any OU. Applied to IT, managers, marketing, and research. Okay? So there's a single default domain policy. Okay? I'll show you later. Ito na, demonstration. So in my demo, I will manage object. I'm gonna create GPO, link that policy. I'm gonna show you the view. I'm gonna show you the effect. I'm gonna create a link, then verify if the settings are working. Okay? So please remember, there's also an admin templates, pre-made template for admin. So all you need to do, just go to config, computer config, look for admin template. If the settings related to computer, related to desktops. If the settings you want to implement is related to users, let's say group mapping, you go to user admin template. Okay. So what's the difference between the two? Computer will be applied to your device. User will be roaming wherever you go. Okay. So they both have control panel. If you notice, no? Control panel, meron siyang network. Okay, almost similar lang, no? So here, there's an admin template. This one, this is the settings of the GPO. It says force lock screen within a few seconds. So you need to specify. All you need to do is enable. Let's say 3 seconds, maglalak siya. For specific start background, so during start, you will be given a JPEG or MPEG wallpaper to see. And so on and so on. Let's say prevent enabling lock screen camera. Enable lock screen. So it's disabling the camera. Prevent changing start menu. So nobody can change the start menu. Okay. Overview of central store. Group policy is saved under sysvol. Okay, either ADMX or ADML file. What's the difference? This is in XML format and this is in ADML. Okay. You need to create the group policy manually. And normally it detects using by Windows. No, yung group policy, meaning it will exist in sysvol. Okay. I'll show you. Okay, what else? Module review. Thank you. So here's the demonstration of group policy. So we can install group policy here, enable na. Okay, and test in server 3. So server 1, how do you invoke group policy? Just type gpmc.msc. Okay. Or you can go server manager and group policy management. There you go. See that? gpmc. gpmc.msc. So if you notice, it's a forest level. You can apply to any domain within any forest. No? Pero notice niya, you will notice there's no policy on the forest kasi the policy is domain level. Okay? So this is the default domain policy. How will you investigate what contains the policy? If you click details, settings, this is the settings, current settings of the policy. So if you can see, I'll show you the password. Ito. So the effective policy, it will enforce password to be remembered 24 password. Okay? Password age, it will expire within 42 days. Minimum password age, 1. How long? How many characters? 7 characters. So if you want to change this one, you can easily change this. Does password must meet complexity? Yes, combination of lowercase, uppercase, number, and special characters. So that's the current settings, okay, and will be applied to BDO, managers, marketing, and so on. Okay, starter GPO does not currently exist in domain, so you can create a new one. And then group policy object. So as of now, there's a default domain, which I shown you earlier, and default domain. This is for domain controller, and this is the applicable to all OU. What's the difference between the two? This is for domain DC controller, And it is applicable to all a OU in the domain. Okay, so I'm gonna create a simple demo. This is the test server, server 3. So in our server 3, if Andrea log in, you will notice si Andrea Brillantes, we created a while ago. There's clock. Okay, there's a clock. I would like to control Andrea by removing the clock. Okay? I would like Andrea not to see the clock. Okay? Para hindi siya umuwi. Okay? Ito na. So how do you create a group policy? Okay, so you can create anywhere. Pero normally you create from GPO, new, group policy. Let's say hide clock. Hide clock. Okay? So this is my GPO. All you need to do is edit. So there are two. Since this is clock, now this is clock. Is it user or computer? Anybody? What am I changing? I'm changing computer.
Computer.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go computer and look for admin template. Admin template. Ayan. May asa yung admin template. Dito pala. Admin template. There. Okay. Laging dito. So what do you call this one? This is called start button. This is called desktop. This is called taskbar. Okay, taskbar. This is called notification. Okay. So you need to identify the desktop sections. This is notification kasi when you click this one, there's notification. No? As of now, no notification. Notifying you the clock, notifying you the sound is disabled. No? This is notification. So I'm gonna look for clock in notification. So, ang tawag dito ulit? Taskbar, di ba? Or start menu. Ayun, no? Task. So go to taskbar. I want to remove clock. Notification, see notification? Okay, so it's not there. It's not there. No? Let's try control panel. We want to remove a clock. Come on, help me. Anybody? All settings. In all settings. So there's so many settings. Disable clock. Nakita niya? So there's so many settings. Remove clock from notification. Hindi ko makita dito. Hindi kaya nasa users. Andali testing ka lang. I'm gonna go to user. Kasi parang isang tingin ko lang kita ko na yan eh. Start menu. Disable clock. Oh, wala rito, di ba? So this is the reason why you need filtering. Okay? Why you need filtering. Okay? Kasi it's a lot. It's a lot of settings. So I'm gonna use filter option. Filter option. What do you want to do? Clock. I want to hide the clock. Ayun. So as per search, he's saying under all settings. So it's not in there. It's not in there. How about system? Admin template. Wala there. Let's try this one. No? So this is how I'm showing you how to search. No? Filter on. Wait. Start menu. Hide the clock. Ayun, remove clock. So it's in user, remove clock. So remove clock will remove the clock. So all you need to do is enable. So there are three settings. Not configure, you haven't done anything. Disable is negation. Enable is preventing the clock to appear in notification area. Okay? Notification. So that's what you need. I hit OK. And then I'm gonna link this policy to where is Andrea? Sales ba? Sales? Anybody? Where is Andrea sitting? So you need to check where the user, marketing now, marketing. Okay. So we're gonna apply under marketing. So all you need to do is link an existing GPO, marketing, hide what GPO, hide clock. Okay. So for changes to effect, any changes from user, you only need to log out. Paano po kaya mag-prevent yung pag-bypass ng admin account without displaying? So I'm gonna log in as Andrea. Tingnan natin if, let's see if the clock should not appear anymore. Okay. That's the expectation. Okay. Success. You don't see any clock. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we apply. Alright. What else? What else? So many settings. So many settings. So if you want to investigate what does hide clock means, go to details. Sorry, settings. You can see. You need to find the blue color, and this is what it does. It removes clock from notification area. Alright, that's how you investigate. Okay, any question? Any question?
It will apply to all users for under marketing, right?
Under marketing, yes, but not affected sa managers. So let's say you have users and manager. Who is in under manager? Jack Robinson. So if you log, so remember this Andrea Brillantes, the expectation is the policy has been applied to Andrea, but not Jack Robinson. Because Jack Robinson is a manager and we haven't applied in manager, right? So I'm gonna log in as J Robinson and the clock should be there, right? Yun. Okay? So the policy is working. Okay.
Pwede i-override ni Andrea yung ginawa nating settings?
Override ni Andrea?
Para lumabas yung time clock sa end niya. O wala?
No, it's a force. It's by force. So the group policy under marketing, marketing. If you notice dito, it's naka-ano siya, link enable. Hindi niya ma-override. He won't be unless he's a local admin. Local admin sa laptop niya. Okay. Okay, any question? So we still have 15 minutes. Is that okay before we go sa lunch? Discuss ko lang folder redirection. So this is gonna be quick. Let's move on to our next module 6. Module 6 folder redirection, because this is the advanced group policy. What is folder redirection? Folder redirection enable users and admin to redirect a path from their laptop, from their computer to the server. Papuntang file server. Okay, okay. So the new location can be a folder of the computer, the desktop or laptop, to a file share in a file server. So users will interact within this file, update, delete, create. They can do so, no? Anytime. The files in the folder in the server will be available for user to any network. Let's say someone stolen her laptop. Then all he need to do, log into another computer, he can be able to see his folder as well. It will be downloaded. It's like a roaming profile. Okay?
Sorry, question po. Can we go back po sa group policy?
Okay.
Paano naman po mag-restrict naman ng mga apps lang na gagamitin? So, halimbawa, ito lang yung mga apps na nandun lang sa desktop niya.
Yeah, you need to find out what apps, no? How to restrict apps. No, you need to find out. Restriction na yan.
Switches access list.
Kasi setup rin po ba dyan yung mga website na hindi nila pwede ma-access? Let's say Facebook, ganun.
You can do so. So many. Napakadami, no? Let's say software restrictions. Sige, ito. So create a new group policy. Restricted.
About yung pag-push install.
Software. Restricted. So you need to find how to which policy. Okay. So you need to find out. It's a lot of settings. It's a lot of settings.
Pag-push install in background yung pag-uninstall.
Sorry, pag-push what?
Push install tsaka yung pag-push uninstall in background to the policy.
Sorry, say again.
Pag-push install in the background. So
installation of software. It's very simple.
Yeah, parang ganun.
Yeah. I'll demonstrate to you. Okay. Create a software. Let's say you would like to install to server 3. So all you need to, it's a computer installation, not a software. It's not a user. So just go software settings, software installation. Okay. All you need to do is look for MSI. Okay, look for MSI. Let's say test MSI. Wala akong MSI. So software installation package, look for MSI. So that object, let's say software restricted, just apply this one to sales.
Thank you.
Very simple lang, no? Okay, okay. Ang dami, ang dami. If you want to change the DNS, you can do so. Okay. So, napakadami. Next, advanced group policy tayo. Advanced group policy tayo. So, I would like to, yan, as my demo, user can log it. This is very, day-to-day activity ng sysad. See call center agent number 1, no? Suddenly, hindi na available in computer 1. He needs to move to computer 3. Or for some reason, computer 3 is unresponsive. He needs to move computer 4. Okay? So once you log in, the folder will be redirected to here. Okay? Hence, any users can log into any computer. Diba? Setup of call center. Okay? So practical use case, centralized data from client computers for admin tasks such as user servers backup to backup folder, no? Enable users to continue access network files. Let's say na disconnect sila. Let's say they're in transport, they went to Boracay. They can be able to do so. No? They get offline, then you updated the file offline. The moment you connect sa office, it will be uploaded. Okay? Optimize bandwidth, user experience. Let's say you have a really slow connectivity. It's okay, just be offline. Huh? It also enable mobile user to access network file kahit naka-offline. Yeah, go to Starbucks, there's no internet cafe. Finish your work, okay? Then connect later, upload the file automatically. You don't have to do anything. Basically, it's like a backup. No? Backup. Okay, thank you. So ito na actual practical example. Folder redirection. So there's a user, let's say Andrea Brillante, log on dito. And then all the data such as picture, my documents, desktop files will be saved automatically here in server 1. Okay? Then for some reason, server 3 is not available. He used another computer. He log in, she log in. That folder will be redirected to her. Okay, hence you're seeing there's not even a shared folder. There's not group drive. He wouldn't feel anything. Okay, so we will make an exact demonstration. So question, where is the folder redirection? So let's try Windows settings. Admin template. Software settings. Windows settings. Ayun. So it's per user. Okay? For what can you redirect? You can redirect anything. Desktop, start menu, documents, pictures. So let's log into Andrea's desktop. Let's say Andrea. Is this Andrea? So how will I know? Who am I? Ay, J. Robinson. J. Robinson. Gusto ko si Andrea. Sign out muna ako. Okay, go ahead.
Ganyang GPO policy, nag-require ba ng high storage for the server?
Yeah. In this example, this is our storage, server 1. Let's say file server, you need terabytes of file. No? Terabytes of file. Let's say,
thank you.
This is our file server. So let's create a folder, which is called file server. Okay. And for the time being, I'm gonna grant share permission to everyone. But don't worry, that will be removed by folder redirection. That will be removed. Okay, that's the security permission. Another thing you need to do is shared permission. Shared permission. So I'm adding administrators. I just want to show you, this will be removed. Domain admins, this will be removed later. For security reason, let's say you have your operation manager, so that system admin won't be able to see whatever you're doing, because you're a very important person. Again, I'll show you. Shared to everyone. Okay, naka-share sa domain admin. Later on, that will be exclusive to the users. Okay? Only users can open it. Okay, so that's our file server. And who is this? This is Andrea. Andrea. Let's say Andrea. And Andrea, I would like to replicate anything saved on desktops, anything saved in anything she downloaded, any picture he saved. Okay. Will be redirected to a file server. Okay, ito na. So how do you set that up? So here, go to folder redirection, new, sorry, what do you want to redirect? I would like to redirect desktop. So basic redirection, meaning redirect everyone's folder to the same location, meaning sa file server. Okay? And the root path is server 1, file server. Okay? This should be accessible by the user. So the folder will be created per user. So this will be the UNC path. Okay? Claire is the user. Okay, next, anything he opened under start properties will be redirected as well. Okay. Anything he saves as documents will be saved in the file server automatically. You don't have to do anything. And any picture he saved, let's say she went to Boracay and she saved a picture in desktop, she can save it in file server, but not necessarily. Or anything save under music, any video she downloaded.
Sir, hindi niyo po ina-apply talaga?
Sir, hindi ba overtime nagka-clog din to ng network performance?
Yeah, that's why we have file server resource manager, so users can only save necessary file, meaning they need to exclude videos, pictures from saving. So when we go to our quota management, we can limit the user. Now she cannot save pictures, videos. Okay? This is just demo. I just want to show you. Na? Anything he searches, let's say she searched for her crush, you can be able to see. It will be saved as well. Okay?
So sir, pag hindi natin ginawa ito, every time na mag-change siya ng computer, hindi niya nawala lahat.
Yes. Okay. Mawawala lahat yun. Okay. So we have, na-save ko sa restricted software. Ba't doon ko sinave? I'm gonna just change this one. This is actually folder redirection. Rename, folder redirection. Folder redirection. Huh? So let's examine what does this policy do. How do you check? Using settings. Tingnan mo. So what this setting does, path, okay. File server, username, desktop, okay. Documents will be saved under file server, shared folder, document. So lahat. So that's how you examine the policy. Okay. Let's say first day ninyo. Okay. Now I'm gonna apply the policy to Andrea. So how do you link? Taga saan ba si Andrea? Marketing ba? Andrea, marketing. Yeah, marketing. Okay, apply, link, folder redirection to her. That's done. Okay, done. So for changes to take effect, she needs to log out.
Di ba natin itong i-apply for specific user lang?
Hindi. Per OU lang ang group policy.
Okay. Thank you.
So login, Andrea. Check. Applying user setting, folder redirection. Did you see that? That's so quick. Okay. That means it's working. Nakita niya yung group policy. So quick, no? So that's done. So if you go to the file server, okay, hindi nag-take effect. Okay? So the reason kung bakit mabilis, there's something wrong. But hindi siya nag-redirect. Isa pa. Log out. Oh, let's say reboot. Can we reboot? Shutdown. Reboot. Kasi standard user lang siya. Okay. Shutdown minus T01. Di niya kaya. Restart, shutdown, Andrea. Hindi rin ma-shutdown dito. She's super busy. Okay. So let's say this is a laptop and she shut down. Okay. So I just want to simulate reboot scenario. Then power on, start. Ano to? Server to. Server 3. Okay, she power on the laptop, for example only. And I want to make sure she belong to marketing. She belong to marketing. Marketing. Yeah. Positive. Marketing. Lagi na Andrea. This should be folder redirection. See, applying, blah, blah, blah. So quick. Parang he bypassed something. Meron nga, bypass niya. Okay? So, wrong settings. The first thing you need to troubleshoot is check for permissions. Everyone. Okay. What am I missing? So, I'm missing something. Ay, kaya naman pala. Okay? Yun, that's the missing one. Okay? So, there should be Andrea folder created. So, sign out again. Sign back in. Should be Andrea. Folder redirection policy. Yun, did you see that? It takes a while. It's slow applying folder redirection and then folder created. So I'm missing permission. Hi, that's how we troubleshoot. So what he's doing, he is downloading the client side policy to laptop of Andrea. That's why it's taking a while. Okay, downloading. So let's wait. And you don't have any visibility as domain admins. Tingnan nyo. You can view. Okay, no matter what you do. No matter what you do, you cannot do anything. Okay, that's a security. Remember, I assign everyone, pero it's been removed. You cannot view the pictures kasi it's private, di ba? Mga sysad, crush nila yung mga empleyado. Ako na si Andre, nung punta ng Boracay, kiklik nila yan. So, for some reason, the folder redirection made the mechanics to disable domain admins. Only the user has permission. Okay? See, wala. You can't even see the permission eh. You can even see who has access. Okay? But there's a way around it. There's a way. Okay? So only Andrea can see it. Okay, ito na. So, si Andrea is this one, sa kanya to desktop. Anything she saved dito. Let's say, she created a resume. Okay? Save na yan in the server. Okay, uploaded na. Just like Dropbox. Let's say she downloaded something, PowerPoint. For example, PowerPoint. That's uploaded to the file server. Dito yan.
Example din kung may mga existing file, automatically kasama na din.
After the policy. Yeah, after the policy. Let's say under document, she saved her payslip. The moment you hit enter, uploaded. Now, how will you verify? No, there's no drive mapping. No, hindi na kailangan drive map. Pero how do you verify? Only Andrea can see this. So, how do we access the server? You access using UNC path. Diba? Server 1, file server, then there's your name. You're the only one who has access. Remember, this is computer. Okay, this is computer, and this is file server. Okay, malinaw. Remember, there's a document called payslip. If you go sa file server 1, documents, ayun ang payslip. Uploaded siya. Remember, you downloaded something, PP1. If you go sa file server and go to download, hindi ko in-enable na. Let's say I save something sa pictures. Remember, you have for example, you have a picture.
Excuse me, sir.
Bora. Andito na yan. File server, Bora.
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead. Ayun, uploaded automatically. Go ahead.
Sir, paano po kung group folder po, sir?
Yeah, you can also do that. So it's how you structure this one. The way I structure, I specify file server only. So if you want grouping, you need to type the group. Say marketing, sales. No, you can do that. You can do that. Say marketing. Nagagawa ka ng sariling grouping. That's okay. Na? Marketing. Yan. So only marketing group. In real world, dapat marketing lang may access. No? And the way you redirect is using
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Kung i-move mo yung user from one group to another group, mai-inherit ba niya yung policy? Okay.
This group policy is applied per OU. Whoever sitting in marketing will be applied. Pero if you move Andrea to manager, she won't have folder redirection. Okay?
Mawawala yung folder redirection
Mawawala.
Yes. Okay.
Ay, malinaw ba?
Magkikreate siya ng panibagong rooming if ever dun sa manager is meron ding policy for...
Hindi, it doesn't matter. Because you have a single folder redirection policy. Diba? Single location. So
and what if in the manager OU is meron ding...
let's say link. It's just a link. Lilink mo lang
something like that. Yeah.
Same pa rin.
If the user move to the manager, magkakaroon siya ng panibagong folder redirection for the manager OU.
Same link. I'll show you.
Same. Thank you.
I'll show you. Remember, same location. So in desktop, it's just same location. File server pa rin. Yeah, same. It will be saved on the same location, file server. Okay? Unless you change this one. Let's say you put marketing. Okay?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Okay, next
Sir, question po.
Go ahead.
For example, si Andre na move sa managers, yung mga ano tawag doon, yung mga policy ba ng managers instantly ma-apply
Correct.
sa kanya.
You are right. Yeah, it will be applied to you. Whoever sitting on that OU.
Sir, pwedeng ma-check natin yung server 2 kung nag-propagate yung laman ng server 1 doon.
Ng user. Okay, user. Hindi files.
Hindi files.
Users. So, yeah, there. Marketing. Andun si Andrea. Ayan, propagated. Sales. Andun yung users.
Dahil yung file server is nasa server 1 lang.
Yeah, nasa server 1 lang. Wala dito, syempre.
Right.
Pero don't worry. If you want to propagate to another server, let's say, this is in Makati, this is in Sydney, you can do so. DFS yan. Makikita nyo nagpo-propagate. Okay, DFS yan. Mamaya after lunch. Okay. Question, is the group policy being replicated? So let's check. gpmc.msc.msc. Sir, yung group policy ba na po-propagate yan? Okay, check natin. So you can do experiment. That's why you will be given 3 days. No? In and out. Lahat ng doubt nyo will be answered. So if you want your own server in your laptop, you only need 6 gig. I'm only using 6 gig. Okay? Oh, propagated yan. That's all group policy. Propagated. Total replica. If this one goes down, you still have server 2 that has the same group policy. Okay? Which makes you a highly resilient server. Okay? That's the work of a system engineer. Pero system admin, puro ganun lang. Okay? Any question about folder redirection? Ngayon may question. There's a question here. Pwede po ba gumawa ng folder maka-access lahat ng user? Yeah, of course. Create a user group called marketing. Anybody give permission to that marketing, they can access.
Excuse me, sir.
Sige, wait. Sa answer ko. If the user deleted recycle bin, madelete mo ba sa server? We did not propagate recycle bin, so there's no effect. Okay, I'll show you. Server 3. This is server, right? So we want to change, let's say, from document, the payslip. Okay. Let's see if on the fly it's replicating. So I put version 1 payslip, save. I'll go sa server 1 and go to the payslip. Payslip. Is it updated? Yes. Okay. If you update directly sa server, will it be updated directly in your device? Okay. I put version 2. Let's go to our device. This is our device. Yes. Okay. So it doesn't matter if someone stolen your laptop, computer, as long as you can log in part of domain, it will be restored to you. That's the folder redirection. Galing, eh?
Yung file version po ba is naka-enable automatically? Like yung shadow copies nito?
Doesn't matter. FD will do that for us. Lahat naman, everything has shadow copy.
Okay.
Yeah. So do not disable shadow copy. For other people, yung shadow copy, they tend to delete yung shadow copy. So what will happen? You will delete kasi the backup and temporary file will be written in shadow copy. So dito wala. Ay, teka, server 3 pala to.
Mawawala yung file versioning.
Yes. So do not delete shadow copy. It's very important. Ayun, shadow copies. Okay. So there's it's not even this enable. Okay. You can create now if you want to. Okay. All right. Again, so that's folder redirection. So that's the beauty of folder
Question
redirection.
po, last question.
Sige, go ahead.
Sa file redirection po, what if in-apply ko siya sa organizational unit pero may specific user na ayokong magkaroon siya ng access sa file redirection? Possible po ba yun or?
Yeah. Let's say you need to practice yung groupings na dito, no? So let's say I'll create a group called group called marketing. Okay. Group. Yeah. Marketing. And I will add all marketing people like Andrea. No? Whoever the member, they're the only one who can access. Okay. If you're not member of this, you won't be able to access. Andrea, okay? And John Lloyd. So if I go here sa folder ng file server, ng marketing, diba? Marketing, you need to grant access only by marketing group and prevent other from opening the folder. No? So marketing, read execute, that's good. You have to remove everyone. Okay? You have to remove users. Okay, you have to remove users and so on. Okay, kailangan ma-remove mo yan. So only exclusive to marketing people. Okay? Okay, any question?
Hello, question, sir. Last question.
Good. Sige, go ahead.
For example, sir, yung user is umuwi siya sa kanilang office, sa bahay, tapos doon siya may ginawa na file. Then pagbalik niya sa office, yung file na yun, ma-save pa rin ba sa ano?
Yeah, still in your laptop. And
kahit hindi nakakonect siya sa kanilang wifi na sa bahay.
Yeah. Regardless if you're connected to internet or not, the file's still there. But when you make changes, it will be saved sa file server.
Pag mag-login na siya sa ano, sa
Active Directory.
Sa office.
Yeah.
Sa office. Okay.
Once you're connected to your network.
Sige.
Ganda, no? Okay, so that concludes our half project. So we were able to finish up to folder redirection. Later on, after lunch, we're gonna go quota management, file server replication, DHCP and DNS. Okay, so let's have a 30-minute break.
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead. So welcome to Module 7 FSRM, which is File Server Resource Manager. FSRM is a role service in Windows that enables you to manage and classify data stored on a file servers. It's very useful system admin because we have to limit the users from saving. You can use File Server Resource Manager to auto-classify files. Say we would like to classify audio, video, and important file. You can also perform tasks based on this classification. You can set quota. Let's say manager, we would like to give at least 1 GB of quota. That's possible now. And create reports monitoring storage use. Let's say it's very important for management to have high-level view what's happening to the storage. Bakit puno na yung storage, diba? So dito, we can create a reports in HTML, CSV, and Excel format. Okay, it's very useful. Features, what does FSRM do? Number one feature, quota management. It will allow you to limit the space that is allowed for specific volume. Let's say sa file server, standard user, 100 megabyte lang pwede niyang save. Okay? That he can save. And they can auto apply to new folder dedicated on a volume. Let's say you want to increase the quota on the fly. You can change to from 100 to 200 megabytes. That's easy. Next is file classification infra, which provide insight to your data by classification process so that you can manage your data more effectively. So let's say you would like to segregate Excel file, JPEG, PNG, classified as picture, and MP4 or AVI, classified as video. Okay? There's another feature called file management task, which enables you to apply conditional policy, no? Which who can access what. No? And there's a file screening management which helps you control types of file user can store. Let's say you would like to allow user to save Excel file, okay? XLS, okay? You would like to allow user to save .doc, okay? But you want to disable saving .mp4. So auto file screening, okay? And last feature is storage report. Yun nga, as I mentioned, you can view in Excel, HTML format, who uses what file and what size, and when was the last access. Okay? And then I'll put the picture on the side. So thank you for, that's the explanation. Now we're gonna go to the actual demonstration. Can you see the screen? Nakashare ba to? I'm using server 1.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, that's good. You can see a server 1. Login as domain admin, FSRM. So there's a script. Sorry, there's instruction on how to configure quota management. Okay. Okay, that is so this is the steps. This is the step. It's already there. So when you log in RDP to the server, you will see labs. Go to project number 7, FSRM. Ano na, no? So it's a long list of steps. Okay, so I'll make it simple. So you need to apply FSRM in server 1. Okay, and server 1 naman. Login as admin. Okay, okay. So FSRM, you need to install this one by clicking add role feature. Next, okay, we want to install FSRM server 1, obviously. And FSRM should be under file and storage. File and storage. Hanapin nyo dito. File server replication. Yun. Can you see this? File server resource manager. File server resource. Add RSAT. Add RSAT. Click next. Next. That's all. No? Let's start. Destination if needed. Finish. Server 1 lang. So if you want using PowerShell, you can do so. So pwede rin. Go to ICE. May ICE. Asan yung ICE ko? Hindi ko makita ICE ko. ICE. Run as admin. But run as different user. Again, FSRM is successfully installed. So how do you open that? You can just go FSRM. Okay. Now I would like to show you ICE FSRM install natin dito. So the command to install using PowerShell is very simple. Lagi install is always install Windows feature and the name of the role. Okay. So the name of the role is not visible. So how will you know the exact name of SRM? You have to type get Windows feature. Then redirect the file, the output to letter D, for example. Okay? So let's run this. So the output is in D. To open D, D is only a clear text file. Use Notepad. Okay, so these are the roles. As you can see, there's an X mark. Okay. There's an X mark, meaning it's installed. DNS is already installed. Okay. FSRM has been installed. Ayun. Okay. So how will you know the name? Yeah. So next to the service is the exact name. FS Resource Manager. Okay. So this is the one you need to run. Install Windows feature FSRM minus include management tool. So that's all you need. So that's how you look up to the name of the server. If I execute this one, it's already installed, right? It will just say success. Success. True. Okay. I don't need to reboot. No change needed because it's already installed. Nice. So that's how you search the service name. Now we have FSRM. Let's open FSRM using tools. So these are the 4 features. We're going to start with quota management. There's already the quota available. All you need to do is select that quota, 100 megabyte, and apply. Apply to the file server folder. Hanapin nyo. You need to look for that folder in FSRM. Okay? So what will happen? She will be limited. Andrea will be limited to 100 megabyte limit. So there's 85% notification. Once reached 85%, it will send an email that your quota has been reached 85% utilization. If 95, there will be event log and warning at 100%. Okay, great, done. Quota na. Okay, so let's test if the quota is running. Start. Oh, pala to. So let's log. Anyone will be subjected to quota as long as you have file server access, including Andrea. Okay. Now, server 3, let's server 3 login na Andrea. Ayan na pala. So I'm going to test if may hard limit na 100 megabyte. 100 megabytes server. So there should be a group mapping, file mapping kay Andrea, right? Let's say group drive somehow map as G. Wala sa yung G. Ayun, G. Server 1 file server. Okay? So may access siya Andrea because she owned this file. She owned this space. And I'm gonna save under documents. Okay, so this is in file server 1 documents. Now I'm gonna try to save more than 100 megabyte to test if the quota will take effect. Kasi nga 100 megabyte limit eh, di ba? 100 megabyte limit under that folder. Okay? So if you go quota, this has been applied in sa C::file server. Okay? Now how do we create a test file? So gagawa ko ng test file. I'm go make directory test. So I'm gonna create a more than 100 megabytes of file. So how do you create? So I just use a fsutil command. Go to test folder, fsutil file, create new file 1.txt. Sabihin na, let's say 125 megabytes. Okay. 125 megabytes. 123, 123. Okay, that's 125 megabytes. Okay. Under test. And then we will try to save this one dun sa ating file server. Okay, malinaw? 100. So over quota, 125 megabyte. Okay. So let's test. Copy. Let's go to file server, Andrea, and document. Can we save 125? You shouldn't be able to save. So that's why you have an error. It's saying there's not enough space because of the quota. Okay? So limited ka. You are limited from saving more than your quota. Let's create another file, less than 125. Let's say 5 megabyte. Okay, so created in test file. Let's go to test. 5 megabyte. Okay, 5 megabyte. 5. Okay, so this is under quota, which means you can save. Save. Success. Okay, success. Success. Okay. Pero the 122, you won't be able to save because it's above the quota. Okay, so that's how you limit user. Let's say she become manager and promoted. No? So as a policy, manager should have 1 gig limit. So how will you do that? No? So edit quota properties, change this one to 1 gigabyte. Okay, that's gigabyte. Okay, 1 gigabyte. So let's try to save yung 125 na file. Success. Okay? May limit. So that's how you limit. Next is the file screening. Okay, so I'm gonna create a let's say picture. Let's say Bora. So that's bitmap. Without the file screening, I will be able to save pictures, videos, music, MP4. No? So how do you limit? How do you restrict? Ito na. So dito tayo sa file screening. So we're gonna create a file screen. Which folder you want to file screen? File server. File server. Okay. And what do you want to do? I would like to block audio and video. So you won't be able to save video. Gusto ko, I would like to block image file. Kasi picture block image file. So that will block anything related to picture. Okay? Delete natin to. So the policy will take effect after you apply only. So I'm gonna apply now. I mean save, block. Okay? So you need permission to perform this one. So you have no permission to save picture. Okay? So you cannot do anything. Okay? Another example, let's say you have MP3 music. Let's say music. File extension is MP3. So I will rename this one to become MP3. So without the policy, in effect, I will be able to save music, MP3, or videos. So I'm gonna create a file screening policy to avoid to block audio file. Okay. Okay. All you need to do is point to the file server shared folder. Teka, what's the file server? The file can create files in a given past files already exist in the path. Okay, okay. It's already applied. He's saying it's already applied. Edit file screening. And then image file. All you need to do select music file. Ayun, audio. Okay? That's kasi there's already a policy saying image file na to screen. Now I'm gonna screen audio file this time. Done. Now I'm going to delete this. Then I should not be able to save music. Yun. Okay. The file screening took effect. You need permission. Okay? You need permissions. Very easy. Napakadali. So what are the format of you're trying to screen? So that's a question. Okay. So if you want to block image, meaning picture, these are bitmap, GIF files, IMG, PNG, JPEG. Image. If you want to block video, so these are video. Asan yung video? Video. So these are MP4. No? Sa mga
May gatas dyan, ha?
And I'm muting everyone. Okay. Okay, so if you want to receive a report, now you can send an email to, let's say, admin@nexus.local. Okay, so the email will contain like this: unauthorized matching violated file group detected. The email will have a body of the system detected that users attempted to save from source file screening server 1 which match violated files such as picture. Okay, so ganun, makaka-receive sila. Oh, you're trying to save picture, no, which is not allowed. Okay, so that will save you from wasting of disk space because disk space is very expensive. Next is storage report management. I would like to find out. No, so basically this is housekeeping. Housekeeping is done every month, wherein you have to clean up the hard drive, no, from unnecessary files like pictures, music, and videos, if not business related. So I'm gonna create a report, schedule a new report task, report name, this capacity reporting. And then normally we have this capacity meeting, let's say 9 o'clock. No? So gusto makita yung capacity lahat ng servers before 9. Okay? Before. So how will you do that? No? So the report, I would like to be in CSV and HTML format, or text. Okay? And then scope, I would like to view user file, ano laman ng mga users. And then you have to specify the file server folder because this is the one we're going to monitor. Okay? And reports will be sent to me or the whole admin group. Okay? Mag-email siya. When do you want to send? Right before the meeting, no? So nag-error to kasi wala man ng SMTP. So let's say I would like to receive this one before stand-up meeting. Stand-up meeting 9 a.m. eh. So gusto ko 8 o'clock pa lang. Exactly 8 in the morning, I will receive the capacity report. Okay? 8 o'clock. So send yan Monday to Friday. And then you have something to report. Sabi mo, server 1 has 5% capacity left. Server 2, 10% capacity. Okay? And we are having this capacity healthy report. Yan. So this is the report. Last run, never. I'm going to run report now. Generate report. It's queued. It's done. It's done. Sabi niya, done. Hindi mo sinabing completed. They should say tapos the report should be under storage report. That was scheduled. Wala laman. Interactive. Wala laman. Okay. So it didn't run successfully. So something wrong. Now I'm gonna generate reports now. Reports file screening. Files by owner. So you can see who owns the group, the file. And then question here, which folder you want to scan. Okay, file server. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this will run. Wait for reports to be generated. Generating reports. Error. So there's an error. Yun. Error. Okay, not generated. One more time. Schedule everything. So everything duplicate. Files by group, files by owner, large files, quota usage, report name, this capacity 1, scope, under file server again, I'll select all, delivery to my email. Since I don't have email, it will just run in the background. Okay, so you must select at least one day. Yeah, Monday. So I'm hoping mag-run to successfully. So I'm gonna force to generate in the background. Queued, it should be success. Naku, wala na naman. So this should be the report. Warning. 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 Okay, hindi nag-generate. Let's troubleshoot. So something wrong with this report. Scope of files. Lahat.
Di kaya sir sa capacity, nakalimit?
Hindi naman. Ayan. So, ano pa ba? Close. Deliveries. Yun lang naman eh. Ano ba? HTML. Then, we're gonna force run, generate in the background. Queued. Should be success. Nakong patay. Hindi siya nag-generate na. Ito yun. Okay, one more. So this you have to be patient. Run again using background. Wait for reports to be generated. Generating queued. Storage DC1. Wala. Another one. Ano bang problem ito? Properties. Maximum number. I'm missing something. Lagyan natin ng 1. Scope. Tama naman.
Sir, baka po yan pag yung sa scheduled tasks. Baka pwede nyo pong i-try yung generate reports now.
Ayun nga. Sinelect ko yun eh. Generate reports na. So, ayan. Run reports now. Let's try this one. Sige. Let's try this one. Generate reports now. It's basically the same. Which reports you want to scan? Let's say application, user file, group file. Ito na lang. So, user file. Okay. And instead of sending via email, we're gonna generate report now. Ito ba yun? Isa pa. Kulit naman ito. Edit parameter. All files na nga eh. Diba? All files na nga. Files by owner, property. Hindi ko mahuli-huli ito. Quota. Review selected file. Yun, dapat ganito report. Okay, ganyan. And report should be in HTML. Scope, users. Kailangan user lang. Anything under file server. The object uses property definition doesn't exist. You must change it to use open existing property definition. Ano bang gusto nito? Duplicate file screening, audit and owner. Okay? Audit and owner. Yun lang. Sige, simplihan natin. Scope, user file only. Okay? And yun lang naman eh. Okay? Generate in the background. Yun. Dapat matagal. Ay, nako, error. Balikan natin yan. Ba't ganun, no? Ang ganda ng report ko dati. Anyway, sa YouTube namin, you can see this one. No? Makikita niyo yung reporting na yan. Balikan natin yan. So, what you will see normally is something like this. No? For some reason, ewan ko bakit na. So, sa YouTube natin. I'm missing something. Okay, so that's what do you call that? FSRM.
Baka dahil sa quota kanina.
Quota. We're generating on the server, not per user. Yan. So you will see here, anong itsura ng report. Gusto ko lang pakita yung reports. Yan. Ay, asan yan? Block to eh. Blocking of files eh. Wala dating reporting. I think may bug tong version na to. Ano? Balikan natin yan, okay? Anyway, let's try another one. This capacity reporting. Double cost cleaning, files by group, files by owner. Okay, files by owner. Pag ayaw pa nito, bahala. Move on tayo sa isa, ha? Queued. There should be success. Wala eh, na. Interactive. Parang something to do with background. So, pa. Last na to, ha? Generate reports now for, sige, isa na lang. Files by owner. Ayan. Okay? Wala na iba. So, nothing else except files by owner. All owner. Andrea should be there. User file. Di ba meron ng file server? Okay. Generate in the background. Queued. Uy, nawala. Success. Okay, success. Nawala eh. So ito yun. Ayun. File by owner. So it's like this. So HTML format. Ang ganda ng report. It's very nice. Yan. Okay, so I only selected one settings. Files by owner. So you can see how many owners. Di ba we only have Andrea? Okay. And total size on this is 124 kasi we save yung 125 megabyte. Isang owner, there are about 48 files. And the user is Andrea. Okay, pati user. We will know each. Okay, text file is about 124 megabyte. All other file about that size. Okay. And location is under Andrea documents. So these are their file, no? Documents. Even recycle bin. Kasama sa quota, recycle bin. Documents, desktop ini, lahat ini-scan sa users. Okay, so ganda ng report. If there are several users, you can be able to see dito. Ang galing, di ba? So this capacity meeting, just submit this one or send automatically via email. Okay, any question about FSRM? Okay, let's move to the next one. Next one is DFS. DFS is very interesting. Bakit folder direction to? DFS slides. DFS. So I'm going to be using the PDF. Kasi corrupted yata isa. So what is DFS? Am I recording? Excuse me. Yeah. So the DFS stands for Distributed File System. Now, so when you say DFS, it's a collection of sites, multiple sites, different regions separated by miles or kilometers away, but they're doing a file replication, and each file will be distributed equally to each site, no? In a file server. So DFS is a file sharing replicated across multiple servers and location to increase up scalability and time and reduce access issues related to geography such as latency and bandwidth. Microsoft DFS is a simple role, okay, which you can install in a server to synchronize files between multiple servers. It also gives you unified namespace, single URL, so you can always access file from the closest region. You can set up HA, no? High availability, failover, or load balancing, of important files or efficient distribution of files such as branch office. The steps to set up DFS is first step, install the server and enable the DFS. Configure the URL namespace. You need to configure replication group, say Sydney to London. Configure repository for desktop central so anyone can access. Okay. There are 3 scenarios for DFS. Scenario 1 is sharing. So when you say sharing, anybody can share the file from branch to office. They can download, they can copy. If someone updated here, it will be updated to the branch office as well. Another scenario is the data collection, in which branch office can push the data to hub site. Okay? Meaning hub site can only download the copy. Okay? There's no read and write. Dito lang yung read and write and push. Okay? Any changes should be changed sa branch. Then data distribution, meaning the hub site contains the important data and distribute to the branch. Okay? Vice versa lang siya. DFS scenario. So we have, let's say, user in New York and user in London. Okay, so there is let's say single server in New York, which is a file server, and there is a server in London. Okay, the user enter the URL namespace. This is the namespace. So they will just type contoso.com/marketing or nexus.local/file server. Okay, whether you're in New York or London. So client computer cache the referral and then contact the first server. So it will cache the referral, okay, and contact the nearest server. Since this is a user in London, nearest one is London servers. Okay? And then there's a New York user. Nearest one is New York. Now, what will happen if the server in London becomes unreachable for some reason? Okay. There will be referral from user in London to reach the server in New York. Okay. In short, it failover. The DFS service failover to New York. Okay. Let's say Makati, BGC. So user in London will have no idea where the file is. Okay. But the physical file is now in New York. Okay. And any file you save in New York will be copied to London on the fly. It's like Dropbox. No? It's like Google Share, Google Drive. Okay. So this is a multi-site scenario for file server. So how do you...
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, tanong ko lang ba, ito ba papasok na ba dito yung ano sa routing dun sa modem ng sa ISP kung sharing ng data from halimbawa London, New York. Dito kailangan pa ba dito sir configuration dun sa modem ng ISP o
wala, ano lang, namespace. You just have to type contoso.com/marketing. Just like Facebook. When you type Facebook, do you know where your data is? You have no idea. Di nyo alam it's in Hong Kong, no? Ako Facebook ko is in Sydney. So how will you know yung edge location mo? So I'll show you if tracer facebook.com, it will tell me ang Facebook ko. Di ba? You have no idea nasan ba yung Facebook nyo server, no? Try nyo. Just try this one. You will know it's in Hong Kong. Okay? If Hong Kong is not available, it will be routed to the nearest region, which I guessing Singapore or Japan. So in that case, the user has no idea kung nasan yung server. Nag-fail over na pala. Okay? Using
the namespace. Private network lang yan.
Yeah. Once you log into your organization, so dapat naka-VPN kayo. No?
Okay, VPN.
Nakakonect kayo sa company niya.
Sir, ito na yung pinaka-backend ng SharePoint, no?
SharePoint, different story in SharePoint.
Cloud-based SharePoint.
Yeah, this is only a file server replication.
Local lang. Okay.
And then London site, no, regional.
Okay.
Server in London and New York. So how do you do that? No, when you implement DFS R means replication. it then uses compression. So before sending the data, it will compress. No? It also uses caching technology. No? They call it staging folder before sending, receiving. And it also detects changes on the volume. Let's say version 2. Okay. Then there's version 3. Who will win? That's the question. Huh? Who will win? Who will be replicated? Let's say there are 2 users saving at the same time. Payroll 1 dito and payroll 1 here. Suddenly hit the save. So there will be file conflict. Diba? They're saving the same file. So it will detect the volume version, which is called journaling. So there's a journal number. The one with the highest journal number will win. No? The one with the latest date stamp will win. Okay. It also uses vector version exchange protocol. So if something goes wrong, you have to restart the vector version. It's protocol. No? And auto recover from failure. It will restart the service by itself. And you have to configure DFSR by using commandlet. Meron ding PowerShell command. I'll show you. Okay, namespace is a
Excuse me, sir.
URL. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Sir, na-mention yung VPN. Di ba yun ang routing, sir?
And then,
Tunneling dun
if you want to work in your office, you need to connect sa organization nyo. No? And one way to connect is using VPN.
Pero wala nang configuration dun sa server.
Wala.
Halimbawa dun sa DFS na sharing.
Ay, madami. Sobrang, there's a lot. This is what we're going to do. So we're gonna configure DFS. It's very, very complicated. Okay, as I'm telling you, I'm trying to trace where is Facebook. As of now, since I'm in Sydney, so this is what happened. Modem, this is my modem. Okay, modem. It went to Optus because I'm using Optus network, .net.au. It went to Sydney. Okay. Went to Edge computer. Edge is the caching where the service or the data is located, or where the file server is located. So it's located in Sydney. Okay. Try yours. It will be in Hong Kong. Okay. Tell me kung ano yung exact location ng Facebook nyo. So the idea is we really have the user has no visibility where the file is located. Okay. Okay. That's the idea. Okay, let's go to the configuration of DFS. It's a namespace, URL, domain-based or standalone. Domain meaning you have to type nexus.local. Standalone, you only have to type unc//server1. Okay. To configure namespace, you have to create namespace. Okay, in a domain manner. Create a folder that will replicate between Sydney and London. Add the target for replication. Who would like to participate? Let's say you have 100 sites. Okay? In our scenario, we only have 2. If you want 10 sites, no, you need 10 servers. That will propagate to 10 sites. New York, Manila, Davao, Cebu. Okay? Inter-site replication. And set ordering method for target referral. Let's say London server is not available. The next referral will be in New York. If New York's not available, next referral is in Sydney. Okay. So you can do that. So next is DFS namespace and replication. You can optimize DFS by renaming or moving to fast server. Fast server. Disable referral. It will be much faster. Auto referral. Specify referral cache duration. So instead of caching 1 gig, send mo 10 gigabyte. Configure namespace polling and configure replication group. Group, let's say, group mo is Sydney, Melbourne, Perth. Okay. So another group is Philippine group, BGC, Makati, and Cebu. Okay. Create multiple replicated folders. So instead of 1, might as well do 2. Okay. And modify the topology. Let's say master will be Sydney. And London is only copying from Sydney. Who will be the replication partner? Thank you. So that's for our theory. Now let's prove if the theory is working. So I'm gonna log into our server 1. Server 1. Okay, here's the scenario. First of all, I'll explain to you the scenario. So we have server 1, which is DFS1 in Sydney. And then we have server 2, which is in London. Okay, in London. So we're gonna create DFS here. and DFS here. Then the user will log in. He will just see the master first. And then we're going to shut down the file service. He can still see the file server. Up and running pa rin. Okay? Up and running. Okay? So our DFS is 2, server 1 and 2. No? DFS 1 and DFS 2. So here we go. So we're going to log in using domain admin. Okay. We're going to execute this one using PowerShell. And the script is right here, DFS. It's very easy. It's very easy. Invoke command. Okay, so I'm going to put this one higher so you can see, anyone can see. Okay. So if you want to execute multiple server installation, this is multiple server installation. You're gonna be using a command called invoke. Invoke, push, run. Okay. Invoke command. Okay. When you're writing script, it'll be better to write in the script pane, so you don't execute automatically. Invoke meaning multiple installation to multiple servers. So what do you want to invoke? What do you want to run? So you need to type the computer name. I would like to install in server 1 as well as server 2. Okay, I would like to deploy. What do you want to install? The command should be embedded under curly braces. Okay? Curly braces. Whatever command you would like to run should be in curly braces. I would like to run the command install Windows feature, a file server, DFS service namespace. Namespace. Another feature I would like to install is the file server DFS names replication service, as well as the remote server admin tool ng DFS DAS management console. Okay? Yeah. So where did I get this role command, role name? Anybody help me, I've shown you a while ago. How will you find out the exact role name? Anybody? Saan ko kinuha? Diba get Windows feature?
Yung D.
Tama. So I type get Windows feature, and then I redirect the output to a file named T. Okay. Notepad T. Just open the output. Okay. So we're looking for what are we doing? DFS, diba? DFS. So DFS. Ayun. Okay, DFS. So as of now, there's no X mark because not yet installed. So this is the exact name. Okay. And FS DFS namespace, FS DFS replication. DFS replication. Okay. Plus the include management tool, which is called RSAT. So that's where I got it. Okay. So I'm teaching you how to fish out then for the exact role name. So this is the exact role name. Okay. This one. Okay. So let's run the command. I intentionally put com para mag-error. Okay. No such thing as com. It should be con. Remember, it's con. Saan na yan? Nasaan yung DFS na? DFS. So you need to search DFS manually. Okay. Con, okay, con, console, short for console. So this will produce an error. I would like you to be familiar with error. So this is an error. So be confident. So all you need to do is identify, interpret. I remember the lesson is all about troubleshooting. So it's saying the role service is not valid. It will tell you exactly. So what's wrong? It's just a typo error. Okay? Does not exist. Okay? Does not exist. So just rerun, correct the name. It's just typo error. Then rerun again. Success. Okay? So it's trying to install the DFS namespace and replication to both server at the same time. No, server 1, server 2. So if you have 10 servers, you can do it simultaneously. It's really easy. So you're not wasting any time, and this is the most efficient way to deploy roles. Okay. Oy. Okay. Anybody interpret to me? Interpret. What happened, Leo? Ba't nag-error? Anybody? John.
Hindi siya nakakonect sa server 2.
Tama, patay kasing server 2.
Server 2, yeah.
Pinatay
Walang
ko
connection.
intentionally. So be confident, no? So, may errors din, naghahang yan. Hindi, be confident. What you do, patay. Hindi ko siya inon. So it will produce error. Remember, anong error? Anybody error? Error means? Money yan. Pera yan. Kung if everything's perfectly running, walang server engineer, di ba? Ito. Ba't ayaw mag-run? Naubusan ako ng RAM. Ganun. Start mo lang uli. Start mo lang. Bug yan, bug. Okay. Remember, Windows is a very buggy program, no? With that bugs comes great high salary. So thank God, maraming bug ang Windows. That's good. Kung wala yung bug, they don't need us. No? Walang salary na 4 million. So how do you find a 4 million peso salary? Mamaya na. A year na. So, is it running? It's running. Let's try to log in. No, not yet. Okay, antay na. Ganun lang. So, you have to be confident in dealing with problems. Okay? When you are able to, if you're confident, no, you can tackle anything. Okay? Just be confident. Ano secret doon? What's the secret? You need to understand what the problem, and you need to address the issue. No? How to search resolution? No? Google. No? Google number 1. No? You can Google this. You can just copy this. Okay. Copy. Then Google. Ganun lang. Since I know the problem, I told you straight away. Okay. Then rerun the program. There's nothing wrong with rerunning the program. Remember server 1 success. Okay, success. That's why server 1 succeeded. It will install to server 2. Because we just turned on server 2. So let's wait. Di ba? Ang ganting na. You can rerun the command over and over. Okay? There's a validation. There's a check if the service is already installed. Okay, 92%. Okay, that's why you have a server to test. You have to test. Don't do this in production. Okay, success. What is successful? We install namespace, replication, the DFS management console in server 2. Done. Okay, so these are the steps. What's the next step? So go to server 1. Server 1. I'm gonna close this one. Go to DFS management. And then, so you have namespace and you have replication. Okay. So you need to configure the two. Namespace is nothing but URL. So you have to define who will be the master. The master is the first server, which is server 1. Okay. And then where do you want to save the file? No? So file server na lang. Ganun din, para for simplicity na. So which DFS file server folder you'd like to replicate? Setting question. So I would like to replicate my file server. Okay? My file server. File server. Shared folder permission. All users have read. So when you say read, they can only access. They won't be able to save. Okay? So that's why you have to customize. Everyone to have full control. In best practice, you don't say everyone. You have to be specific, no? Like a marketing group only. Marketing group. So specific to a group. Okay. And who has access? Marketing group. Full control. Yeah. You don't give permission to all. Okay. Oh, and there's a question here. So how you will answer an interview question with situational problem and you don't know how to troubleshoot. That's why you have to study. No, you have to study. Yeah, that's good. You have to troubleshoot. No? So very important ang troubleshooting. Ngayon, for demo's sake, I will add domain admin. Well, always naman, there's always a domain admin in the file server. And local admin. Local admin is our administrators. Okay? So those three are very important. Take note, those three. Okay? Full permission. So they can save, they can download, they can update. Okay? Yes. Next, enable 2000 compatibility. This is a domain base, meaning you need to type this URL or standalone server name only. Create. So we're creating namespace, success. So that means meron tayong file server create. So file server. Okay, let's say si Andrea Brillantes. Remember, she has a drive G. Yan, okay? So this will be, let's say, test file. This will be replicated. DFS. Okay, lagyan natin version 1. This will be replicated to Sydney. Okay, version 1. Okay. So he can access this one. Now, we would like this one to propagate to a replication group. So next step you need to create is a group. So multi-purpose or group for data collection. Remember data collection, download only. I want upload and download. So that's why multiple. So seed to London replication group is just a name. The replication domain is Nexus local. Then you have to add the first master server, which contains the file server, which is server 1. Okay? And a member is server 2. Okay? Actually, lahat sila member, na 1 and 2. 2, it will try to connect to server 2. No? That's why there's a R-glass or something. It's trying to communicate to server 2 to access which folder you would like to replicate. So give it a while. Server 2, yeah, detected. Now, topology selection. So if you want full mesh, they can be able to download, copy, propagate. Okay, no topology, no connection at all. So full mesh. Now, question here: replication group schedule. When do you want to replicate? Let's say you would like to replicate every Sunday only, or Monday to Friday from 2 in the morning to 10 p.m. Okay. I would like to replicate continuously, non-stop, using full bandwidth. If you have a bandwidth of 2 megabit, it's gonna be really, really slow. Okay? So I'll put full bandwidth. Then who will be the master? Usually the first server is the master, which is the server 1. And you have to specify the location of the file server. Ganun lang. No? File server. Then, don't forget, there should be a full permission. Ayan, no? Nawala yung permission. No? The domain admin is missing. Domain admin. Okay? So you have to do this manually. Marketing. So Andrea Brillantes can file can be propagated from London to Sydney. Okay? Do not forget the permission. Okay? So that's the file under server 1. Next, how about server 2? Okay, remember we have 2 servers. So server 1, New York, and server 2, London. Okay. So we have to create a namespace. So server 2, edit. Location, you need to specify the location. So server 2, I would like to create a file called file server for easier identification. Okay. So the replication will be under file server. Okay, do not select read only. Now, I want to make sure the permissions are correct now. So check for permission. Ayan. So replication group, server 1, 2, list of connection, vice versa, enable, create, done. Okay. So let's go to a server 2. Server 2, there should be a file called file server. Success. Replication. Okay. If you check Sydney, London, so server 1 and 2 are there. If you check connection, 1 and 2 connected. Okay, connected. Replication folder is file server, not publish. Okay. Create the diagnostic report, health report. Let's see what's happening. Okay. So under DFS, let's see it. Health. So this will tell you how healthy. Server with DFS error or 2. So we get error at the moment. Okay. So once you experience this one, you can be able to tell during interview. Kasi without experience, how can you share no without experiencing?
So clarify ko lang, so itong DFS just in case, for example, yung one site is unreachable, you can reach or you can access all the files using different site.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
DFS is the multi-site replication service. Let's say for some reason, server in Makati is not available, but you have server in BGC. The user will be given referral to access the BGC. Highly resilient server. Okay?
Sorry, yung replication ho ba niyan is like real time or kasi parang may nakita ko may delay siya na
Alan delayed.
Okay.
As in now na. Galing galing. As in now na. Okay. So remember, ayun nag-replicate na server 2. Okay, si Andrea, okay? Remember may DFS test file from server 1, version 1. Yun. Okay, nag-replicate na siya. Okay. I'll show you the exact thing happened. So Andrea logged into her laptop, for example, and edited the documents. He updated, becomes version 2. Okay. If I hit save, this will be saved in London and Sydney. Let's examine. Okay, so London file. Ito, London, server 1, file server. Version? Version 2. Let's check in New York. New York. Version 3. Version 2. Okay, version 2. Isa pa. One more. Let's go. Ay, teka. Server 3 yan eh. Let's go to server 2. Okay, close. Server 2. Version 2. Propagating. Okay. So it's working. So it's copying. No? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the user. I will create a really huge file, which is about 225. Remember a while ago, we created, but server 2. We created 125 megabytes in Andrea. Yeah. 125, server 3. 125. Okay, 125. I'm gonna upload this one to our DFS share. File server. Upload ko lang. Okay. Paste. Okay. Uploading. Done. So let's examine in server 1. Server 1 in Sydney. Kung uploaded. How about London? Is it uploaded in server 2? Server 2. Uploaded na. Ayun na. Ang bilis, diba? On the fly. 125. Okay. So we just created a highly resilient file server. Okay. Any question? So patayin natin to, server 1. Can we still access the file?
Sorry, question. So both server requires storage.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So I'm gonna shut down server 1. Wait. I'm gonna stop DFS. How do you stop DFS? Go to services, MSC. Look for DFS. Ayan, DFS replication. Okay. We'll stop the replication. So there will be no replication happening. Okay. I'm gonna go to Andrea and update the document. Tingnan niyo. So looks like hanging. What's happening is failing over. failing over. Okay? Sabi niya, asan yung file ko? Asan yung file ko? Sandali. Ay, teka, 125 pala yun. Sorry. I mean, this one. Okay, the file is still there, pero it stopped from server 1. Okay, I'm gonna update version 2, version 3. Version 3. Okay. Version 3, save. Since the replication service stopped in server 1, it won't get the update. Okay. Tingnan nyo, luma. Ay, tayo, bakit file 1? Sorry, DFS test file pala. Oh, version 3. Ay, na-replicate. Meaning, na-replicate sa 1, pero yung replication service from 2 is not working. So 2 will get the old one. Tandaan nyo, version 3. Since replication stopped, this should be version 2. Okay, so, ano ba yan? I keep on opening that one. Oh, di ba? Di ba? Okay. Oh, hindi na accurate. No replication happening, in short. So, sa IT support, what will you do, Rodney?
Start the service.
Restart the service. Okay. Simple as that. Okay. So you have to go services and start this one. If it's not working, restart that one. Yun lang. Okay.
Okay. So hindi sa server 2 natin i-restart ng service since okay.
Yeah, service only. So remember, this is not replicated. I'm sure I'll show you. It's version 3. I mean version 2. Ngayon should be version 3. Ayan kulit. Okay, keep on opening na. Oh, replicated na. Okay. Okay, so sino may access file? Both. They can access the file. Magic. Wow, magic. Justin. Sino may access? Both nga eh. Both. No? You just created a highly resilient server. No? You're accessing one only. Then server New York propagated in data in London. Ganun lang yan. Okay? Any question? Troubleshooting, I already shown you how to troubleshoot. Okay? What else? Enough na ba yan? Enough na? You can generate report now. Hindi yan. Topology and so on. Okay? Verify topology. Fully connected. The topology for rep Sydney to London is fully connected. Okay? Data can replicate throughout the topology. All right? If you want to add member, you can just easily add member here. Let's say server 4, 3, 2, 1. No? Davao, BGC, Makati, Cebu. Okay? Galing. If someone asks you, do you know highly
So sa
resilient
server
server?
1 lang, sir, lahat yan
Gagawin.
ino-configure. Yeah.
Yes. Galing.
And then, nag-replicate din ba siya din sa server 2? Yung mga
Yes.
configuration na yan.
Fully replicated din. Okay. Next one is, what's the next one? Next one is DHCP. Okay, so we have we are now in module 9.
A question before.
Sige.
May limitation mo ba yan do sa replication? I mean, do sa DFS na yan. Is it applicable lang sa files or any kind of files, application? Any?
You are just replicating the data. Doesn't matter what kind of data.
Okay.
Okay. Module 9, DHCP implementation. Okay, what is DHCP? DHCP is a dynamic host configuration protocol, mostly used by a client like Windows 10, Windows 11, and so on. So if you power on your computer, what will happen? No? So this will happen. The moment you power on your computer, it will send a broadcast called DORA. Broadcast. So sa switch, no? You're sending a broadcast, DORA, discover, offer, request, acknowledge. So DHCP client will try to discover who is the broadcasting and authorized DHCP server. Okay? So naghahanap siya. Once server naman has this option enabled na he is broadcasting, na he is the one responsible for assigning IP address. So he will send an offer. The client will then request whatever offered by DHCP. Okay? And once assigned, it will send an acknowledgement that you have that IP address. Okay? So essentially, DHCP simplifies management of IP configuration and clients. DHCP, sometimes there's an IPAM. If it's enterprise-wide, the one managing IP address is the IPAM. No, it's a cluster of services. And DHCP, you can be clustered. Let's say 10 server running DHCP only, with the sole responsibility of giving IP address. DHCP list renewal normally attempted at 50%, but if missed, it will try to attempt on 87%. Okay? DHCP6 can be stateful and stateless, meaning stateful, it can follow whatever classification set sa IPAMs. No? How do you install DHCP? You install manually or using PowerShell. So to install DHCP, you just go to Windows Admin Center, server role, or just type add Windows feature DHCP, include management tools. To manage server using Admin Center, you need the PowerShell tool. Okay, so in PowerShell, you have to create two groups. One admin, which contains all the management team to manage DHCP, and DHCP users who can view the DHCP settings. To create the DHCP local security group, you just have to go server manager and perform post-installation configuration wizard. Or if you want PowerShell, add the server security computer DHCP server name. It's very easy. Now, there are configuration DHCP like option 1. So if the client would like to receive the subnet mask in 3255, you have to enable 1. If you would like to give away, assign a gateway, option 3. Let's say you have 3-tier application. 1 is connected to the web. 2nd is to the application. 3rd to the backend database. You need 3 gateway. Hence, you will give 3 gateways. 3 routers. If you want to enable DNS for the host to register sa domain name resolution, enable option 6 and 15. DHCP option are applied in order. First, server, okay, and then scope, and then what class, no? ABC, and reserve client level. So I'll make a demonstration. If you want to configure the scope, let's say you would like to create a 10.1.1.100 scope, you have to specify name, description, IP address range .100 to .200, subnet mask, delay, let's say 8 days, least duration, and options. Okay. The PowerShell command is you can create a server scope. Let's say you have a scope of 192.168. You just type add DSV server scope, name of scope, and the scope. Okay. If you want,
me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, tanong ko lang, mostly sir sa ngayon, di ba, sa mga ISP na may DHCP server na sila, ano po yung best practice, sir, yung sa Windows server na DHCP?
In our organization where we have 5,000 users, which means you have 10,000 devices, no one can assign an IP address with 10,000 IP addresses. So hindi kaya yan. No? So when you log into computer 9 a.m., you need a highly resilient server that can give you 10,000 IP addresses. So you have to create a cluster. No? So that's one example. If you're going to be using the modem in your house, maximum is only like 254, diba? /24. Yes, you have 5,000 users. So that's not sufficient. Hindi siya enough. No? Okay, get DHCP server scope, the scope statistic, how many percentage been leased, how many percentage available, and set the scope. Okay, to let's say what scope, scope 192, scope 171, or class C, or class A, scope 10, that 10. No? And properties of DHCP. Let's say you would like server to be static. Most server static, hindi dynamic. No? So you have to reserve the IP. Huh? If you want to run the DHCP server in your organization, you have to authorize the server. No, not modem. No, so disable the modem DHCP. Authorize your company's DHCP server by typing add DHCP server in DC in the name of the DHCP server. Okay, so I'm gonna make a demonstration. I'm gonna install DHCP role I'm gonna install using PowerShell and configure the options. Okay, thank you. So let's go to our server. So server 1, let's go server 1, server 1. Teka, kasi server 1 ko. Server, close ko. I closed it. Okay, this one. So manual, how to install DHCP is very straightforward. Okay, we would like to install the role in server 1. What role? DHCP server. Okay, install admin tool. Okay, straightforward. Start the server if needed. Okay. Then after that one, you need to do a post installation. Post installation. And I'm gonna go server. Ay, mali. Nag-install ako server 2. Sige, baliktarin natin. Server 1, we're gonna install using PowerShell later, huh? So as of now, there's no DHCP in server 1. There's no DHCP. We install server 2. So server 2 is the one responsible for assigning. Then next step is you have to complete the DHCP by creating 2 groups. Okay, 2 groups. Commit. Then this become authorize and close. Okay, so authorize na in 2. So just go to tools, go to DHCP, and we have DHCP server. Okay. Now, server 2 doesn't have any scope. So we're going to create a new scope, new scope. Let's say scope 10.1.1.x. Okay. And the range is from 10.1.1. From 100 up to 200. Okay. Length is 8-bit, meaning subnet mask 255, and you can have 100 IP addresses from the DHCP pool. Okay. So add exclusion and delay. So if you have a static IP for the server, you have to follow the rule convention by utilizing the scope. So it should be within the scope. Hindi pwedeng out of scope. Okay. So the scope of static is 100 to 110. Okay. So that's excluded. So what will be the first IP address in dynamic? Anybody?
111.
111. The first dynamic IP assigned to desktop. Okay. And lease duration 8 days. Kung 8 days lease duration, when will it expire? On the 4th day, di ba? You want to configure the option? Yes. So let's say I would like to throw a gateway, which is 10.1.1, so he can have connection to other virtual machine. But if I have a backend database sitting on 192.168, I will give the machine another gateway. And if there's another application which is sitting on 172.16.1.1, I will give another router. So when he log in, she will get 3 routers, 3 gateway. No? But in best practice should be only 1. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the rest. Okay, so ito lang yung makukuha niya. And then DNS, automatically he detected there are 2 DNS, 21 and 22. Okay. And wins normally is for Windows XP and Windows 10. It's a DNS similar function to resolve hostname to IP. So you have to type manually the Win server. Do you want to activate the scope? Yes. Finish. So activated the scope. So it's it has a address full of dynamic 111 to ako na disconnect now. Ba't ako na disconnect? To 112. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Ayun, kala
Yes,
ko
sir.
na-disconnect ako. Ano to? Anyway, so what will be the first IP address lalabas rito? Should be 111. Kasi we set this one to be static. Okay? Malinaw? Excluded. Now let's test. Will this work? So go to server 3. Server 3. Let's go to Andrea. Now Andrea is just a standard user. He doesn't have power to change. No? So I'm gonna log in as domain admin. Switch user. Control user. I'm gonna log in as administrator. Okay, so this one initially is static, set to static. I will remove the static. Hardware, but hardware. I'm gonna remove static. See, it has static. I'm gonna run PowerShell. PowerShell. Ito na lang. So everyone can see. Teka, but run as different user. Run as admin. Run as admin. Yun. So I'll show you. Currently, the IP is 23. Correct, 23. So I will remove from static. Once I hit OK, it will perform DORA. Okay. Close. DORA. So what's happening is discover, offer, release, acknowledge. Refresh, kita niya server 3, assign 112. Bakit 112? Kasi nag-auto assign yung host ko. Okay, the first IP was .12. Let's verify. Is that correct? That's correct. 112. Okay, so DHCP is working. Okay, DHCP is working. Okay. How do I make a static IP? So all you need to do is copy the MAC, add to reservation. Okay, so list converted successfully to reserve. Reserve na siya. So andito na siya. So reserve na yan. So that will be boot P. We call it boot P. No? Dynamically assign reserved IP address. Okay. So it will not be assigned to anyone else. How do you remove from reservation? Delete from reservation. Okay. So what will be the IP? 112 pa rin, no? Let's say release. So I release, I renew. I will be getting the same IP because it's recorded in database. Okay, so refresh, same IP because it's recorded in database. Okay, so that's DHCP. Any question about DHCP? It's recorded. Okay, let's move to the next module. Module 10.
Question, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, about sa DHCP, sir, halimbawa, sir, yung isang group like yung marketing, i-assign mo siya ng certain pool. Pwede po ba yun?
Hindi. You assign DHCP to device, not to group. No, not
okay.
to group of IP. Maybe what you meant is let's say the whole level 2 will be getting 10.2.1.1. Okay, so that can be configured to different settings sa VLAN, sa router, and you need IPAM, IP address management. No?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so how do you make a highly resilient server? Lagi tayong highly resilient. What is resilient? In case of a problem, it can easily recover. Okay, so we created primary DHCP. Now we're gonna create failover DHCP. We're gonna stop one DHCP. We wanna test if it's resilient. Alright, so dito na tayo sa HA. So high availability. DHCP failover, it's a newer method for high availability. strongly prefer to implement HA for DHCP enterprise-wide, no? Especially if you have lots of IP addresses, no? 10,000 users, 20,000 users, and so on. You have to enable clustering. So the service will be randomly assigned to each node in the cluster. No? The HCP cluster is configured to run in failover cluster. Install the HCP server role on a cluster node. The HCP config information is stored on a shared storage. So yung database will be in a common shared volume, meaning all servers pointing to a single database. Okay. What is split scope? Split scope involves two servers that are configured with non-overlapping, which means if .100 is assigned to other server, .101 to .254 assigned to another server. In short, split. Split. And split scope can control primary server by configuring delay. I'll give you a scenario. So this is the clustering. Member node 1, node 2, they're just pointing to single database. That's why the client will always get the same IP address because of bindings. And when you assign IP sa client, it's stored in database. Whatever server running, you'll still get the same IP. Now, split scope, let's say, for example, 192.168.0.1 up to 150. The next scope, which is 151 to 254, is another server. Okay? If you don't do this, you're gonna create performance degradation. No? So that's why may split scope, especially if the server is in demand. So what is failover? Failover creates a partnership between two DHCP server. Lease info is replicated between partners. Config mode, merong load balance. You can balance the load, like 50%, 50%. Easy to understand, right? And hot standby. When you say hot standby, up and running, but not being used. Right? So dalawa lang load balancing or failover. Hot standby is failover. Right? Other config for failover, you need to set the maximum client lead time. Meaning, when will I failover? Let's say the DHCP is down for 5 seconds. Maybe busy lang siya. Okay, so you don't have to failover. So you have to set a maximum client lead time. Let's say if down for 10 seconds, that's the time you will transfer the role to another server. Okay? Auto state switchover is when you failover, it goes to the second server. Switchover fail back. It will go back to the original server. And message authentication is just a password. Okay? Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna perform a failover. So as of now, I accidentally put DHCP on server 2. Server 3 doesn't have DHCP. So I'm gonna put DHCP on server 2. Okay, server 2. Yeah, server 1, server 1. Okay, server 1, server 2. Okay, this one doesn't have DHCP, as you can see. There's no DHCP. Refresh, no DHCP. So I'm gonna install DHCP. You can either use PowerShell or manual, just the same. Add features. Okay, restart the server if needed. Okay. Okay, any question? Any question before we proceed? Makes sense naman, no? Makes sense. Everything makes sense, right? As of now, we have a scope 10. And there's a client with .12 leases. Later on, this will be shared to another server. Okay? And then we're going to shut this down. And you're going to verify which IP, which DHCP is working. So how will you know? So if you type ipconfig/all, we can identify that the server is .22 or server 2, right? Later on, how are we going to find out if the one assigned is server 1? So there should be .21. Malinaw. Nagkabaligtad. Rodney nagkabaligtad. I installed the server 2. No? Okay, vice versa. So right now, it's in server 1. Okay, server 1. So how will you know? ipconfig/all. Okay, so we're gonna switch server 2. We're gonna power off server 2. And then we're gonna
Excuse me,
try
sir.
to test. Server 1 is assigning. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, ano po yung tools na gagamitin? Halimbawa, nag-down yun. Kasi dalawa yung ISP ng Office. Tapos, may na-encounter ako na problem. When isang ISP po nag-down, i-transfer namin yung LAN port. Ilang minutes po, sir, hindi po siya tawag nito. Yun yung magbigay ng
IP?
internet. Ano po yung tools na gamitin siya? O troubleshooting doon? Kasi
it's very obvious when you type speed test, wala kang internet. So just call your ISP.
Yes.
Ganito na lang, sir.
Dalawa kasi dyan.
Ano mo na lang, sir. I-failover mo na lang yung internet mo.
Failover ka sa kabila.
I-failover mo na lang yun, sir, na pag once na hindi siya makakontakt ng internet within a certain seconds, yung isang ISP yung papasukan niya. Para hindi ka na manually magpalit ng LAN cable mo papunta sa kabilang ISP.
Yeah, good point.
Okay.
Now, if you want to learn what you're asking is failover, we have a topic in Cisco. So, tawag namin ng first hop redundancy protocol. If the first ISP goes down, how will you configure to route to the second ISP? Automatic lang yun. So, meron pa kaming hot standby routing protocol sa Cisco, which is scenario of active and passive. If the active goes down, the passive will become active. Okay? Hot standby routing protocol. Sa router, kino-configure yun.
Yes, sir. Question nga pala, sir. Di ba yung sa sir, sa yung going back sa setup kanina, sir. Yung isang gateway is yung sinetap nyo kanina, sir, di ba isa lang dapat yung sabi mo, dapat isa lang. Halimbawa, sir, ang different servers, sir, like halimbawa meron kaming local, then meron kaming server para sa data namin. Then magkaiba yung sir, magkaiba yung IP. So
IP na?
Paano siya? Yes, sir. Halimbawa, yung isa sa IP, sir, I mean, yung isa is .10, yung isa is 192 siya na network. The 64 siya na network. So, paano mo siya maset, sir, yung dalawa? Para meron siyang ma-route niya yung data rin.
Routing.
Yes, sir.
Asking about routing.
Yes, sir. Si server 3, makontakt niya yung si
gateway
192. Pero sir, yung kanina na installation, sir, isang gateway lang.
That's why you have to put multiple gateways.
Pero pwede, sir. Pwede.
Yung kanina, dinemo ko. Diba, remember? Dinemo ko, you need to assign multiple gateways.
Okay, sir.
So, you need to assign gateway. Asan na ba yung gateway? Scope. I only assigned one. Policies, reservation, scope option. Okay. Configure option. Remember, we have one gateway. Let's say the one you're saying is sitting on 64. Tama?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You just have to type 64, whatever. Admin. Okay. The next list, that client will have 64. Kasi as of now, we only have 10.1.1. Pag yan ni-renew mo, you will get 2 gateway, later on. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Dalawa lalabas, sir.
Dalawa.
Yung 10.1.1 tsaka yung 64.
Yes. There's a call application web tier normally sitting on 3 gateways. Database subnet, application subnet, then public subnet. Laging tatlo. Okay. 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 Let's complete the configuration server 1. Complete natin. Let's commit. Okay. So if you want to do this via PowerShell, you can do so. Napakadali. It's really easy. Install. Ganun naman. Install. Walang kamatayang install. Windows feature. How do you install using PowerShell? Install Windows feature. DHCP. include management tool, enter. Ganun lang. Okay? Since installed na, successful. Sabi dito, no change needed. Ganun lang, na napakasimple.
Sir,
Okay, so we
yung
have 2. Ay, go ahead. Sige.
yung window page niya, sir, parang yung ba yung simulation mo talaga?
Hindi to simulation, actual na to. Actual na to.
Ay, yung nasa taas din, sir?
Saan taas?
Sa taas yan.
Ito yung kanina na command. Pwede may delete. Pwede may delete.
Pero pag once na in-execute, sir,
Wala
may
na,
ano
running
din.
na yan. Running na yan.
Running din sa taas. Same lang siya pala.
You mean command here? Yeah, it's just the same. This is just scripting
Okay.
pane. It's just the same. Install. Yeah, just the same. DHCP, include management tools. Dito
Pero
so you can write script. Same lang.
Okay, sige, sir.
Okay, so we have load balancing. Failover. So ito na, DHCP. So it should propagate the scope. Now question, bakit how come it's not yet propagated? Okay. It's not wala yung scope. While on server 2 we have this scope. So how do you propagate the scope to fail over to server 1? Okay? So it's like this, configure failover. Okay, what scope you would like to propagate? So if you have multiple scope, you can select. Since we only have one, I'll select all. And who will be your partner? Server 2, the partner will be, of course, server 1. Who else? So this is the relationship from server 2, the master will propagate server 1. Maximum client by default 1 hour. So he has to wait 1 hour before failing over. Now, I would like to make a quick demo. I'll put 5 minutes. Okay. Now, what node do you want set up load balancing or hot standby? Okay. Hot standby 2 is the one giving. If you set to active, meaning I'm the one will be assigning. Okay. I'm the one. Server 2 is assigning. He's the active. And then state switch over, I will fail back after, let's say, 1 minute. If the server 1 is if the server 2 becomes up and running, kasi nasa server 2 tayo, nabaliktad ko. If the server 2 is up and running, I will fail back within 1 minute. Now there's a message authentication, which is called shared secret. Shared secret is nothing but a password. Okay? Deal, ito na. Okay? Finish. Active successful. Refresh. Tingnan niya. As you can see, there's no scope. There's no 10 scope. There's no pool. There's no leases. Refresh. Boom. Okay? Napakabilis. And this is a day-to-day activity if you want to be a network engineer. Ito yung gagawin nyo maghapon pag network engineer. No? List 112, list 112. Now, why the same? No, kasi nga they're sharing the same database. Okay? And it's binded. Binded sila. Okay? Okay, verify. Let's verify. Let's release ring. You know, dalawa no. Sorry, DNS. I'm looking at DNS. DHCP server isa lang. Currently serving 22. I'll show you again. Current DHCP is 22, right? I'm going to stop the service. Stop right now. I'm going to stop the service from server 2. Stop IPv4. Stop. Okay. I'm only stopping the DHCP service. What happened? Within 1 minute, it will fail over to server 1. Refresh. Wala pa nga 1 minute. Huh? You see the icon? It's pointing red, meaning degraded. Okay, it fail over. Okay, automatic failover. No? Within our settings. Let's examine. So what will happen to the client? Since it's already been assigned, he will still also have the same IP. Same IP pa rin, no? Walang effect, okay? Okay? Same IP, same DHCP. But for the new server, let's say he just power on now, this will happen. Let's say release, renew, he will get the IP from the failover server. Okay, which is .21. Remember a while ago, it was .22. Okay. Now it should be .21. Tingnan niya, tingnan niya. Anybody, what's the command? What's the command? Anybody? How do you verify? Ayun. Okay, it failover. So it's working. Okay, any question? Any question?
So pag nag-power on naman yung server 2,
It will fail
pagka-release
back.
ninyo, okay.
State switchover. And remember, a while ago, we put default gateway 64111. Ayan. So nag-reflect na siya. So that means if the subnet where database sits is 64, he can be able to communicate to the database kasi he has gateway. Okay. Working successful. Okay. Any question about DHCP? Next one, troubleshooting. This is the most important part. How do you troubleshoot DHCP? So if
Sir?
interview question. Okay,
Sir?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, pwedeng yung dalawang server 1 and 2, kinikater niya same network.
Pwede.
Tapos, pwede. Tapos pag nag-failover, parang same lang din yung
That's what I
sasalubong.
did. Yeah. It assigned the same IP, right? 10.1.1.112. Yeah. Because it's sitting on the same network. What about different network? It's still, they can cater. They can still give IP. Yan ang trabaho ng DHCP. Stateless, meaning he can transition from one class, let's say 192, move to 10 dot something to 172.16 network. Stateless. No dependency. Okay, module 11, troubleshooting. This is the interview question. How will you troubleshoot DHCP and who is the one assigning and what are the logs? Anong log file check mo? If you answer event log, no, that's a basic response. I'll give you an advanced response. So troubleshooting problem on DHCP, the DHCP service start and running to check the setting, run net start command and look for DHCP. DHCP service should be authorized. If not authorized, it won't assign IP. You need to verify IP are available. You might not know it's been exhausted. Check whether bad IP address listing can be found in address list. So how do you check that one? Address list, there should be a bad IP here. Address list. What else? Verify that the IP address to which this DHCP is bound is within the subnet by typing get DHCP server for binding. So get DHCP get DHCP, but limited to. Get DHCP server binding. Let's run data. Hindi niya recognize. Ay, server 3 pa. This is down again. So let's run PowerShell here. Get DHCP server binding. DHCP v4 server binding server 4 binding. So this is bounded. Yung 21 it's true. It's binded. Binding state is true. Excuse me. Okay. What else? Verify service listening to port 6768. So type client from the client side, no netstat. So I'm on server 3 for testing. Netstat. Netstat minus A. Okay, netstat minus A. Is it listening to 67? Of course, listening. Wala naman kasing ports na dito specific na. The fact na you're able to get IP. It's listening. Actually, wala dito specific eh. Type netstat sa server, netstat minus A. So listening. 139 is Active Directory or file share. 88, 88 na. Listening to 88. 68. Hindi ko makita yung 88. Sabi niya A and B. So, A and B. DNS is up. DNS ang dami. Far out. Okay, so best way is to redirect the output to a file called y. Okay, then open the output y. Look for port number 68. Hindi yan. Hirap hanapin yan eh. Kasi napakadami. Port 68. Anyway, I didn't block any ports, so it should be running somewhere. And sometimes they're not using exactly 68. They're using, alternative port. Yan. Obviously, it's running on UDP port 54438. So it's random, not necessarily running on 68. Okay, nakita niya naman. Next, verify, wala tayong IPsec. Verify relay agent can be ping. So if you have another router, make sure the router can ping the server. Right? Enumerate check in DHCP policies and filters. Policies and filters. Ito. Go to DHCP, policies. Yan. Wala. No specific policy unless you want to create one. And the filter, I didn't create any filter. Everything is, so let's say you deny na. So let's say, it will be written here. No? May policy written there. Event log, you can check using simple event viewer, and just go to a system. Yeah. So you will see here. No? So since napakadami yan eh. Napakadami yan. Sabi, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't make sense iba, okay? Not related to the HCP. So it's kind of difficult. Ayun, there's one. But it's just saying server service started. No? So the question is, what IP address did you assign to the recent powered on client? Wala rito yan. So the answer there is DHCP server log. So you have to go to this log. Okay? So that's the point of investigation. So you have to go Windows, DHCP, system 32, DHCP. Tama. Then there are multiple logs. As you can see, so may today is dito Saturday na but Sunday today. There's a log. Okay, there's a log. DHCP database. So this is the database. So how do you perform investigation? You have to open DHCP server log. Okay, but 0 doon. And this one is IPv6. Okay, so how do you open that one? So I'm gonna go File Explorer version, Windows, System 32, DHCP. So let's interpret. Okay, let's see if we can follow. So walang laman to eh. Ayun, meron. Okay, there is one. So how do you interpret the log? 00 meaning the service started, 01 stopped, 02 log temporary pause, and when someone assign an IP address is event ID number 10. If someone renew 11, event ID 11. Anything above 50, rogue detection, something wrong, meaning failure. Okay, let's interpret. So this is what happened. 00. What does it mean? DHCP started. Remember?
Okay.
Rogue 56 authorization failure. Okay, something wrong, something went wrong. And then event ID 55, it's been authorized because the server 2 was shut down, di ba? Ayan, down pa rin. Event ID 11 was able to pull that 12 and assign to server 3 with MAC address 103. Okay, so as you can see, who assigned server 3? Server 1. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you a live demo. I'm going to start the service and it will switch over from server 1 to server 2. Okay? Examine the log, examine what will happen. What will happen? So there's a switch over delay. Okay? There's a delay. I'll show you. what's happening. So what's happening? You can check the logs from DHCP directly. System 32 DHCP. Yeah. Okay. Log. Yeah. Log. Okay. Let's see what happened. Refresh. Still switching over strings. So there's a delay. Okay. So how will you know? Through logs. What's happening? Here. Ito yung nangyayari. Okay. Go to the last. Remember we stopped the service. So it's been recorded as of 23:24, for example. And then we started a few seconds ago. And then it become authorized and started servicing, which means if you power on a server, you will get .23. Okay? So let's go to server 3. This is ipconfig release renew should be .22. So what's happening? Dora performing discover offer. Okay. Who assigned this one? All should be .22. Okay. Why not .22? Bakit 21? No? Hindi pa kasi completely failed over. So let's examine again. So ang daming trabaho dito. No? Teka, wait. Server 3. IP config. Okay, server 2 pala. Is it up? Hindi pa nga. Oh. Ayun. No? Kaya this is the one is still working. No? Kasi tagal na switch over ko. Okay. This is the one working. So how do you examine? Open the log again. So let's go to the log. Who assigned .12? And a few minutes ago, server 1 pa rin. Okay? Okay, refresh. Let's say switch na hindi pa nag-switch over. Switch over. Tagal na. Switch over. You can change the settings from
Parang 5 minutes ata yung delay mo kanina.
5 minutes ba? Ang tagal.
5 minutes yun, sir.
5 minutes. Asan na yun? Switch over. Oo nga, 5 minutes. Palitan natin 1 minute. Para you can see the effect right away. The partner is not... hindi reachable si partner. Teka, wait. Hindi daw reachable. Tingnan na lang natin. Sino hindi reachable? Did I stop something? Reachable naman. 5 minutes nga. Tayin tayo. Tagal naman. You can stop this. Stop. Lilipat sa kabila. Na-stop ka. Mapupuwersa ta. Start na nga natin. Restart. Ni-restart ka lang. Kasi for some reason, di nag-state switch over. Okay, let's see if this will assign IP address. Let's see. Saan yung 3 columns? This is confusing. Oh, yeah. Release again. Renew again. Mali. Wrong typo error. Renew. So if server is working, IP should be 22. Tagal ah. So meron ng rogue detection yan. Event ID 50 na yan. May event ID. Tagal eh. Something wrong with the DHCP kasi pinatay ko. Uy, nasira yung scope. Teka, did I change the scope? Hindi, ganun pa rin eh. Tagal, no? I don't think this one is working. Something wrong with this one. Sige, up ko na to. Up ko na to. If something goes wrong, just restart the server. Ay, active na pala. Ayun, no? Active. So, I should getting IP. Ayun, green na, green na, green na. Active na, So, I should be getting IP. So, anong IP address? Ayun, 1, 2. Okay, pero yung 21 pa rin nagbato no? Ano nangyari dito? Start ko lang to. Something wrong here. Let's start.
Hindi kaya sa pag-add ng additional gateway mo kanina.
Ay, oo, nalito siya. Nagkaroon ng ano?
Confusing dun sa gateway.
Sabi, asa na yun? Asa na yun? Loop yan. So, how do you avoid loop? Mga nag-Cisco. Ano, yun, working na. May delay lang siya. How do you avoid loop? Spanning tree protocol. Tatanggalin ko yun kasi nalito siya eh. Sabi, parang 65. Di ko makita. Naghahanap siya, naghahanap. So, dito lang yung sa scope. I'm gonna remove yung 65. Confusing kasi sa kanya. Yan, no? Yung 64. It doesn't exist eh. Kasi it will try to search for that gateway. Okay. Again, stop natin. Sino yung stop na? Failover na eh. Sino yung stop natin? Ito naman. Stop. Okay, stop. So, it will go back to server 2 dapat. Okay? Then, this will have a failover. Failover. Ayun, nag-failover. I would like to prove na makakita kayo ng 22. Okay, sa mga network engineer, ito na yung trabaho. Usually, yung network is very stable. So, that's why ratio na engineer is konti lang. So, dapat, it should display 22. Gawa na. Gumana. Okay. Gumana. Okay, tapos. Any question? I'm gonna start this one. Okay? So that's how you perform investigation. What happened? So check the server 2. Let's investigate logs. So what really happened? So when you want root cause analysis, you have to go to log. This is what happened. Stop and then started, become authorized, stop, started, packet drop. Okay, so there was a hash mismatch. That's what happened. Hash mismatch. Okay, then stop again, start, authorize, renew. So the last event is server 2 assign 112. So that's why you can see dot 22. Okay. Any question? Okay, next one is DNS. So we're down to 3 slides. Okay. I hope may mga picture na kayo. Magpipictorial na tayo. We're gonna take our pictorial. DNS implementation. So DNS, domain names, domain name system, and domain name server. No? DNS are a portion of DNS namespace. Can be public or private. DNS server respond to requests from resolvers. Okay, let's say you want to resolve what's the IP address of Cebu Pacific. So I will type ping. Hindi. Walang internet kasi yan eh. Excuse me, ping Cebu Pacific Air. Ganyan ba yan? Tama ba yan? Walang internet ang server 1. Sa yung server ko.
Host server.
Pupunta ako sa aking host. Hindi ko makita host. Here. Yun. This is really confusing kasi ang daming VM. So we have facebook.com. Okay. So what happened there is I'm the resolver. I would like to resolve the IP address of Facebook. So I ping, no? Forward lookup query. Okay? So binato sa akin 157.248.35. Forward query. Okay, so it responded to my request. DNS server can access DNS info from local, from cache, or external database. DNS zones and resource records. So, what is zone? Zone is a local copy, which is in a DNS server, of DNS namespace and DNS server. It contains multiple records, no? A record, CNAME records. Resource records are created and stored in a zone. So I'll show you the forward lookup zone. Resolvers, what is resolvers? Resolvers is the one requesting DNS info. Can be either from cache or from the web. Okay. What are DNS zone? There are two kinds of zone. Forward lookup, which resolve name, and you will be given IP address, like when I ping Facebook. It contains multiple record types. Okay. Reverse naman is the other way around, IP to host name. Normally, use reverse lookup in ISP because routing can be performed quickly if you're using numbers. Remember, computers are made of bits, zeros and one. So you need a translator to translate the decimal to English name, which is the DNS. Yun ang main function ng DNS. Normally used in ISP, it's much quicker to perform resolution using reverse. Okay? What is primary zone? Primary zone are authoritative for a portion of DNS namespace. Meaning, when you say authoritative, he's the one holding actual DNS record database. Like Facebook. So a while ago, I query Facebook DNS. Then I was given an IP address. Okay? Primary zones are where resource records are created. Okay, ito yung AAA, which is AA, which is IPv4 address, AA, which is IPv6 address. Okay. Secondary are read-only. So I'll make a demonstration. Now you won't be able to delete DNS record in secondary DNS. Stub zones is just pointing to another DNS. Okay, let's say I don't have record of Facebook. I'm gonna point to Google because Google contains everything, diba? What are DNS zones? So, for example, this is the authorized DNS, client 2 IP, no? Uping, client, ano bang ginawa dito? Client 1, sabi niya 45. Spinning ko client 2, 46. So, if I have cache, it will query the cache 1. Meaning, if mali yung IP, wrong IP, I will get the wrong IP. If it doesn't exist, if it exists in the web, it will query the web. So you need to flash the DNS para i-ask niya yung web, no? To get more exact, accurate answer. What are records? Records can be forward and reverse. The forward contains start of authority, meaning start of security domain, where you want to assign the scope of your DNS records. No? Forward contains name server. These are DNS servers, such as server 1, server 2. The zone also include host A, which contains address of IPv4 or AAA IPv6, and alias name and service location, which is SRV. SRV is a service record which points to multiple servers. Let's say you type facebook.com. The facebook.com is an SRV pointer which points to several clusters, which means if cluster 1 is unavailable, it will just query the second cluster. Hence, it's never ending. Okay? Reverse lookup is a pointer record which resolve IP to host name, commonly used in routing and ISP. Records are configured with expiration, which is called TTL. So it will expire in your cache within a few seconds or minutes. So demo, I'm gonna install DNS. Actually, may DNS na, no? So we're just gonna use it. We're gonna verify the record. We're gonna create records. We're gonna do troubleshooting. Okay. Okay, so how to install DNS is very straightforward. Very straightforward. Kahit sino can do this. Install, the usual stuff. You're gonna be expert in this. include management tool. Yun lang. Okay? That's how you install. Okay? Ay, server 3. But install ko server 3. Server 2 pala. Server, I'm not looking. So I'm gonna install in server 2. Server 2. Actually, meron ng DNS as I mentioned. There's already DNS record kasi. Pero I just want to show you how to install. Ayun o, may DNS na yun.
Sir, bakit sa server 2 instead of server 1?
Pwede ni server 1.
Okay.
Yun ang project natin.
Okay.
So I'm gonna install, for example, server 1, install Windows. Same stuff. Same stuff. Same command. You're gonna be an expert in PowerShell after this class. Nice. I'm gonna ask you, hindi naman expert. In terms of system administration, DNS, install na eh. So that's the only way to install. Napakabilis na. There's so many ways to install. Pwedeng wizard, pero installed na siya. Okay? So these are our record. So I'm gonna jump sa ating, tapos na yung ating installation. I'm gonna jump to 13, project 13. No, project 13. Which contains, ano ba itong 13? DNS replication. Okay, replication. So, DNS replication, it's a manual creation methods, can be performed using Admin Center or DNS Manager itself or Windows PowerShell. Okay. You can also create the dynamic creation. The moment you join the server to the domain, remember a while ago, it was already in Active Directory and DNS. So yun yung dynamic creation. Okay? Automatic creation. The moment you join the computer in domain. You can also create record using DNS. No? So this is the command. If not installed, use that command. If you want to add primary zone, add DNS server primary zone 10.1.1.1. No? If you want to test the DNS, it should return true. So let's test. Simple command as test DNS or NS lookup. Okay, napakasimple. Next, the forwarder is added if you want to add all query to Google. Kasi Google has the biggest DNS database. No? So 8888. If initially the DNS database contains only private. Okay, so let's go. DNS server 1. Saan ba yung DNS? Server. DNS. Okay, so it only contains local. So this is the forward zone. And this is our domain. So it contains the private server 1, 2, and 3. But walang public. So it won't be able to resolve. No? Normally, you would like to connect to download the DNS zones by going to name server. Okay. So this is the start of authority. By default time to leave, one expiration 60 minutes. And so on. If you would like to transfer zone, you can do so using zone transfer. And name servers, to add the name server to list, you can easily add the name of the server. If we have connection to the internet, this can be resolved. 8888 is a Google DNS. And it will be, it can be populated. Okay, I'll show you. It's already replicated to server 2 and server 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If I create a record A, let's say server 4 with IP address 4, that will be propagated dito. For a few seconds. Kita niya yung delay? Can you feel? So, how about my server for, no, wait for it. So, wait for it. So, yeah, wait for it. Server 4, DNS, server 4, or just close and refresh DNS database. Forward lookup zone. Wala pa rin. Tagal naman. Wait. Sorry, that will lead us to topic number 2. No? How for some reason there's a delay, no? So we're gonna proceed. Pero nag-replicate na pala. Okay? So if we're gonna resolve, we're gonna go server 3, let's say. Ping server 4. So it will give ano ba yun? IP address of .4. Okay? You know. So forward lookup is working because it's trying to look up for a record. Okay? So we have a record. Okay? Now, question, how about reverse? So to perform reverse, you have to type .4. For some reason, mag-error.
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead.
Ilang, sir. Sir, bakit kailangan, anong purpose po, sir, na kailangan pa i-replicate ng DNS?
DNS, okay. What's the purpose of DNS? Okay. The reason why the world can connect using fully qualified domain name because of DNS. DNS will resolve hostname to IP, diba? Diba? So without DNS, you won't be able to go sa Facebook. Okay, let's say how do you do Facebook? Diba? Normally you type facebook.com, ganyan, diba? And then you will open Facebook. Okay? Okay? Yan, nag-open. For some reason, ang router, they can quickly route packets using numbers. Na? Now, kung walang DNS, paano ka mag-Facebook? Dito type mo yung IP. Ano ba IP ng Facebook? Ayan, 157. So, ganito ako mag-Facebook. 157.240. Without DNS, 8.35. Facebook yan. Oh, see? Di ba? Facebook. Ngayon, may nagfe-Facebook ba na IP address gamit? Wala, di ba? Wala. We need fully qualified domain name, which is we type facebook.com. Okay? DNS will translate the fully qualified domain name, which is fb.com, to IP address. Siya yung translator.
Sir, question po. Ano pong pinagkaiba ng domain name server sa name server kung parehas sila nag-translate ng domain name sa IP address?
Okay, name server is the exact name of the computer. If you can see from here, name server niya is 1, name server naman dito is 2.
Bakit po pag nagaran ako ng set command, may name server 1, 2, 3, samantalang ang DNS ay isa lang?
Hindi, dalawa DNS. 1 and 2. Dalawa ang ating DNS. That's why if we type ipconfig/all, you will be given 2 DNS. Yun. Can you see it?
Sa ano, sir? Sa name server?
Yeah. Name server is the exact name of the computer. Server 1 and server 2. Okay. So name server is essentially the hosting the service of DNS. Yan. If there's another server, it will be a name server as well. Okay? And they're the one propagating or copying. Okay? So we have 2. We have 2. No? So you can have 2. Okay? DNS stands for domain name server or domain name systems. Just the same. Okay? Just the same. Okay, so since we have 2 records, okay, did I answer a question? Did I answer? Okay, I'll give you yun nga, scenario. Why do we need DNS to resolve hostname to IP? No? Kasi it's much easier if you type cebupacificair.com, diba? cebupacificair.com, okay? So DNS functionality is to resolve hostname to IP. The greatest DNS is 888. You can download from here. It's just a Google database. No? Contains all the record. Okay, as of now, the DNS I'm hitting is somewhere in Sydney. So what is the Google DNS? I'll give you 8888. Okay, so you can use this one. But dito, that is not recommended. May even violation of security policy kasi you're hitting DNS, no? Pero normally, it's normally used, no? For Google. Okay?
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Yung domain name kasi, sir, like Facebook, hosted by other
Facebook
domain provider, di ba?
Oh, it could be hosted by Facebook or could be AWS, could be Azure. We don't know. Yeah. So as of now, when I query Facebook, it's hosted in Sydney. Okay. So we don't know what this one is. Na. Could
So,
be AWS.
Ibig sabihin dito sa natin, sir, sa configuration natin, pwede na natin i-search nexus.com direct
Kasi
dito
may
sa
DNS.
server configuration natin.
Yeah. So as of now, we cannot ping nexus.ph, right? We cannot use kasi there's no DNS record. No, we cannot ping. This is live, no? We cannot ping because we're not querying external record. We're only querying local record.
How to add external record for this one, sir?
How do you add record? Yun. So if you want to add record,
external.
External. First of all, you have you should have internet connection. Tapos, yun nga yung sinasabi ko, stub connection. No? So this DNS can be pointed, no? Pointed to another DNS. Okay? Point it to Google. It will point your query will be forwarded to Google. So hence, once you forwarded, meron ka ng, it will provide you, okay, the resolution. Okay? As of now, we are connected hosted lang, no? Internal. Okay? So that's how you point or forward. You can forward any query, no? In DNS. Yeah. So these are the record. Okay. Okay, so as of now, we're only replicating Nexus local. Okay, if you want this one to be reachable, you have to connect to the DNS resolvers or DNS servers.
Sir, tanong lang, sir. Ibig sabihin yan yung file server natin, pag connect na to sa external, hindi na natin kailangan ng VPN.
If you want to access private, you need VPN. But if you want to access internet, you need to forward all your records to the public. No? So how do you do that?
Question lang, sir. Question.
Go to AWS. Yeah, go ahead.
Dito sa DNS configuration, sir, dito rin ba i-configure yung sa DMZ?
No, that's different. DMZ is separation between private and public. Separate yun, totally different. Okay. So let's say meron kang web server hosted in your bedroom. Tapos next PH. Now you can do so. So you need to configure the router to point to your port 80 sa server. And then the next PH should be propagated sa DNS ng company ninyo. No? Which in case my ISP is Optus. Okay? So I have to talk to Optus. Can you please add my local domain? No? Or create a public DNS in AWS. So you can be reachable. Okay. So I'll give you another example. Yeah, Anya, what's that? I'll give you an example. Let's say I created alias. Okay, alias. Alias is file server 1. But alias is just pointing to server number 2. Okay? So alias. In-okay ko yan. So I have alias. So when I ping file server 1, fully qualified domain name, I can be able to resolve, no? Teka, bakit wala? FS1. So wait. So hindi pa propagated. Refresh. FS Nexus local ba? Okay. You have to clear the cache. Flash DNS. Let's say ping FS1. Oh, let's wait. Hindi niya record. Teka, may IP ba ako? 1. Then you have to check where are you getting the IP. I'm getting, okay, that's why. Sa 2, the record was created in 1. So that's a problem. Pero DNS, so this record should be propagated, antayin natin yung FS1, to be propagated sa 2. Nakita niyo yung effect? Okay, wala pa na. So, let's wait for a while. Nakita niyo, unreachable? Okay, so it's querying. Sino yung kina-query niya? Bakit wala? For some reason. It should be instantaneous. Okay, I'll create another record. Again, server 5 naman. Okay. Initially, there's no server 5, right? So that's why you get an error. Pero there is a server 1, tama? Tama. Okay. Without DNS record, you won't reach server 5. So yan, simplest explanation.
No server present.
Okay, bakit? Because we don't have a record A. Okay, gagawa ko record A. To resolve that problem, I created record A. Okay, so yan. Meron na server 5. Is it pingable? Question. Hindi pa, kasi it's not yet propagated. Okay, propagate na. Hindi na. Bagal naman to. Pag mabagal, you can easily restart. Restart yung service, no? DNS server. Ayun, server 5 propagated. So dapat reachable na to. Ayun, reachable. You can look up the IP address. Okay? So it exists. Na-feel nyo? Why you need DNS?
Okay, sir.
That's
Nice,
forward.
nice.
Ngayon, the question is, how about reverse lookup? Teka, NS lookup server 5. So no record of reverse lookup. Okay, so that's the problem. So how will you resolve this problem? Okay, so saying unknown. Ayun, unknown. So to resolve that problem, you have to create a reverse lookup record. So first step, new zone. Then define a primary zone replicated to all DNS, the reverse lookup. And you have to type the ID. Okay? Ayan, meron na akong reverse lookup record, primary. And then how do you create reverse lookup record? You need to update the associated pointer. Okay? Then it should be here, ayan, pointer. Ngayon, remember a while ago, it's giving you an error. Sabi, time out 2 seconds. Now, since we resolved that problem, it should give you the exact answer. Yun. Teka. Okay, sabi dito, unknown. So, because it is still under cache, no? Display DNS. So, the cache contains the record name, the record type, and time to leave. Now, for that to refresh, you need to flash the DNS. Buburahin natin yung DNS because it contains old record. Okay, troubleshooting. Now, let's query again, NSLOOKUP. Okay, 21. Is it, wait, it's not propagated sa 2. So, you have to do it manually here. This time secondary, which means you can't delete. You can just propagate. 10.1.1. Okay. So it's asking for the master DNS, which is server 1. So I just type server 1. Okay, yun na, detect na, automatic na. So press enter. Bakit tayo 21. Yun. Okay no. Teka, bakit tayo? New zone, secondary zone. May problem to. May delay siya. Yun, okay? Exist na pala. Kulit. New zone. So, okay, that will bring us to the last topic, which is troubleshooting. No, I'll show you how, if you have a problem, how will you troubleshoot? No? How will you troubleshoot? Yan, ito. So, DNS, to allow zone transfer to any server, as of now, it's not doing a transfer. So that's the problem. So if you want to allow zone transfer only to server listed in name server, you have to specify the name of the server, name servers, okay? Or only to specific you would like to replicate. There are dynamic updates, either secure or non-secure, so you can transfer the zones, okay? So we have a thing called Active Directory Integrated Zone, which is under AD. The zone is already defined, or traditional DNS. The problem now, we have primary and created reverse lookup, but it's not transferring to secondary. So that's the problem, okay? So I'm gonna make a demonstration how to force replicate the record. So we're gonna do a force replication of record A and everything, and it should propagate from primary to secondary, right? Thank you. So that was 13 DNS replication. So we have DNS issue. Okay. So remember this one, it's not replicating to the other zone. So we're gonna do a force all tasks. Yun, okay. So we're gonna go to that zone. What do you want to do? Yun. So reload the file and do a force replication. Okay. Clear the cache. Okay. What do you want to replicate? Forward lookup zone. And then, you can either restart. Okay. Wait. I forgot something. Okay, you have to make sure that the name server is defined. Ay, tama naman, no? Name server for replication is defined. Okay. So same here. Name server should be defined. Okay, that's good. Another one, how the zone transfer? Ayun, wala dito, no? How will you allow the zone transfer? So to any server which is not secure, or only to server listed under name, which is this two, okay? Zone transfer, yun. So off yan kanina. Next is the security. How will you like to send updates? Secure or non-secure? Sabihin natin non-secure and secure. Okay? Apply. Okay? Yan. So yun ang problem kanina. Tingnan nyo ha. What is not replicated? Actually, replicated na lahat. 15. Refresh. Yun. Nakita niya? Nag-replicate. Yan. Okay? So that's the troubleshooting part. Another section, how do you troubleshoot is, I want to show you force replication. Force replication. So that's what you do. No? Okay, it's working kasi. So ayaw na wala nang option na ganun. Okay, it's working properly. Okay, I'll give you another example. Wait, it's working na. It should be working. So this one, NS lookup, flash DNS. Kanina hindi maping yan, di ba? Oh, pingable na. Okay. After the replication, so user can just type fs. That's only the alias, no? Flash burahin natin. So when you erase, there's nothing in the flash. So how do you display? Type display DNS. Nothing. Okay, nothing. If I ping, if I perform NS lookup, which is not working a while ago, to what do you want to NS lookup? .25. Okay, it's showing you the DNS address, which is okay, and the IP address of the server. Okay, so it's working. Okay. What else? So that's been stored in cache. Display DNS. Server 5 should be in cache. Okay. So may delay siya. Trying to record. If you ping server 5, okay, so that will save in cache. So how do you display the cache? In server 5 has been saved in cache with expiration of 3,500 seconds. Okay, with an IP address .25. Now the problem, I'll create a problem. What if someone updated server 5 to become .26? Okay, so ito yung scenario, this scenario. So if I ping server 5, what will be the answer? Is it the new IP address or the old one? Anybody?
Old one.
Pinalitan ko na eh, no? 26 na eh, no? This is the old one. Is it the old one or the new one?
Old one.
Old one.
Old one. Kasi there's a time to leave.
Wala pa ng flash.
Old one.
Ay, hindi, nag-replicate, no? Nag-replicate. Kasi nga, ano yun, kinonfigure ko siya eh. No, nag-replicate na siya, 26. Ang bilis naman nun. No? Pero if you examine the DNS, display DNS, ayun, hindi, nag-change na. So, nagpalit na. Isa pa. Sige, bibilisan natin. Kasi mabilis yung expiration niya. Ito. 27, okay? And if you ping, ba't bumalik sa dati? Kulit eh. Yung replication niya dito siguro. Ayun, no? Binasa niya tong 2 eh. Okay, so how will you resolve that conflicting issue?
Flash DNS.
Nakakalito. Flash DNS. Okay, nalito niya siya. Kasi nga, dalawa yung DNS niya. If you type, he's listening to 2 DNS. Ayun na. This one has a delay. 25 pa. Dito niya binasa. Nagets niya?
Reload.
Sa reload. That's how I troubleshoot. Reload. Ayun, bagal. Bagal ng replication niya. You can do a force replication. Okay, somehow di ko makita. Another way to flash DNS by clearing cache. Ayun, 27. Okay. Tayo, how I troubleshoot clear cache. Okay. What else? So, do you know the importance ng DNS? DNS. Ano pa? What else? MX used for mail exchanger. If you want to set up your own mail server and routed to the server, you have to point the port 25 from your router to the server. Okay. So if someone sends you an email, you have to create the MX record of that server. Normally the name is mail. Okay. And who will be your mail server? No? Sabihin natin server number 2. Yun. Okay, so naka-point sa 2 yung mail. So if someone want to send receive mail, it will be routed to server 2. Okay, so trabaho ng DNS yan. Napakadami. Another function ng DNS is SRV. If you go other new records, if you go to SRV records, press S. Service record allows admin to use several servers for a single DNS domain. Okay, so let's say, for example, nexus.com.ph. Okay, I can point this one to multiple DNS. Okay. Either 21, 22, 23, no? Or pointing to any record that can resolve. No? So even if this one is not available, reachable pa rin si nexus.com. Okay? So many use of DNS. Another one is pointer, and I already explained this one. Okay, since router can easily understand or translate numbers, it uses IP address. Okay, sa router, walang naglalagay ng fully qualified domain name. Puro numbers, 192.168, mga ganun. Okay, so you feel the difference? Sa forward naman, mostly humans, no? Fully qualified domain name. It's easier for us to understand. Okay. Oh, what else? What else? Any question? Any question? Last topic, troubleshooting. Uy, overtime na pala tayo, 20 minutes. So we already performed troubleshooting. So how did I do troubleshooting? I type ipconfig all. It display the current DNS I'm using. Okay. I type nslookup. Okay, and it gives me who's the current DNS. And then how do you flash the cache? Anybody?
Flash DNS.
Flash DNS, no, to get the latest.
ipconfig flash DNS.
Correct. Okay, so how do you check the logs? Application, system, and DNS server. So the usual event log, event viewer, and then specific to DNS should be under application. You know. So you can start your root cause analysis by going to specific logs. Okay, so napakadaming. How do you interpret this one? So there's an event ID for 2013. All you need to do is, so don't pretend you know everything. You know? Normally, you would Google event 4013. Ganun lang. So sabi, event 4013 troubleshoot DNS ID on Windows base hosting AD, na DNS role stop responding. So that's the problem. Okay, namatay. Okay, so namatay. Example scenario. So there are multiple scenarios. This is being updated every day. If your scenario single, you will read this one. What's the cause? So this is the cause. And how are you going to fix this? Go to resolution. Okay, so you need to type, you need to change, sabi dito. Recommended setting is REPL perform to 0. Okay, so this is registry hack na. You need to modify. You have to go to registry, blah, 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 then proceed at your own risk. So ultimate goal is to prevent everything from causing DOS service, such as latency, denial of service, and so on, terrorist attack, and so on. Napakadami. No one can be an expert. No, you cannot interpret. Another issue, zone transfer problem. As I've demonstrated, I went to event viewer. I checked the primary server. And then a while ago, yung zone is not being transferred. So I went to zone transfer tab and perform manual caching. Zone transfer tab. Okay, zone transfer. Okay, and you have to make sure na all DNS server listed under name server, which is 1 and 2, can transfer zone. Vice versa. No? Kaya pala mabagal kanina kasi hindi ko na-specify yan. No? Hindi ko na-on yan. Ayan, okay. So, I'm gonna create a record. Tingnan natin if the response is much quicker. So, server number 6 with IP address 10.1.1.6. Sorry, 2026. Create a reverse lookup. Done. 6. Then let's move to server 1. There should be 6 here. Refresh. Wala pa rin. May delay pa rin siya. May delay pa rin siya. Okay? What else? This ano ba? This one is propagated ba? Yeah. Nag-propagate pati yung 27. Okay? 6. So anybody, why it's not replicating? Dali. Anybody, why it's not replicating? Quickly.
You have to ano sir? Create another zone transfer to server 1.
You can do force zone transfer. Ganun lang na zone transfer. Okay, refresh. refresh, reload, refresh. Yun. Okay? Okay. Let's call the first replication na rin. Okay? Okay? Tapos. Tapos sa ating DNS. Any question? Thank you. Thank you. So that concludes our training. Now, I would like you to log in just for testing purpose. So one by one, one by one. James, James, are you here? James?
Yes, sir.
Can you log in? How do you log in ngayon? Paano mag-log in? I'll give you. Si James muna, huwag mo na yung iba. Hindi pa available yung iba. So this is the IP address. All you need to do is type the IP address and port number. Okay? Yun lang. So I would like you to connect now. So I'll post it in our yeah. Okay? So sige, login ka na, James. Paano mag-login? It's very simple. Put your ganito, James. IP address, then port number. Your port number is 3331. James muna ha. Wala mo na kukunik na iba. Save us. Save me yan. Save me yan. Save me yan. Let's say Hyper-V1. Hyper-V1. Connect ka na. Connect. So yes. Click yes. Connected na ako. Server 1. So this is connect ka nga, James. James muna. Naka-connect na ako. So I will be disconnected once you are connected. Sige, I wanna see you can connect, James. Or sige si Errol, Jo Marie, Yogi, Rafi. Sige, login na kayo. Muhammad, RV, no, yun. Yun muna. Lahat nito. Login na kayo, login. I wanna see na if you can log in successfully. Norman, are you here, Norman? Wala, Norman? So I will lend this one to someone else, na? Jonathan Turla.
Sir, ako.
Yeah, what's your name? Sorry.
Mark Arman po. Sa right side. Schedule September 1.
Saan dito? Tata? Yeah, September 1.
Yes,
Sir, ako
sir.
rin po sana, Michael and Anosa, kasi wala
Okay,
akong-
Norman, last call. Bibigay ko na kay ano to. Wala, Arman na here.
Sir,
Sir,
palipat
ako,
po sa batch 2.
Sa no allocation, sir. Nandun.
Mark Arman, you can use na this one. Hindi sumagot si ano eh. Okay. Mark, present, right? Tama,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Login. Sige, Mark, please login using 3340.
Sir, pwede magpalipat sa batch 2.
Name. Sige. Try ko.
Rodney Perez.
Mark, login ka na. Mark.
Doon lang po, sa baba lang po ni
Please
Mark.
mention row number. Baba ni Mark. This one. You want batch 2?
Apo.
Yun, okay.
Likarita. Ginagalit mo talaga ako eh.
Palo ka. Okay,
Sir,
Mark.
sa akin may
Mark.
allocation sir, ni Rodney.
Hello, sir. Palipatin po sana sa left side. Michael and Anosa.
Teka, wait. Kayo na maglipat. Ganito. I just wanna make sure na absent talaga to. Jonathan Turla, are you here? Jonathan?
Sir, nandito po ako.
Nandito ka?
Opa.
Munting na kita matanggal. Sorry. Palo ka sa puwet. Sandali. Yes. Ramil. Dali. Dito
Sir,
ka.
nakalagin na ako, sir.
Ramil, are you here? Sino nakalagin?
Ako, sir. Si
Mark.
Rafi, sir.
Congratulations. Okay. James, nakalagin ka na ba?
Felipe is logged in.
Check mo na yung mga absent. Lyndon, are you here, Lyndon? I'm gonna give this one to someone else. Lyndon,
Akin na, sir.
Ha?
Robert, yung nasa no allocation, sir, pinalista.
Lyndon Santiago, are you here? Lyndon?
Sir, naglagay na kay RDP, sir.
Lyndon, please. Are you here? Wala. Ay, absent si Lyndon. Baka umuwi ng maaga. Okay, next batch na lang si Lyndon.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Grab nyo na to. Whoever wants to. Ramil. Are you here, Ramil? Ramil, wala? Grab nyo na yan kay Ramil. Lipat na kayo dito. Next, Ruben Bernardino. Are you here? Ruben Bernardino. Are you here? Wala. So, move ko sa the next day. Pero if you want to perform this, you can just go to your Windows 10 and install. Grab nyo na to. Claim nyo na yan. Mar Stephen Sebrano, are you here? Mar Stephen. Teka, baka hindi ko lang na-refresh. Na-refresh ko nga. So, how do you go there? Next, PH. Not PH. Okay, malapit na tayo mag-picture taking. Ay, teka. This is our website. /win. Wala talaga. 4334 up for grabs. Who else? 4337 up for grabs. Mar Stephen, last call. Sembrano, wala? Hindi ko mag-grab. Okay, sorry. Editing pala. Okay. So, minove ko lang na. Okay, so yan. Up for grabs na yan. Sige, grab nyo yan. Unahan lang kayo. Baka suntukan kayo. Okay, sorry. 3365, I'm using this one. Neil, nandito ka ba, Neil?
Sir.
Trainer is using. I will revert back. Revert back ko. So you can use this one after this training. Okay na. Any problem? Teka, ba't bungi ito? So, i-aakit ko yan. Bungi. Hindi, mamaya na lang para hindi kayo magkalituhan. Okay? Walang gagawin, ha? Any question? Okay, so lahat kayo, nakalagi na, I'm hoping na, teka, wait.
Hindi nakalagay name ko, sir.
Saan? Anong name mo, pare?
Chat ko, sir.
Hindi, type mo na dito. Lagi mo na dito. Lagi mo na to. Name mo dito. Lagi mo name dito. Put your name here. As of today, may up na ba yung host 3?
This is not link, up. Sir. Link sa Google Drive.
Down pa to, ha? Down pa to. Hindi ko pa na-up yan. Pero up ko yan mamayang 5 p.m. 5 p.m. na pala sa amin. 5 p.m. Okay? Down pa to, ha? Hindi pa to available. Okay? Down pa yan, ha? Down pa yan. Anong link? Kanina ko sinabi link. Ito, makinig.
Down po yung sir?
Win.
Yung remote?
Win.
/win. Yeah. Down.
Na-DC kasi ako kanina eh.
Anong port mo, pare?
3359, sir.
335.
Huh?
Up yan. Someone might connected. Please don't use it. Solely for Mark Anthony. 3359. May bakante pa.
Sir, pwede question.
Yeah.
Kasi gamit ko yung sa office na PC. Hindi ko matry ngayon kasi restricted eh.
Oo. Usually,
connect yan.
Walang external connection. That's okay.
Sige, try ko na lang, PM na lang sa Skype if ever.
Ay, teka, kailangan nasa Skype kayo kasi how can I support you tomorrow?
Na-add ko na po yun nung
beses. Okay, so teka, stop ko muna yung recording pa pala. So that concludes our training. I hope you enjoyed the training and I'm gonna upload this one sa YouTube and all the materials, it's here. Lab scripts are here, okay? Andito na yung lab scripts.
May GC na po ba sa Skype? Hindi pa po ako naka-add.
That's the problem eh. So, kasi ang dami nyo eh, 76 kayo. It's kind of difficult to add you. Ngayon, tomorrow I'm gonna open the same Zoom session. So, mag-zoom na lang tayo using this link. So, we can chat here. Okay? Whatever given to you, you can use the same Zoom link. Okay? Chat lang, wala nang video. So tomorrow we're gonna have this kind of screen. Yan, napakadami. Yeah.
Access ko na, sir.
Access mo na. Congratulations. Okay, ang dami natin. Okay, ang dami natin. Oh my God.
Please, hindi ako makapasok.
Port number, please. So sa chat,
4334.
isa sa chat tomorrow.
Lagyan mo ng colon.
Colon, pare. Okay. So this will be the same chat tomorrow kasi ang dami yun.
Thank you.
Asan yung chat dito? Makita yung chat. Ito pala chat. So iba yung chat group. So we're gonna stick in this chat room. Nawala na naman. Ayun. Chat. Yan. So use this chat room tomorrow, ha? We're gonna use this chat room. Yan, chat. Show.
Hello po.
Go ahead.
Pwede pong palipat to sa batch 2. May available slot pa po ba?
Yeah, just ganito. If you wanna move, kasi you're not free for some reason, it's very easy. Just you can do it by yourself. Just go to the roster. So ganito sa roster, napakadami. If you see this one, these are vacant. No? So all you need to do is let's say test. Grab your name. No? Make sure you're in editing mode. Test. Let's say ito yung
Ayan, okay na po.
We're still loading.
Salamat.
Ayan. So if you're not available this week, just grab it here. No? So as much as possible, walang bungi. No? Kasi this is residing in host 1. So I'm gonna be moving. So siguro gagayanin ko. Hindi, see ito. Wait.
Sir, pwedeng day 1 ko ngayon, ay bukas, nung lab, tapos the other day yung 2 days ko.
Should be continuous. Kasi bibigay sa iba yung server. So magiging ganyan. Okay, please, walang bungi. Okay, as much as possible. Okay, ganun, stop the recording. Teka, running pa pala yung recording. Okay, so I'm gonna make a conclusion muna sa recording, but we can still converse. Okay, so thank you for listening, enrolling in our course. No, we are really proud. Now I'm hoping you can give us a feedback. I'll give you something in return. No, probably free Fortinet training certification, and give us a feedback. Okay. So I'm gonna end the training. Thank you for listening, and thank you, and see you in chat tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.